article defined.
You okay?
Understood.
Vests on.
Okay. Perfect. No, and that was, yeah, as mentioned, that was something that we specifically had talked about internally before removing it. So.
Welcome to the Board of Supervisors joint session with the Planning Commission of Trinity County, May 20th, 2026. We will open this meeting with a pledge of allegiance led by Supervisor Lutweiler.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just a few quick reminders. We will hear our presentation from our staff and our and Mentor Harnish, and then we will open it for public comment. Each person will have 3 minutes, and then we will move into comments and considerations with the Planning Commission, and then we will allow a 1-minute question, additional question time for folks who want to re-enter into the conversation for that period of time. And then we will bring it to the board. The board will finish our discussions and engage our staff, Mentor Harnish, and the Planning Commission as we work through our placeholders for direction to staff. Our goals are to get through the remainder of the presentations today and then have adequate time at the end of the day to formalize those directions to staff. And I do want to let the public know that although we are focusing a lot on the comments that are being made in-house today, we are still receiving and will consider and have conversations around the comments that are being submitted. They will still continue to filter those and pull those in to the considerations as we work through this draft process. So thank you for being here today, and we will open the floor with, or open the meeting with item number 2. Correct? 2. Got you. Part 2.
Well, good morning, Board, Planning Commission, members of the public. Michael Gibbons with Mentor Harnish. Yesterday, we talked about the administrative provisions of your zoning code, how to implement your zoning code, the various procedures with the entitlements and permits that would be required to enforce and implement your zoning regulations. And today we are very much transitioning into, I would say, the more substantive portion of zoning. And that is really the intent of zoning, to regulate land use, development controls, development standards. And to start that conversation, we're going to start with, I would say, the part of your zoning code that is going to be most heavily referenced by the public, by developers, most likely your county staff as well. So part 2 of your zoning code contains all of the standards that regulate the fit and form and function of land within the county. The intent of these regulations are to implement ultimately your general plan, that large, overarching, comprehensive document that we're working on. And the point of the zoning in this particular section is to implement the policies, the goals, and the vision that is specifically outlined in the land use element of your general plan. And this portion of your zoning code does a few things. It dictates where certain land uses can go in the county. It then dictates the intensity and the types of land uses. And then in addition to that, it establishes the development standards for each of those zones. So the traditional things like setback, height, lot coverage. What is included in this part 2 of your code are purpose statements for each of your zoning districts. Then a list of permitted by right, permitted with a conditional use permit, but a list of permitted land uses in alphabetical order. Then we have land use specific standards, so standards that tie to those land uses also in this chapter, development standards for each of these zones, and then ultimately this section of your zoning code also establishes your overlay districts or your overlay zones, which are another tool that the county is using. So overall, I want to go over some of the higher level changes made to Part 2. And I would say the most substantive change is actually going to be its structure and how we are presenting the existing format. Currently, if you go to your zoning code, you'll see that you have a long list of all of your zones. There's a lot of repetitive information. And all of your land uses are listed out in a paragraph format. Sometimes they tie back to other zones. It ends up being kind of a confusing process to see what's allowed, what's conditionally allowed. So first and foremost, our initial tact was to improve the overall clarity, structure, eliminate redundancies, and reorganize the content to a more user-friendly format. Second to that is we consolidated, in some cases, I'll explain further, is we consolidated some zoning districts based on staff direction, based on efficiency flows and streamlining from the best practice and consultant perspective. And ultimately, what we end up with is a chapter of your zoning that is organized, or a section of your zoning code that is organized into 7 chapters. And each of those 7 chapters are grouped by zoning district type. So we have an agricultural and resource chapter that houses all of your agricultural and resource zones, a residential chapter that houses all of your residential zones and all of the land uses allowed within them, and moving on to your public and special development zones. With the general plan being the overarching comprehensive document, guiding document for the county, it's important that we create a one-to-one comparison and consistency with your zoning districts. If we remember from our conversations yesterday, your general plan sets the foundation. Then your zoning implements that, has to be consistent with it. So what you'll find in Part 2 is detailed descriptions of the intent and the purpose of each of these zones. That's really important because that allows the public to understand what the county's intent and plan for their certain district is. Also, again, creates that one-to-one comparison with your general plan. Additionally, through Part 2, you'll see that we consolidated and updated a lot of the allowable land use types and the definitions, the terms that we're referring to things as. And that's really important in zoning, especially when we talk about and we're regulating types of land uses. We should be very deliberate as to what we intend and what we're meaning and where we're defining certain land use types. In some cases, there are some discrepancies in some land uses and what they're called in certain districts. We have some conflict interactions with allowable land uses in similar zoning districts. And so our tact was to overall streamline and take a look at a comprehensive analysis of all the land use types and their associated definitions, and then work with your county staff to apply appropriate permit requirements to them. The input that you're seeing and the draft that you're seeing before you in the public review draft really is a culmination of a lot of staff time, planning commission hours. I'm going back and forth on these drafts and also taking in public feedback and incorporating it through the process. And overall, I think what you'll find in Part 2, if you compare it to what you currently have, is a more graphically friendly, user-friendly format that I think is going to better articulate what is allowed, what is requiring a conditional use permit, and may require some of these other types of permits like a director's level use permit. So here's just a kind of a snippet of what you can expect to see. Part 2 contains a series of tables. And as mentioned, we went through all of the allowed land uses with your county staff. This is just a snippet, so this isn't the actual version that's in the PRD, in the public review draft. But we went through all of the allowed land uses by each of your zones and then looked at the intent of the general plan to then apply permit requirements to them. In most cases, we reduced the threshold of permits for a lot of land uses countywide. A lot of land uses that exist today require going to the Planning Commission for some review and approval. Our tact based on desires from the board, from the planning commission, from county staff, and best practice, was to reduce that, because that could, or to reduce that level of what has to go before a public hearing, to reduce both, or to increase efficiency, streamlining and reduce costs for applicants and ultimately the county. The idea was to reduce, again, the amount that was having to go and get tied up in planning commission review, which is also kind of a discretionary approval. So in doing so, we removed some outdated zones, which I'll talk about here in a moment. We also collapsed zones, as I'll highlight, and then added some new ones for consistency with your general plan. Say most relevant would be the RR10, which is a new rural residential zone that doesn't currently exist. As far as overarching land use changes and what we heard from the public feedback and through our study sessions, is there a desire for more small-scale commercial camping to address camping and flesh it out as a further land use that would be allowed in multiple zoning districts. There is a desire to preserve the night skies and, where possible, fold in design standards to encourage no light trespass. And then we also brought in and codified a series of new different housing ranges. We actually went through and created new typologies to address missing middle housing, like 2-family, 3-family, and 4-plexes, and created that range within the tables. So to dive into the first chapter of part 2, this deals with the agricultural and resource zones. So in this chapter, it consolidates and clarifies the various agricultural uses, clarifies development standards for these resource zones, and then also introduces agritourism uses, which was also a desire through public comment. The zones that are contained within this chapter are the agricultural zone, the agricultural preserve zone, the agricultural forest zone, the open space zone, and your timber production zone. There are a total of 5 zones that are captured within this part. Within part 2 and within this chapter, you'll find that we then have applied permits and various land uses for those that correspond to the zones within this chapter. One of the items that we have discussed through this process actually has to come down to the application of an existing zone. And one of the items that we were hoping to get some direction from the board and the Planning Commission this study session was the application of what is currently called your agricultural preserve zone. So to the best of my ability, I'll explain kind of what the county's intent is and what kind of the ask is here, and we may rely on county staff to provide some further clarification. But as it stands now, you have Williamson Act contract properties in which property owners can enter in for tax break incentives to continue and preserve agriculture on property. They enter that into a contract. Currently, the agricultural preserve zone functions to memorialize and to visually represent parcels that are currently under Williamson Act contract. Through discussions with the county and looking at what other counties are doing, it is becoming more of a best practice in some instances for counties to no longer enroll Williamson Act contracts because there is a tax benefit or there is a tax incentive for property owners. So the idea, and something that I'll rely on county staff to further articulate, is there is an idea of no longer allowing new Williamson Act contracts to come into the county. So the question from us is, how will this agricultural preserve zone exist if it is retained? If the county is no longer accepting contracts, would we continue to have an agricultural preserve zone? If contracts were to lapse, would properties be rezoned? Drew, is there any further clarification you can provide on the county's ask here and maybe the relationship between the ag preserve zone and Williamson Act contracts?
Certainly. So we have a number of parcels that are in the process of requesting rezones to ag preserve with the intent to, accomplish a Williamson Act contract with the county. And so as part of that discussion with,
Sorry about that.
As part of that discussion with SHN, our planning consultants, they suggested that we engage with the board to determine kind of what the stance of the board, if there is going to be sort of a future consolidated policy stance as far as future Williamson Act contract approval. So that, and where that ties together with zoning code is that if it is the desire of the board to no longer allow new parcels into Williamson Act and then, you know, into Ag Preserve as a result of that, or vice versa, that we should clearly state that in zoning code so that people aren't under the impression that they can request a rezone to Ag Preserve with the intent to enroll in Williamson Act contracts if ultimately the board is going to be unwilling to approve a Williamson Act contract. So that they don't expend, you know, a significant amount of resources with, you know, attempting to rezone. I can give further stats or, you know, quantify roughly the monetary implications if that's helpful as we get into discussion on that topic, but that's at least a, you know, initial overview.
The second chapter of part 2 really deals with your residential zoning districts. You have a multitude of residential zoning districts. A lot of the changes that we see in this particular part or this particular chapter really come down to state law compliance in most cases. As the county is aware, the state of California is very heavy-handed in its application of specifically housing regulations. So jurisdictions are required to permit and allow certain types of housing by right, in which there is no really discretionary approval applied to some qualifying housing types. So in most cases, a lot of our changes here were adding those state mandated land uses. Some of those consist of what are called single room occupancies, navigation centers, emergency shelters, accessory dwelling units, and others. Yes.
Are we going to go through all the zoning types and then have discussion on all the zoning types rather than discussion on resource, residential, commercial?
Just a second, let me look at what I.
It's just very extensive. There's a lot of details in each of those particular zone types.
What is the pleasure?
I'd like to see it
go ahead.
broken down.
I think we should let them cover the whole thing, and then we can break it up however we want in our conversation. If the planning commission wants to say, hey, let's first ask questions about this zone or that zone, but I think.
We need to know when we're allowed to take comment. You will be, you will have comment. So try to keep notes as we go through this. I think for the sake of fluidity and time today, we'll go through the presentation and then we'll backtrack and be able to go through each zoning type in our discussion. And you'll have an opportunity to have public comment on that. You can use your public comment for all the zonings or a single zoning, whatever your choice is. But you will have time to have public comment on that. And then after discussion, you'll be given another opportunity as we did yesterday with a few more questions if needed. So proceed.
In addition to the state mandated land uses, we also introduced and collapsed some zones. And this is really out of consistency, at least for the addition of a new zone with your general plan. So RR10 is a new zoning district that was applied that directly is facilitating larger residential lots with a 10-acre minimum. And the idea is for these residential lots to facilitate more agricultural capabilities. The RR land use that is currently, that you'll see, the RR, just the standard RR, has a 1-acre minimum. So creating an allowance for larger properties was the goal here to also allow ag, kind of that mixture. In some cases, we also eliminated or collapsed some residential zones. As it stands in the current draft of your of your existing regulations, you currently have a rural residential zone that is categorized into a rural residential 2.5, which has a 2.5 acre minimum, and an RR5, which has a 5 acre minimum. Now, part of our process and in working with county staff, we looked at the allowable land uses that were within those specific zones. We looked at how many parcels are actually designated rural residential 2.5 and rural residential 5. And internally, we found that there might be an opportunity to consolidate those into a single rural residential zone. The next question then came up okay, well, we have now 5 acre parcels and 2.5 acre parcels. How do we craft this in such a way where we're not creating non-conforming parcels by requiring a minimum lot size that these parcels don't comply with? So our tact and our approach was, let's lower the minimum acreage required in the RR. The thought process being, it is going to allow flexibility for a potential subdivider, for property owners to maximize within the confines of environmental health, building code, to maximize the potential of their lot. All things considered, all other environmental constraints, building and county requirements would have to be required. So whereas a parcel may go down to 1 acre, in some cases that may not be feasible based on the type of sanitation system, based on utilities, based on typography, and based on terrain on the property. So the idea was that we would leave it up to the property owners and developers to create a subdivision that in their mind was best articulating their desires for their property. So in what we have proposed and what you'll see in this new draft is a single RR zone. The intent would be that all of the existing RR 2.5s and 5s have now been funneled into that. The applicable regulations would be just consistent with RR. In total, you have a total of 5 residential zones in this part. You have your RR10, you have an RR, this rural residential. You then have an R1 zone, and that is considered to be like your single family zone, pretty lower in intensity. You then have an R2 that is higher in density, a little bit higher, more dwelling units are allowed on an R2 property. And then you get into your R3, which is considered high density. And in this case, the maximum dwelling units per acre would be up to 24 dwelling units per acre. That is consistent with your general plan. So it's already what's being envisioned in your general plan and being analyzed as part of the EIR. The next chapter in part 2 is your commercial zones and your commercial zoning districts. And here we also made some recommendations and some modifications, but really the intent for this chapter is to memorialize and codify non-residential zoning, your non-residential zoning districts. So in this case, we've introduced some new zones. This is direct consistency with your general plan. As if you're aware, the existing general plan has a village designation. The intent of these mixed use zones is to implement, in some cases, that village concept of a mixture of land use types on a single property. So we introduced some new zones, and then we also redefined and adjusted the density ranges and the intensity ranges, so floor area ratio, your dwelling units and your FAR for these zones based on your general plan. Again, creating that consistency. Here, like we did in the residential zones, there are some state mandated land uses that we had to bring in. So you will see in some cases some residential zones being listed out, emergency shelters, single room occupancies, again, creating that consistency with the state as they do review these things. And the last 2 chapters that we'll talk about is the industrial zone. So there is a single industrial zone. Working with county staff, we updated the permitted uses, clarified and broke out more of those land use types within these zones, further clarified standards that would be applied, and then refined the permit requirements therein. The last chapter is your overlay zones. The county has quite a few overlay zones. Overlay zones are another zoning tool. All of these chapters and all of these zoning districts that I've talked about prior to the overlay zones, we would consider technically as base zones. Overlay zones, think of those as those apply additional regulations on top of an overlay zone. So I'd say the best use case or the best example of this is a flood zone. So you have your underlying rural residential parcel, but you're next to a creek. We would apply a overlay floodplain zone over that, so it would notify the property owner that they have flood constraints or there are further restrictions on their property in addition to these base zones or base allowances. So through that, we've articulated some new zones and we've clarified some. So you'll find overlay zones for airport land use compatibility, where we're creating that. It's essentially a call out to your various airport land use compatibility plans. We also have refined your flood hazard overlays. We transitioned what is currently a recreational, it's like an RD, it's called an RD1. It's a base zone. We made that an overlay zone. That is a zone that encourages recreational development, kind of allows more mixture of recreation and entertainment uses on certain parcels. And then what we also did as part of this overlay process is we codified the existing opt-out overlay determinations onto a map and have created that and memorialized that into a codified overlay zone to acknowledge that there are opt-outs and to show that and represent that visually on a map. So with that, I'll hand it back to the board to facilitate any questions from the consultant team and for discussion.
Thank you. We will now hear public comments. Everyone will have 3 minutes. I do want to make sure that everybody who's bringing forth their 3-minute comments that if you can, back that with a written comment and submit that. I know that 3 minutes seems like it's just a snapshot in time to really bring forth some of the bigger issues that you have. And it's just kind of give you an opportunity to vocally highlight those, but please, whatever you've prepared for your written or for your 3-minute verbal, just send that as an email to them so that they have that and it captures a more in-depth, some of the more in-depth concerns that you may have. So this is your time to have public comment, highlight those concerns. You have 3 minutes. And if you don't mind, you can state your name and where you live so that we know whose district you're in.
Stidman Lewiston. Yesterday, I feel like I've hardly had a chance not to think about this since we were all here less than 12 hours ago. And you are all woefully underpaid and you're here and you're doing it. And I really appreciate your service. You are not even underpaid. And I really appreciate your service, all of you. I really do. I'm hearing language, I have so many things to say, but I'm hearing language like cleanup, clarification, reorganization, taking the great unwashed Trinity County into the 21st century without all this provincial land use stuff. And in my big list of ways that we're not following our guiding principles for economic development and the way we're limiting cannabis kind of in accordance with this PDF from 1995 that's not hyperlinked or paginated or searchable. Our cannabis use is a little bit like that. I can't go into all of it. I'll submit it in written comment, but this was one that I highlighted and I didn't understand it. And I want to direct your attention to 17.110.30C4. And I'd love it if you could go there. It's page, well, it says page 71, which is meaningless, but it's page 221 on the electronic document. Adjacent to a commercial poultry farm, if the agritourism use or activity is immediately adjacent to a commercial poultry operation, there shall be no exterior lights for the agritourism use or activity, except what's necessary for public safety, no organized agritourism activities after sunset. This requirement may be waived by the county if the agritourism proponent, which is a by right use on their own land, obtains a signed waiver from the adjacent commercial poultry producer. This standard shall apply if the agritourism operation is established before blah, blah. I read that, and it doesn't say 300-foot setback or 500-foot setback. It says if you have an adjacent parcel, your agritourism might be a mile away from the poultry barn. If you have an adjacent parcel, you can't use it. And I thought to myself, I was at all those meetings. I never saw Trinity County Chicken Producer Alliance railing against this. What is this? And then yesterday, a former planning commissioner, a former supervisor, gave a lot of comments about chicken, commercial chicken production. This strikes me as NIMBYism, as a carve out for a specific landowner, 2 or 3 landowners. How many commercial chicken facilities that we have? I love chickens. This typifies to me the kind of good old boy network and carve out land use that we're being told that we're moving past. And I don't know how it got past you. I don't know how it got past you. Don't let it get past you. It's a carve out for a person. And if it isn't that, please educate me. And I'm casting no aspersions because I admire the pluck. Okay?
Now you get to meet the chicken lobby. You guys know me, Dan Fraser, District 5. There's no way I can cover this in 3 minutes. I can't cover it in 3 hours. I could spend 3 days going through what I found that I just can't stand with this. And what it comes down to, and I talked to Trent slightly about this morning, there are issues that are raised by the fact that we missed it with the general plan. Because agriculture and resource zones, I can't be zoned rural residential. And why is it that ag forest is more restrictive of agricultural uses than rural residential? It's supposed to be an ag zone, but I can't do anything unless I get signed off by a forester, because maybe someday in the future I could become a TPZ property, except I only have 115 acres and you have to be 160 to be TPZ, but I still have to live under these restrictions of TPZ. That's poor zoning. The other thing I have a problem with is I was zoned unclassified resource. Okay, so I could do by right, I could have Christmas tree farm, forestry, I could have an orchard, I can have row and field crops, I can have animal husbandry. And while we're talking about my chickens, even under the existing limitations of chickens, okay, 25 per 20,000 square feet, that gives me the ability on my property to have 6,325 chickens. Now, randomly, out of thin air comes a number. First it was 50, I came and complained, now it's 100 chickens, and I'm a poultry farm. Well, I am a poultry farm, but according to the state of California, I don't have to have any kind of, California isn't going to inspect me till I breach 3,000 laying hens and 10,000 broilers. So I can have 13,000 chickens according to the state of California. I'm not a poultry farm. And as far as, I've read that Catherine brought up about you can't have lights. Why? I have chickens. They don't care. The chickens aren't, the poultry farming that we're talking about in this document isn't the poultry farming you're going to find in Trinity County. That's the poultry farming I saw and was appalled by in Virginia. It's already illegal in California. We're not going to have these giant chicken factories where 37 hens are crammed into a cage with their beaks cut off to produce eggs until they die. It's not allowed in our state. It's never going to happen in Trinity County. Why are we regulating that? That's what we need to get into, is this is make believe. And I told Heidi the other day, okay, I realize that I am going to be required to sacrifice some of my liberty for security. I hate that because we know that quote. But if you're asking me to sacrifice my liberty for my possible future neighbor's security against a fictitious future threat, I won't do it.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Vidette Vanderwide, Lewiston. I just have a couple of questions because this isn't my realm of expertise, obviously. But I would love to know more about how we're defining agritourism. I've tried to look for definitions and I haven't found anything. But I think that appears to be a very viable future for Trinity County. Many of us are designing and creating avenues for Trinity County to expand into this newer category. And I want to really be careful that not careful, because for Dan, what he just said, I think our safety is the new control. So I'm going to push back on anything that is for our safety, because I think it's gotten us into a little bit of an overreach of our government and of our regulations. So that said, I think we have to have a better definition of what agritourism means. And I think almost every parcel in Trinity County offers some kind of agritourism opportunity. Therefore, I'd like to take off that zoning clearance, because that didn't add up to me last night, and it seems like a little bit more of a way to surveil what everybody's doing, and I'd like to take that off. Where am I in time? I had one more thing. I think that was it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Adrian Keys, Hayfork, District 3. 3 minutes will never be sufficient for this, and it's a little bit onerous to have to come to these meetings and then still write a bunch of comments. I've already submitted a bunch of comments, took 7.5 pages of notes, doing my best to get them in, but this is, I believe, an appropriate format for this sort of back and forth, especially in a study session context. I believe that the collapse of the RR5 and the RR2.5 zones needs to be made significantly more public to people, needs significant more work. My understanding from my community and my adjacent community is that there is a lot of resistance to that, but people already feel somewhat disenfranchised, feel their voices aren't being heard, don't want to drive an hour and a half to come up and just kind of be shut down. So there's a lot of disappointment out there in this particular aspect. So moving on from that, the mixed use, I don't understand why none of that applies to Hayfork. We've got existing parcels that are C1, C2 that have residential uses on them presently. My understanding from my read of this is that C1 is removing even the use permit opportunity for residential. So those will all become immediately non-conforming, which really doesn't serve the purpose. And also, if apparently Village being collapsed, supposed to be replaced by mixed use, that also did not happen in High Palm. Everything just went to an RR. So maybe it could show up somehow, but that would have to be a C general plan background. So maybe it's too late and there's just totally limited opportunity for future development out there now, which is kind of a drag. Are overlay zones commonly used to remove uses? I thought they were generally used to add development standards to a use, not necessarily say, oh, you can no longer do this activity. Like in the floodplain, you can build, you just have to show that you're not raising the flood elevation. You have to prove that, but you can build. It's not like, oh, you can't build in a floodplain. Yeah, you can use the floodplain, but you have to show that you're not raising the flood elevation. There are innumerable uses in C1 that seem to contradict the idea of general retail. It's a zone that we don't have very many parcels available for, and further confining the C1 uses or the retail uses of C1 would be a drag. Low limited density or whatever campgrounds are allowed in C1. It's bizarre. I did put a bunch of this into my comments, but I think it's the comments have in the written comments have a certain purpose. They convey information, but they don't inspire conversation. They don't share knowledge broadly. And so these things need to be workshopped. All the uses, basically every line. We did this at the PC once already, but now we're here in this room. And it seems to me that we just need to do that whole process again. We need to line by line the zoning matrix from top to bottom, use by use, section by section. Thank you.
Good morning, board members, Chair Scott White Lewiston. I want to follow in those comments. On page 5 of 147 in your staff report, it says, core regulatory section zoning order. It establishes where certain land uses can occur across Trinity County and the intensity of those uses. Intensity and density are related. But we've constantly been told, well, those things are being set up in the general plan. Now, that's not what the staff report says. That says that where the zoning is, and frankly, that is correct. So we've consolidated zoning districts. We've collapsed zoning districts based on the general plan. I wanted to let you know why the public is so concerned, and frankly, why you should be concerned and the staff should be concerned. The RR10 zoning district exists. Your consultant said in public session, RR10 zoning, and you go back and listen to the meetings, RR10 zoning is new. You have a planning commission whose parcel is currently zoned RR10. This, right there, Carol Fall, my planning commissioner for District 1. So what we have for the public is you have the consultant confusing terminology. You're talking about RR10, this thing they established in the general plan. That's not zoning. So you ask the public to try to understand what's going on. Your consultant's not even using consistent terminology. He said something in public session that is factually provable to not be true, that RR10 currently does not exist in Trinity County. That's provably false. We have somebody who has that. So you wonder why the public's concerned about what's going on. Your consultant's not even using current terminology correctly. And frankly, we need to have those density measures in the plan. Looking at saying what flexibility for whatever a property owner wants to do, that's only one part. Part of what zoning density and those things establish is constraints. What about how steep the property is? What about the type of soils it has? What about rivers, setbacks? There's all kinds of things that density helps us understand when we're buying a property, when you're looking at a property, when you're understanding it has, and part of zoning too is the interest of the community. We want to live where parcels are larger. So you have zoning that's now in the general plan, it's not zoning that's down to RR. So basically you can have up to 9 parcels on a 10-acre parcel. You can have a 100-acre parcel. You can have 100 parcels at RR1. Do we really want to allow that without thought about what kind of things are appropriate? So we're missing the boat on some significant pieces. And I think some of this just really needs to be brought back and discussed. I have a lot of other scale issues, but I think the idea of bringing this back for further review and public comment is absolutely necessary. I have things about camping that I'm adamantly want to talk about. I couldn't get there because there's so many issues currently in the draft that you really can't get down to the meat and potatoes because you have these big issues that are looming out there that need to be fixed so that then we can get down to the nuts and bolts of what's going on. And the public draft process, this is our specific part of the process. And I've heard some disparaging comments about the public and how we should have done other things. This is our process. The whole process is set up. This is our time. Please don't shorten that. Please give us the time to participate effectively. Thank you.
Didn't get emailed in yet, but I will, so that staff has them, but I think it's important that you all. So. Lisa Wright Lewiston. I live in D1. I have a property in D3 as well, so I am definitely checking everything out closely. So, we've repeatedly said that this effort is improving consistency, usability, and general plan alignment. But, taking a closer look at it, we're fundamentally restructuring the county's zoning system in ways that may substantially affect property rights, development expectations, permit burdens, and future rezoning outcomes. One of the most significant changes in the elimination of the unclassified zone, and I think that Mr. Frazier explained that quite well. Much of what he's able to do now under that zoning type, he's not with the new zoning that's being proposed. So people aren't, being afforded the same rights that they've had when you completely just eliminate a district and don't have a parallel path that allows them the same uses. The same thing really applies to the restructuring of the RR districts, including the elimination of RR 2.5 and R5. That was the direction of Planning Commission to put those back in, but somehow that was overridden. And we don't know how that happened, but that's really not acceptable. There needs to be more discussion on that. It really could affect future subdivision potential, rural density expectations, and allowable land uses in ways that are not immediately obvious from the reorganized tables alone. The draft also significantly expands overlay zones, including airport, cannabis, scenic, flood, tourism, critical water resource areas. I don't remember analyzing all that with the Planning Commission. Overlay zones can materially alter otherwise allowable uses and development standards, yet many property owners likely do not understand whether their parcels may ultimately be affected. Another major shift is the complete restructuring of use tables and permit pathways. there's a number of changes involving new discretionary uses, revised permit thresholds, expanded director review pathways, and entirely new housing and land use categories. Why was that more important than trying to get better definition around what our county actually is comprised of mostly? And that's rural residential and ag uses. I would respectfully encourage the board and planning commission to direct staff and consultants to prepare a simple comparative matrix. We need to see the existing zoning districts versus the proposed districts, uses that become prohibited, uses receiving increased permit burdens, and parcel level examples showing how current zoning may convert under the future rezoning process. We need to have findings of fact as well to support what's being done here. You still have not addressed the cannabis overlay opt-out findings of fact. Without that, that's a huge risk to this county liability-wise. This part establishes the county's core land use framework for decades to come. It deserves careful policy-level review before adoption. I'm doing this for my grandbabies. Please take the time that we need. We need more time.
Is there further public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any online? Keith?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for the time. I've been asked to speak really quickly from the Trinity County Farm Bureau, strongly supporting the Williamson Act and keeping that going. Just to kind of flippantly put this in real quickly, I understand where Drew's coming from, but this is a discussion that the board should have in a better venue. Secondly, I'm asking to remove the grazing DUP from RR, since you've made RR a massive zoning overlay. Qualifying, having to have a DUP for grazing just seems absolutely silly. Also asking to remove the CUP on ag ground for wineries. I can build a tomato processing plant. I can build an orange juice factory, but I can't put in a 200-gallon winery without a CUP. It's all other processing except for cannabis is a permitted use in ag. And ag forest, it's very confusing on what you're allowed in ag forest on this, but the strong reliance on registered professional foresters, I think, is something that is nice in concept, but I don't think you realize how hard it is to get that accomplished. There aren't teams of registered forests waiting to come over there and telling you where you can put your vegetable garden. So I would really recommend that you lessen that burden. We're told that there's an overlay map. I don't know where that is. So if somebody could tell me where to find the overlay map, that would be wonderful. And lastly, this massive RR over properties. I have properties that are quarter acre that have been switched to RR all the way up to 37 acres of forest land on 35% slope that's RR. It doesn't seem to me how you can have that same zoning for the property and to have some sort of standards that fit all situations. To try to go through this in 3 minutes, as everybody else has spoken, is absolutely insane. I think this needs to go back to the Planning Commission. Let's take our time, take a breath now that we have things to look at, and let's go line by line again. And I did that under 3 minutes. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Further
Ben-
public comment online?
Ben?
Good morning again. So I feel we've gotten completely away from what this whole plan was supposed to be, which was to clarify, to update, to streamline our plan while keeping the plan in a rural county format, making things better for our community, making things easier for our community, giving clarity to our community. At this point, I feel like we're over-regulating. We're putting things in that aren't needed. We're creating issues that aren't needed to be addressed at this time. We're trying to create a solution where there is no problem, and we should be solving problems that are actually there. We're chasing ghosts and putting things into this plan that, again, don't need to be there. We have 4 bites of the apple every year, from my understanding, to change the plan once it's passed. Let's do what's absolutely needed here. Let's flush out any issues into the future, and we'll deal with what comes up as problems then. What's our problem with that? Why are you, the Board of Supervisors and staff, so worried about doing it this way? Keep it simple. We're losing local control. I know that's a weird statement. However, it's true. Our planning commission is not being heard, and it's being overridden by the consultants at times, who were brought in by our staff. Again, keep it simple, keep it smaller, keep it Trinity County. Thank you.
Rhoda?
Hi, Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek, East Fork. All the previous speakers, I agree with every point everyone's made. I would like to talk a minute about the cannabis overlay and agree with Lisa that we're currently at a huge risk. At the North Lake opt-out in particular, I've sent in the state zoning codes that it violates to the Trinity 2050 and to the planning commissioners. I'm not sure that I sent them to the board yet, but it's like 6 or 7 state zoning codes that violates. Mostly the main reason for the violations is that there are no factual findings or data to back it up. And then with the overlay zone there seems to be a lot of discussion about making one set of rules for all the opt-out zones in order to make it easier for staff. I don't think I should lose my property rights in order to make it easier for staff to do their job. Each opt-out has different rules, and so one overlay with one set of rules doesn't seem very appropriate. Also, I do have cannabis and chickens on my property. Never been a problem, never interacted in any negative way. Dan makes a lot of good points about the ag forest. There's major problems in the ag forest thing. There's actually this whole section needs so much more work at the planning commission level. It seems like not a lot of the information moved forward to this meeting. I agree with Adrian. It needs to go back, go line by line. Several of the speakers have said they think it needs to go back. And I just want to make sure that the consultants remember that one of the things we love about living in Trinity County is to be free and to be rural and to, be able to do what we want with our land. And we need to stop trying to urbanize our general plan. Thank you.
Steve?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Steve Lyon, Junction City. Again, you've asked us to submit public comments through the portal or through the emails, and that feels a little frustrating and defeating because it seems like the supervisors are not receiving, the decision makers are not receiving those comments. They're going to staff and consultants. And I think we, the public, and the supervisors and the elected officials need to see these comments. I gave my supervisor a summary of all the comments from the ones that are available from the workshop, which are overwhelmingly over 70% cannabis positive. But yet at every turn, the regulations that are being put forward are more restrictive. So I don't know what the point is of submitting comments if they just disappear and go to whoever at staff is just ignoring that and making things more restrictive. I'm not an expert in this stuff. I have a full-time job, that I'm trying to maintain. All I know is that I want to be ag. I don't know how you need to do it, what you need to do it. Seems like the majority of the existing licensees in this county have asked to be ag. At some points, we're told to be ag. You know that I think there was a big bait and switch in this process that feels very deceptive to me. And I don't think it's the board. I don't think it's you. I don't think it's the planning commission, but somebody's being deceptive in this. And I'm not happy about this. And I don't know the proper legal zoning regulatory mechanism to do it, but that's your job. And I hope you figure it out. We want to be ag. We are ag. You've declared cannabis as ag. My property's been ag since the 70s. I just have a 1/4 acre of plants in my backyard, and I just want to have a basic home business. I want to be able to do the basic things that are involved in my business. Right now, I send over half of the value of my product to LA for distribution, for transportation, for packaging. All that money leaves the county when we could be spending it here. And just, I thought this whole process, I've trusted the process, and that was foolish of me to trust the process. And I hope y'all make some good decisions. We want to be ag. We are ag. Figure out how to make us ag. Thanks.
Admin?
No one is there.
Someone with a Zoom name, admin? There we go. They just unmuted.
Maybe it's us.
It's not, they just unmuted.
Nothing. Move to the next one.
Okay, then that's all I got.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to clarify from Steve's comment, because I've heard it a couple times. So just my understanding, the emails that go into, whether it's the Trinity 2050 website or the info.planning. whatever, do go to staff and consultants and so forth, not directly to supervisors and commissioners. But all of those comments do get put forward as they are written to those decision makers. They just don't come as the emails are written and submitted. So in fact, in this agenda, there is a whole document that is dedicated to all the comments that received up to that point.
Yes.
And then we talked about in the meeting yesterday that our direction to staff was that we'd like to see that information presented perhaps in a different way going forward. So I just want to make it clear, nobody's filtering the content that is being submitted. It's just a timing and delivery mechanism. So just want to clear that up. Thank you.
Well, I would say that for the planning commission meetings, when we initially reviewed those, we didn't get that comments that were made through info, like to the 2050 or anything like that. That didn't come. We got what was submitted for the meeting specifically. So.
Okay, and that might be something that you guys can clarify. I know I heard you guys tell me there were hardly any comments until just recently. So I don't know if it was an issue of comments hadn't been made or they were, but that's a good point. I mean, I assume you're the same as us. We get them, we see them. Can you clarify for that?
Sure. So the comments that are made specific to a planning commission agenda item are associated with that planning commission agenda item. And so to my understanding, we weren't receiving comments specific to draft zoning code to the 2050 website for the PC items because the public review draft hadn't been released. So no one was commenting related to zoning code through that format. Now, to what we discussed yesterday, is there the desire that we reincorporate all of the comments received throughout the planning commission study session process into a consolidated list of comments that is also inclusive of all of the comments received during this public review draft phase? That's a question that you guys could provide direction on.
Are you complete?
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, I just want to point of information. I've heard a few times people say that this needs to go back to the planning commission to go back through it. That's exactly what's going to happen is after the comments are brought in from the written comments, the comments that are recorded today, the discussions that happened today and yesterday, and those things are brought into the material as they can be and as it's lawfully to do so. The next draft is going to go back to the planning commission and we're going to do this again. So that's why we are working through the draft today so that we can catch what you desire for us to catch and try to hear what you are trying to say to us. We've asked you to help us look at this and now you're telling us what you found. So it's important, I think, I know for myself, my thoughts coming into this are I want to hear what the citizens of this county have to say about this document. I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not trying to skirt anybody. I'm not trying to maliciously take things away from folks. I want to hear what you have to say. So if we can keep it from in a mindset of you guys are here to help us and we're here to try to work through what you're providing for us. I understand that there's a lot of stress from previous times when people have felt like they haven't been heard. But I think right now, I know from the board's perspective that we want to hear from you. So that's why we're here. We're going to do the process and we're going to keep going draft after draft until we get hopefully as close as we can to making life in Trinity County be free, be successful economically, allow people to do things on their property that are their right, and to make sure that we are also appreciating growth potential and all of the things that are our mandate. So now we will hear from our planning commission on the topics that were brought forward.
Thank you. So I want to start with a few things, just so that the board's all on the same page from what some of the planning commission meetings had talked about. So a couple things that kept coming up, needing more time, needing more review. The planning commission did ask for it to come back to us before this public draft was released, and we were told no because of timeline. So do know that that was requested. Another thing I really want us to reframe our minds on is our consultants are on our team. Okay. We need to work with them to get what we want instead of it being an us and them thing. And so I just want us to clear the air and move forward with that mindset that they're on our team. Let's work with them to get what we want included into our document. Okay. Now, to some of Dan Fraser's comments about the chicken farms, we had asked in our meetings for that to get changed back to the density limit. We had brought that up after we had increased the 50 to the 10. At a later meeting, I brought that specifically back and said I want that back, and the commission had discussed that. So please track that. The other thing that the commission needs is we need the budget to allow for our consultants to be present at those meetings so that they can hear those conversations and track it. We understand that in the previous sessions, we didn't have this team present at all of them, and it was a cost limitation. And so I think having them there to provide that feedback to us, to give us the countering arguments, to help us hash through it out together as a group is much more useful than us just providing a one direction feedback and not being able to have those valuable conversations and get more of the background information. A lot of it is, my understanding is that for a lot of the agroforestry is a lot of it's driven by state regulation, and we don't have a lot of flexibility. That's what I was told in that meeting. And so if that's correct, like, let's make sure that we have that clearly stated, and that's why that agroforest is so hard to work within. And maybe that's not right for us.
I'm sorry, because I've got to take notes here. You went really fast through a poultry farms and redo this, do that. Made no sense to me, so I can't capture the notes.
So there's a 10 chicken limit on I forget which zone it's in, but it's a 10 chicken per parcel limit, which should not be a thing. It should be a density limit. And if you look at our previous zone, there was a density component to it. So it was chickens per acre instead of 100 chickens per parcel.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Williamson Act, I think that needs to be its own agendized item. I don't think it's okay to slip that into this bigger conversation at a meeting. Looking at, there's so much on this, and again, it's because, this, we do really wish this had come back to us before we were here today. The RR5, RR 2.5, we asked for it to come back. We asked to have a table come back to Planning Commission. It didn't come back to us. I did send a drafted table for RR and RR 2.5 to the board and to the commissioners as an option to review is if we want to have RR5 and RR 2.5 have different things permitted by right, yes or no, or there is a proposal that RR5 and RR 2.5 could be put back in and have all of the same allowable rights. Things to consider though, RR 2.5 parcel, or you're saying RR5 is all to 9.99 acres. Those are different sizes. Should the uses actually be the same? And some of the big theories behind why RR 2.5 and RR5 should come back is the fabric of our communities, the fabric of our neighborhoods, having those larger parcels, having them maintained, having them preserved. Right now, you're saying that a 9.99 parcel can get subdivided down to 1 acre parcels. Does our communities want that? No, they're here telling us that they don't. And so we need to look at how we can incorporate that. Another thing is we should look at RR10 and also ag. Ag, why are we not allowing multiple dwelling units? I'm sorry, but like family compounds, it doesn't make sense that you're only going to permit one single family home. RR10, the same. Why are we only permitting by right one single family home? We should make sure that there's some kind of balance there that you can have. Anyway, that needs to get hashed out more. 3 dwellings or something permitted by right at the RR10, and then looking at, because RR10 can be 20-acre parcels, it can be 40-acre parcels. It's not just your 10-acre parcel, okay? One example, great example, Almay Ranch, right? So they have the one house there. Right now, in RR10, they have to get a director's use permit to build the caretaker's house. No, that needs to be rebuilt. That should just be permitted by right to have that happen. So we need to think about these things. The other part that we're continuing to hit against is the land use and the zoning. So we either need to stop, get the land use cleaned up, squared away, and that's gonna, if we don't do that, we're gonna continue to push things forward. If we do it that way, we need to make the zoning work for the land use designations we have within the EIR. The land use has very big implications for the EIR. If we're hearing that, hey, community of High and Palm needs mixed use, but that's commercial, and they're zoned as rural residential right now, and they need that to move, we need to really do an analysis of how many of those parcels are in the wrong general land use designation. We need to do that quick, because if it's a couple, okay, we can figure it out. If it's hundreds, that's going to have big implications in the EIR. And if it's hundreds, we need to ask the question, why? Why doesn't it work? What in the zoning is not going to allow them to do what they want to do on that land? And does it really need switch, or can we change the zoning code to make it work? I have many, many more comments, but I'm going to let somebody else take it for a second. Thank you.
Yeah, it seems like we are taking a kind of a bird's eye approach to these zones because there are so many details, right? Each zone, each land use, resource, rural residential, commercial, there is a lot of edits that need to be done. Uses that shouldn't be allowed, that are in there, uses that are not allowed, which should be in there. And so I'm thinking, because the public didn't really have an opportunity to speak to those, that maybe that will be something that we would do at the Planning Commission and go through. And this would be, I mean, would you like us to discuss all the different nuances and permitted uses here, or would that be more appropriate at the Planning Commission?
Can you give us like bullet point for today's sake, and then it'll be stuff we can review deeper?
Yeah, like grazing is not allowed in RR. And there's certain uses for cannabis, like non-storefront retail that's not allowed in RR. And multi-use facilities in rural residential.
Bed and breakfast would require a conditional use permit in ag zoning. Home enterprises should be, are currently not, but should be permitted across the board in the ag zones. Kennel and breeding and boarding operations should be permitted in all ag zones, in my opinion. So there's a lot of these things that need to get sorted out. And so that's what he was asking is, do you want us to go by that line by line? And yeah.
So my
Yeah.
question before we move on,
Go ahead.
yeah,
Please.
is are you talking about a bunch of things that you have previously seen and communicated but aren't reflected? Or are you seeing new things and hearing new things that you're trying to make sure get addressed?
So there's
personal.
both.
There's
Pardon me?
both.
So,
Both,
so
okay.
I did go through what on my notes, like what we said at the meeting versus what got incorporated. And there are a few specific examples where things like for agritourism, we asked that it be a P/D for RR10, and it's still a D. So there's minor things where we said what we wanted and didn't get incorporated. Since then, we've had the community meetings and we've heard from people. And so, yeah, there are additional changes like, Adrian brought up today and came up at our community meeting in Trinity Center. Why can't I have my single family home in a commercial area? Why should it be mixed use instead? So that's a new thing. So there's both.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, such like habitat conservation and improvement, not allowed in rural residential, right? And we discussed that. So there's a lot that we went through for hours on each one of these types of zones. And so I just wanted to be clear on the level of depth that we're going into today.
Okay, just let me refer. I have a question for Mentor Harnish. When we're looking at these just, down deep ways of living that are super important to people that the Planning Commission has been able to capture through their many meetings, and then we've added to from community meetings. Do you have a suggestion of how to best capture those today? Or is there what is the best way for us to communicate those to you so that they can be captured and checked against, regulatory requirements from the state and what have you? How do we best give you that information?
Well, I think it's twofold.
Okay.
Regulatory requirements, state compliance. I mean, part of that is we and our team and working with county staff understands the regulatory state compliance legal aspect of these uses. I think the question over talking that the Planning Commission is mentioning the line by line review based on new feedback that's come in, the community meeting since the release of the public review draft. Going line by line is that occurs in some codes, but that wouldn't be able to be achieved all today. That is a lengthy process, and I'm not saying that process is not appropriate. So I don't want that misunderstood. I'm not saying that at all. But that's something if it is the desire of the board to go line by line, that really should start back at the Planning Commission, because the Planning Commission is your arm that evaluates land use decisions and makes recommendations.
Okay.
So how that plays out is at the discretion of the board.
Okay.
But if a line by line in a meeting like this, we're not going to get to any parts. If you go line by line, you could spend all day and multiple days going line by line and evaluating those pieces. So I'll leave it at that. It's not really up to us as the consultant team. It's really at the discretion of the board how you would want to handle that discussion going forward. I do want to bring this back up, and I don't know if CAO Tuthole wants to jump into this as well. If the decision is to bring that back to Planning Commission to go line by line through the uses and evaluate the different permit requirements, which we're hearing from the public and also from the commission, we will need to have that honest, transparent discussion about schedule. We will have to have that. And the other part of it, I think that the commission brought up too, is the discussion of the base level general plan land use designations. We'll need to have that discussion too. If there's concern that the base level land use designations aren't necessarily meeting intent of what the community is envisioning or the expectations, we need to look at that. The EIR that's currently moving through right now is evaluating the land use designations that were solidified well over a year ago. So if that is at the direction of the board that needs to be reevaluated, we need to have that conversation of what that looks like. Again, I'm not saying that is a route to go. I'm just laying out different options as like a facilitator, moderator kind of piece. I don't know if CAO has anything to add to the discussion or what I'm saying or wants to augment anything.
You know, I mentioned line by line, and the board or the planning commission did painstakingly go line by line, and that took 30 hours. I think more specifically, like table by table, would be something that is more appropriate.
Okay. CAO Tuthole, did you have a comment you'd like to?
I just want to back up Brent on what he was talking about. You know, we could certainly go back and do some of these more detailed discussions. I would agree that this is probably not the right forum for that. That will have schedule implications, which is fine. You know, that's not an issue. We'll also have budgetary implications. Again, that's fine. I just want to make that very clear to the board and the public that, you know, we can do these things. And if that's the desire of the board, we will certainly go do that. But we will not meet current schedule and we will not stay on budget. Both of those will be adjusted.
Okay. Supervisor Cox, you had a question.
I can remember
it. So Brent, the EIR that's being evaluated for current land use designations, within the context that there are folks who have said, my land use designation stayed the same, but my use changed. I'm just looking at that concept. What if there was a land use designation that is, the EIR is evaluating where it sits right now?
So the EIR is
A land use designation that has use implications attached to it. Correct? Because the use would be what needs the EIR to evaluate it.
Correct. So the EIR is evaluating the land use designation. It's evaluating the density and the intensity anticipated for the property. The zoning code is just evaluating the dimensional standards and the uses, but they're consistent. So yes, the EIR is evaluating your general plan land use designations right now.
I guess what I'm kind of getting at is there a way by which to meet the desires of people with the land use designation not having to change, but with the allowable uses meeting the request to where it doesn't mess up the EIR?
It's a potentially, and I know that's probably not the answer that people like, because it really depends. If the intent of the zoning district still aligns with the underlying general plan, then it won't affect the EIR because it's a consistency. But but an example we had heard through public comment and from commission, High Impama as an example. If the underlying general plan is RR, but the property owner goes, well, really, I want this to be mixed use. Those are two fundamentally different land use designations that the EIR would need to mitigate and evaluate. Mixed use has a different density requirement, a different intensity requirement, and the more by right, depending on the density, you could include more units. You can include more commercial pieces that wouldn't necessarily be allowed under RR. So when you do start tinkering with a different direction in land use designation underneath, then the EIR needs to reevaluate that, and the zoning would have to reevaluate that as well for consistency purposes, because now the proposed zoning map that's kind of in this interim flux wouldn't apply, essentially. So you start to see it, there is
I get you, there's layers for sure.
Correct.
Hearing what you've heard today, though, and seeing kind of what our need is, what is the best direction because I heard Amelia say, okay, so we need to know if these changes that are being asked for, I really feel like I got zoned incorrectly. Is that 10? Is that 100? Is that 1,000? How do we go about knowing how intense is this change that we need to make?
We would need to know the scope of how many parcels are requesting a reevaluation of their general plan land use designation. That's what that's what it's going to come down to.
And I guess I'm getting down to the reality of it. How do we do that when the outreach has been what it is? And we still sit here today and gosh, thought we had it a year ago and we don't.
To do that, you are reopening the general plan that the board approved a public review draft and approved the beginning of an EIR over a year ago. You're going back to reevaluate that essentially, if you're going to reexamine land use of designations in the general plan, the EIR needs to stop because we're already into that process. It would need to stop.
If I may, Supervisor Cox, just to support what you're getting at, we are hearing about some specific potential issues. And it seems like we would be able to look at those specific issues that have been raised and then have this analysis of, oh, is this big? Is it little? Is it significant enough that we really need to consider doing all of that? Because that's different than, oh, let's go find out. Let's do a whole lot more search. Let's reopen the 90-day window we had last year and everything else and ask everybody all over again. And we're now 2 years out. But if we have heard, Steve gave an example, maybe some others have given some examples, maybe Dan's example, where we feel like maybe there were some problems in what we all reviewed and blessed, but how big? And do they require changes? And are they big changes? Rather than, oh, let's start the whole process over. But I think, are you telling me, though, if we determine that it's significant enough we need to make changes, we do have to completely reopen?
You would have,
Okay.
yeah. So just step one, we would need to evaluate the scope of how many parcels are needing reevaluation. That'll drive the discussion with the environmental firm to see if the AR could still continue on a trajectory or whether we need to reopen it. If the scope is too large, you are correct. It's kind of a shot across the bow,
Right.
essentially.
Yeah.
Yes, you would have to pause the EIR, go back to the general plan, reopen the evaluation, and have those discussions again.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify, Supervisor Cox. Hope that
Thank you.
helped.
And so I think that there's ways that we can negotiate this. And one way to start looking at it is use the comments that have been made that say, I don't agree with what my zoning is, and find out if they're asking to get rezoned within their land use designation or if they're asking to get rezoned to within another land use designation is how we can start to look at that. And that's one way to start piecing those together. But there are those other examples that are bigger questions of, okay, so we have hotels and bars that are now in RR. Whoops, how do we fix that? What do we need to do that? But the second part is like, once we try to figure out if they're trying to switch land uses, the question is why? What is in the other land use that is not currently permitted within their zoning? And can we work within the zoning to allow it to go that way? And then we don't have to pause the EIR and reopen it.
That seems like you're onto something there, because it feels like when we're talking to people, they're fine with the zoning. They just want to be able to do what they've always done, or maybe they want to have more freedom. So whether you're zoned ag forestry and you want it to truly be agriculture and forestry rather than just forestry, how do we align that terminology with the actual land use? So it's not just ag forestry, it's agriculture and forestry. So we can see how we can does that seem?
Your commissioner's on point.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. So, and that's why I was stating to Supervisor Lutweiler, it's that evaluation up front That's what Commissioner Flights is talking about. You have to have that evaluation to find out the scope of where the changes could be made, and then go from there. And then you would have to circle back, and have a further discussion if it goes beyond that.
And I think a good example of where we do need to invest is looking at Hayfork on the downtown and looking at what the zonings are and looking more at mixed use is what we're hearing, so.
And that same issue came up at Trinity Center where, our commercial district has single-family homes. So you would either need to have that zoned as mixed use, or you would have to allow single-family homes on commercial zoning.
Okay, so.
And I would say Commissioner Fall's correct on that. There's two approaches. You would either need to redesignate a land use designation and rezone to mixed use, or what you would do is you go back to the general plan, modify the commercial land use designation to allow a density requirement and allow a residential of some form, which would have to be discussed. And then the zoning tables would allow single-family residential and commercial.
Okay.
So there's different approaches you can take, and there's pros and cons to each of them.
Okay.
Another challenge that we've heard a lot from the public is the desire to rezone to ag, and it is rural residential that wants to be rezoned to ag, and it's cannabis farmers that want to have, as farmers, they want to have the right to be able to use their property for agriculture, right?
And micro business, right?
Micro business and a nursery, non-storefront retail, low impact processing, manufacturing, things like that, where it's allowed on agriculture, but it's not allowed on your 5, 7, all the way up to 9 acre, and some RR10s would not allow for the same as agriculture.
Okay.
And so that will be a challenge. Right, but that is something that has been discussed, or that's something that's been brought up. And but the thing about it is the agriculture is now is ag minimums of 10 acres, but there was a discussion for a year that was going to have all cannabis parcels or all parcels that had cannabis businesses be rezoned to agriculture. But I'm not sure how that was going to be facilitated if they're less than 10 acres.
Right.
But there was an avenue to navigate through that at that point in time. And so I'm wondering if that avenue still exists. And that's kind of fundamentally where the folks from Post Mountain were also expressing that, because there was a window, but it sounds like that window is closed now. And residential and agricultural lands are different land use designations, but there's some crossover. And so,
And if I
So,
could,
just one moment. Supervisor Gogan has been waiting for his turn.
Just to comment on what I heard yesterday. What I heard yesterday and what I'm starting to hear again today is it seems to be a large disconnect between our planning commission and Mentor Harness on a lot of different things. I guess you didn't get a lot of stuff back to you, is what I hear. And would it not be, well, first of all, I'll mention cost and timeline. Very important to the county, cost and timeline. Getting it right, way more important than that. Would it be beneficial for PC, Mentor Harness to get together and get this stuff right? And then we're not here all day doing this stuff back and forth. Here we go. What's this? What's that? It seems odd to me that we sit here now, in the 10th hour of the game here, and, we're still in it.
that's
So-
what we were hoping for. That's what the commission asked, for that direction to come back and kind of like finalize this and make sure that it was correct before coming to this next session.
Yeah, I mean,
That-
you
that
guys are
was
the
what
ones
the
doing a
direction
deep
that we
dive
gave.
into this,
We-
and I think that at some point, you guys need to get together and agree on what it might be. And then we're not here just like, what are we doing today? Go ahead, Trent.
Could we do that before the July 27th draft comes back to us?
Let's take a brief pause mentally so that we can capture some of the information that has been provided. I believe Supervisor Leutwiler is trying to capture what we ultimately have to distill into direction from staff. So you said you had a question or a point of request?
Well, I think we should take a pause as you're suggesting and step back from some of the details now and talk about the process. Because, I'm sitting here thinking we've gone through a lot of process. We went through the whole general plan process, including 90 days and so forth. And we're now at a point of thinking we may have to go back. We've gone through 30 days of public notice, 30 hours of planning commission meetings, and we're still feeling like we have maybe better than scratched the surface, but there's a lot more scratching to do. So, and I think we have two different, I'll call them public audiences. There is the full population of Trinity County, they are our audience. And then we have the thought partners that show up. They are very different audiences, all equal right to provide input, but 99.5% of the people don't. And then we have some people that are here investing a lot of time and thought and energy inside and outside of these meetings. And so I'm just trying to figure out if we have to dig deeper, how do we dig deeper in a way that's more productive?
Exactly.
Because we just spent 30 hours of your time that you got to pay probably $300 for. And we're still scratching at the surface, and we still have thought partners in the audience saying, I got so much stuff, I need 2 days to go through it with you. So I can hear and feel that we have to take another run, and I'm still trying to figure out a way that that run cannot create huge time and money impacts. But I think we got to figure that out, because we just keep doing it the same way, we're going to get the same results. So and I think Supervisor Carpenter-Harris, you were referring when comments were being made about having another session, and we do have another session planned. But what I think I'm hearing is these thought partners are saying, no, I don't want the 3 minutes at the mic and hope I get my message across when I have Adrian's 12 pages of notes. I want to have a discussion. I want to have a workshop, deliberation, discussion. And I think that's what some of the commissioners, I think, want too. Is that what we need to do? How do we need to do that? At what point do the consultants need to be involved? Do they be involved in every bit of that conversation? Or does there need to be this facilitated workshop discussion that surfaces things that now there is time with the consultants to bounce those off? And then there's that session versus we tie them up for, a lot. I don't think the consultants got a lot out of the first 2 hours of public comment yesterday. So why did we spend their time for that and our money for that? We needed to hear it because we're their audience. They didn't need to hear that. And so I'm just trying to figure out, how do we be efficient, effective, and move this forward? Because otherwise we'll be sitting here at the end of the year going, well, we kind of got to still start over. So.
I do have a question for the Planning Commission. I know that as we sit here right now and we are hearts full of wanting to do everything that's right for the county, I recognize that every single one of you are without income today and yesterday, for the portion of your workday. All of you are taking time out of your personal economic development plan to be here, as are some of us. So I know that we want to do this right, but is that something you can do? Like have another day or time with a workshop?
I mean, that's what we asked for.
Okay.
Right, that's what we gave direction for.
Okay.
And we, and we don't want to waste the public's time and the consultants and staff. But I think that if there was that one more meeting to just finalize that draft prior to this meeting, if there was that meeting to just like make sure that we're all on the same page, that would have alleviated a lot of frustration here today.
I'm curious how that happened. That's important to me to know. If that was requested and it didn't happen, I want to have that not happen again.
I mean, we were actually told, okay, right? That they said, okay, we can do this, based on my recollection. But then when asked when this came about, then I was informed that we didn't have time. But that's, to the best of my recollection, that direction was received.
Okay.
And this is what I'm hearing.
Scheduling and finances is probably. Yeah. Okay, so let's, did you want to have a comment? I'm sorry. It's hard to see.
I know it's
the end
it's
people.
fine, and I don't.
But we
I'm not
haven't
very
finished
loud.
planning commission yet.
Okay, I'm hearing some consistent things, and I think it absolutely should go back to to the commission, and the consultant should be there that day so that you guys can hash out the line by line stuff you need to do. What I'm hearing some loud voices on certain things, which we should specifically pay attention to. One is the Williamson Act. One is the ag forest. There's something wrong with ag forest there. The rural residential 2.5 and 5 for subdivisions. I think that was an issue. I think we can go through this and really find the most specific things that people are really complaining about. Cannabis to ag, we thought as the board that that's what was happening. Didn't happen.
Well, I hear what you're saying, that the planning commission before, hasn't had an opportunity to give their input on all those issues.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Those are just your bullet points that you want to tag.
Right. I think if we can specifically, we can go through this list of all the big noise that we're hearing on some big things. I mean, it should go through a lot of other things, but I'm hearing consistent problems with the things what I just said. And it took me 10 minutes to write it down. When I'm hearing this in online, those are the things I heard, and we should specifically pay a lot of attention to those big.
Those will be noted. We can note those. in our
Yeah,
direction.
great. Wonderful. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so planning commission, you still have more comments that you would like to make. Go, who's next?
Well, so I'll just finish my thoughts
Okay.
The commission gave direction to re-include RR 2.5 and RR 5. There is a really big concern, recognizing that if it's a 10-acre parcel, there's the potential to make 10 1-acre parcels, but that's not necessarily the concern, because that's, like water and septic, and there's a lot that goes into that. But where there is, in communities that are RR 5, granted, there are some 2.5-acre parcels and such in there, because I'm not sure how planning was done 20, 30 years ago, but there's a lot of different variabilities in there. But homes are set back on these 5-acre parcels. And so if you, or 2.5-acre parcels, and there is a fabric of the way that the community is laid out, right? And so if you say, now those are all RR, and now you can have a 1-acre parcel, likely they're gonna have a 1-acre parcel, a 1-acre, as far away from their home as possible, which will be butted right up against the main road. And so now I can envision a whole bunch of 1-acre parcels, on county roads backed up to, larger parcels. And it just well, that may be a great opportunity for a property owner, but is that wise planning? To have, Trinity Village or, Salyer Heights integrated into, which is smaller parcels integrated into larger parcels. I don't think that it is planning that I resonate with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I have a point of clarity in one of your points, Duncan? You said the commission gave direction to re-include RR 2.5 and RR 5. Was that before or after the board approved the land use designations?
It was after. It was during our 30 hours of,
Got you.
Of workshops.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm guessing that the reason that didn't happen was because of the implications of what that would mean, that we had already solidified it. So they were asking that.
Not the land, this is not land use designation, this is zoning. These are the zones. They went from, there was once up right presently, there's RR 2.5, RR 5, RR 10. I think there's RR 30s, and it goes all the way up. And so now for efficiency, and I recognize for the consultants and for the efficiency of writing the general plan, 2 zones, RR and RR 10.
Okay, I believe.
But that has implications on the ground.
I believe we have comments from.
Yeah, I think we've got a few points that we want to make, but
Okay.
just as a clarifying question, we did, hear that request. Currently, in code, if you look at the zoning districts, we just have RR as a zoning district. There's some inconsistencies between the last county-approved land use element and the zones that implement the various land use designations versus what is codified in Muni Code as zoning districts. So my question for clarification is the desire to simply restrict the potential of subdivisions within those various sizes of RR parcels? Or is the desire to create specific standards and permit pathways within 2.5, 5, 10, et cetera?
Yeah, that's a good question. And the challenge is that a person will have 9 acres. Do they have more resonance in their land use with a 10 RR10 or an RR, right? Somebody who has 1 acre versus someone who has 9 acres. That is restricting substantially what that 9-acre parcel can do with their property, because what can be done on RR10 and what can be done on RR is it's really different.
Because right now in our current RR zoning code, we have 1715-110, which is for subdivision purposes, the minimum parcel size required. 2 acres, 1 acre minimum, 5 acres, 2.5 acre minimum, 10 acres, 5 acre minimum, 20 acres, 10 acre minimum. So we could just include something like that. We don't need to create 3 new columns in all of the tables and then apply a letter to it to then just apply the same standard across all of those RR parcels. We could just create the restrictions related to parcel size to prevent further subdivision if that's the primary intent.
That's the best idea because, when you apply to subdivide a property, then you get into the nitty gritty of the soils, the topography, whether or not that is suitable to be subdivided. So I think going back and looking at the table and seeing what is allowed in RR versus RR10 can resolve a lot of the issues that you're talking about.
Yeah, and on that note, if I may add, there's some are permitted, D and C, and so maybe the things that are in RR could be rather than it not being permitted, it can be a D. And so then it could go to review. If it fits within the fabric of the community, then okay. Because RR is in Post Mountain, RR is also in Trinity Center, right? And so bringing it to a DUP could bring in the input from the neighbors to see if that resonates. Because it's complicated because there is RR across the county and there's very different cultures within our county.
And the thing is, so there is a lot of the RR10 and RR issues is like ag-related. What do you want to do? And so there is agricultural section under the specific standards, which is part 4, right? So you could address a lot of what can you do for, RR with 2 acres versus 9 acres. You could do that in the specific standards, the same as you do when you're talking about subdividing.
And that would end up being the cleanest way than introducing wholesale new zones, a 2.5, a 5. Is you can address it in standards for specific uses, as Commissioner Fall had mentioned in part 4. I think carrying forward the language 1715-110 also addresses part of that concern. But the conversation that the Planning Commission's having right now lends itself to what the Planning Commission is requesting as part of a meeting to go through those details. That's the kind of workshopping that they're talking about. I do want to just take a quick step back. Just regarding the overall process, I do think it's important to move forward with this meeting as it is today in order to go back to the Planning Commission to have those fruitful discussions and to get into the literal technical weeds. We need to know what the community is thinking. We need that vetted out. We need it voiced out. We need the board to hear it to then provide that direction. So I just want to make sure that this meeting is very important. To continue to finish these parts today is critical in order to make that pathway to move forward.
Chair, so I would like to emphasize, I have a lot of details I'd like to cover in a different format, not here today.
Okay.
But I would like to throw out a heads up request before we get to that detailed meeting, which is I would like to break apart the land use type that is breweries, distilleries, and wineries. Right now, they're all lumped together as one land use.
It's very different.
Very different. So if you have, brewery, distillery, right now they need a conditional use permit. That's pretty intense use. It's more a populated area.
It's right down the road.
Right. But I was looking at other counties and they have like a tiered winery system where they'll have a boutique winery different than a full-fledged winery that imports a lot of grapes from somewhere else. So I'm just going to throw out, don't laugh at my terminology, like a micro winery, you could have that on rural RR10. So some rich guy wants to have 20 acres, he owns 20 acres and he wants to put in a few acres of grapes and lose money and, you know, make cases of wine for his friends. Okay, we should allow that kind of really tiny
As
winery.
long as
on-
you're one of their friends.
yeah, on rural residential. We should have essentially a small winery. I don't want to call it boutique. That's too fancy schmancy for us, but a small winery. You could have that on ag without having to get a conditional use permit. And if someone wants to have a huge winery, then that is a commercial use. So I'm just going to throw out, please look at a tiered system and incorporate that into the tables for our kind of wineries that we have.
We'll make note of that. We've worked in counties and communities that have a heavy wine industry or hospitality industry. So there are boutique and micro, those are actually common terms used in zoning to depict the type of winery, its capacity, its production, and the events that are held. Part of us, the tact of collapsing it was to try to simplify it and not break it down so much. But I do see some of the benefits and flexibility that the commissioner's making. So hopefully we can capture that in board direction and notes, and we'll make a note of that as well. Thank you.
Something else to add is that we gave direction to staff for the opt-outs to have factual findings of fact, right? And so, you know, it's like there's an opt-out zone for cultivation and it's water and smell and road access that is different than non-storefront retail, right? So there would need to be different findings to prohibit non-storefront retail that doesn't have any of the same ramifications of
Okay, and
that.
that's probably something we can dive into in the more workshop orientated meeting we're gonna plan today. So we
Thank you.
can swim deep in that water on that day. You haven't had a chance yet, so I want to give you that, and then we need to wrap up this session. So with our placeholder directions, and we're already nearing 11 o'clock and we still have lots to do.
Okay, well, I won't say most of these points because they all just go towards another workshop.
Okay.
So that ag forest, basically RR for the entire 5th district, we need to deal with. So that goes to that. As long as we get more workshops or another workshop at least, I can put that in there. That's fine.
Say the first part one more time.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
concerned about what was that? RR and
Well, the ag forest is
Mhm.
pretty much the majority of the South County, especially the south half. So every homestead
Mhm.
that would have been like RR is AF. And there's a
Okay.
lot more restrictions in that than there is in RR. So that's something that needs to come back to us.
Okay.
So as long as we do that, I don't need to bring all this stuff up. As
Okay.
long as we get a chance to do that.
Okay.
And then I have number 7 in the package, which is protection of economically viable lands. Okay, the draft general plan zoning framework places increased emphasis on conservation and growth concentration without clearly protecting the continued economic viability of resource lands. So the proposed code language we put in would be agricultural forestry, grazing, and rural residential uses shall remain recognized as compatible and economically viable uses within resource land designations. Future zoning implementation shall preserve reasonable opportunities for forestry operators, agriculture production, grazing activities, rural home sites, and resource-based self-employment. And this is number 16 in the packet.
I'm sorry, I'm seeing the words now. It takes me a minute to get to that piece of paper, but help me understand the intent. What is the outcome that we're trying to change with these changes, so I capture it correctly?
There are a lot of changes that will probably come out of the workshop, so it will be addressed.
Land use, I think.
It's just land use. Yeah, it's all
Increased
land use.
use,
So this,
Number 7 specifically?
right, this is
Okay.
written because I didn't think we were going to have another chance to go through all this. So, I mean, it's
Okay.
kind of
No, and I
redundant. It's kind of
appreciate-
redundant.
Okay.
But I appreciate your documents here.
Okay, thank you.
What was the next one after number
Next one's
7?
number 16. And this is to repeal chapter 17.85 timberland conversion. The issue is 17.85 establishes local timberland conversion regulations within the proposed Trinity County zoning code update. However, timber harvest operations, timberland conversion, and related forestry activities are already comprehensively regulated under California state law through the California Forest Practice Act, California Practice Rules, and the jurisdiction of the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. So I won't go through all of it, but the proposed amendment would be timber harvest operations, timberland conversion, forestry management activities, and associated regulatory requirements shall be governed by the applicable California state law, California forestry practice rules, and the jurisdiction of authorized state agencies. So basically repeal 17.85.
Okay.
Unnecessary. Oh, is it? Did I mess it up? Okay. Okay, this is number 10 in the packet. Small scale sawmill operations. The current draft Trinity County 2050 code does not distinguish between large industrial sawmills and small owner operated custom milling operations commonly associated with Trinity County's rural economy. So the proposed language would be small scale operations. A small scale sawmill operation shall be permitted by right through administrative zoning clearance within ag, forest, and TPZ districts. The subject to following standards: 1, no more than three persons, including the property owner, limited to small scale custom processing of timber, firewood, or local forest products, must comply with all state air quality, fire safety, and water quality regulations. Operations shall be set back at least 100 feet from adjacent residential dwellings, and hours limited to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. No retail lumber sales, industrial kilns, chemical treatment, or industrial scale processing. Portable and owner-operated sawmills supporting forest restoration, fuel reduction, and agricultural operations or local timber utilization shall be considered compatible rural resource uses.
And that was brought before the planning commission as well.
But
This one.
I think it's appropriate to put that in the specifics for standard uses, the standards for specific uses, and just add a sawmill category.
Yes, we had talked about it during the planning commission. It just didn't get instituted.
Okay, one moment. Did you have a comment?
I just want to make a sort of general comment and make sure that we're all sort of clear on the expectations that we're setting for ourselves. We spent 30 hours plus, and that was a fraction of zoning code. So just want to make sure that when we say we're going to go back and have another workshop, that we're all clear that that will be a series of workshops and 30 plus hours again. So just, and I think that, you know, the commissioner is supportive of that, but I just want to make sure that that's clear that what we're discussing will not be accomplished in a singular workshop from my perspective.
Chair, may I make a statement also?
Yes.
I would also ask that it's very clear what the direction is from the planning commission. There's a big difference between planning commissioner discussions and planning commissioner opinions and the planning commission direction to staff. Just as there is with the board, where there's different opinions and discussion that go on amongst individual supervisors. And there is a difference between that and a direction to staff based upon at least 3 of the 5 board members providing that direction. So we would need that. My request would be from the planning commission that same very specific direction be provided to staff. So then we can incorporate that specific direction within the document. And there can be, 5 different opinions, and that's great. But if we have 3 of the 5 saying a certain direction, we will go do that. And we'd have to make that very, very clear.
Okay, understood.
Okay. We reached consensus on every direction.
Make sure you use the mic.
We had a process to reach consensus on each time we gave direction to the Minter Harnish.
Okay, so finish up your
different opinions on that.
I think the commission is at a consensus that we with every decision we gave direction with a consensus.
I think it could have been made clear, and we can do that in the future.
So I propose that we make a motion out of every consensus we come to during every meeting, and then there can't be any discretionary application.
Is the commission now complete with their comments on this?
I am, yes.
At this time? Okay. We'll now move back to the board. Is there any further comments or questions that we may have? So we'll thank you for a point of clarification. So what will happen is when we get to the workshop and we move in with the planning commission, everything will be properly noted on how they will proceed forward. We're not going to go into the way that's agendized right now. So those types of things will be worked out before we get there. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Let's say instead of doing a motion, we could just have a consensus and have a direct discussion and give very direct direction to staff.
Okay, how you guys move forward with making sure that it moves from individual comments or desires to a commission direction, we can work out with legal counsel and make sure that the way we're doing it is appropriate. So we'll set that aside for right now. Right now, what I want to do is anyone else on this side have a statement?
Chair, I would ask that direction be written direction to staff.
Okay, that's beautiful. That's probably the best way. At this point, in order to stay true to our the pattern that we created, is there any 1-minute comments or 1-minute statements on this particular item that anyone in the audience would like to make or online? So you have 1 minute to speak towards this conversation that has just gone through. We've just gone through.
One thing that's come up several times in here that I've brought it up in the past, cannabis opt-out zones. They're a terrible idea. It was an attempt to fix a problem that came up. That's why we're here. We all know that. That's the elephant in the room. Cannabis has brought us here. Cannabis financed it, but instead of fixing the problems that were created by cannabis, we're doubling down. Okay, instead of creating opt-out zones that nobody can defend and everyone hates, I've said it before, why don't we make it an opt-in? I guarantee you will get no pushback if you say, Post Mountain is now a cannabis zone. Everybody will be happy. If you give people, Drew has maps of every cannabis parcel in Trinity County.
Mm-hmm.
He can look at that and say, okay, we're proposing this as a cannabis opt-in zone or a cannabis overlay zone. And only allow it where people like it, and then we wouldn't even be here in the first place.
Any further 1-minute comments based on the conversation that we've just been through on part 2?
Thank you, Adrian Keys again. I'd be happy to follow up on that comment. That has certainly been iterated over and over and over again. And I think the suggestion would, adding layers like that just continues to add to the insanity of the whole process. And we are 10 years into a regulated system. We just became a Schedule 3 product. We're becoming federally legal. I think that we need to start looking at this for 25 years in the future, not 25 years in the past. And so I certainly hope that we can move forward with our existing system and all the work that's been put into it. And what appears to be a relatively successful program if you just look at the data. Trinity County is the only, I didn't bring this, I don't have it in print. I wish I could, maybe I'll send it in later. Trinity County is the only county in the state who's seen a growth in licensing in the last 12 months. We have increased by up to 13, 15 licenses or something, whereas the big people are collapsing right and left. We need to support our existing industry, not make things more difficult. Thank you.
Any further 1-minute comments in the room?
Vedette Vanderwide, Lewiston. I'd like to comment a little bit on the process because I was at the planning commission meetings and it was pretty grueling to watch. Wasn't my part, but watching everyone go line by line for the ones that we did hit. And I am pretty certain that there was a Minter Harnish person on Zoom. And the fact that we've gotten from where we are now, we have to go back and do that because it feels as though there was something that slipped through the cracks there. And we're being reminded about budget and scheduling. So we might want to be a little bit more aligned when we do this again with who's taking notes, who's making the changes, and how is that getting done? Because so we don't repeat the same thing. There was a big drop in the administrative process of these study sessions we had. So I'd like to get a good handle on that before we do it again and go through all of that they've done, that they've gone through. Save their brains.
Any further 1-minute public comment in the room?
Lisa Wright, Lewiston. So I'm going to try a little paradigm shift here. I'm very grateful for the work that's been done by the consultants. I think we have a draft that comprises some of what we want. It should be legally sufficient from a state perspective, but there were a lot of things added that didn't come before everyone from a policy consideration. I think it's time for us to shift. Thank you, Minter Harnish, and go to the Planning Commission to have them finish this up. Keep it simple. This is the KISS we don't need, I mean, it's just these rabbit holes we've been going down and making it more complex, and nobody wants that. I think that we can represent the values of Trinity County best now moving forward with our Planning Commission, pay them. They're capable. They have all these thoughts and ideas that haven't been translated, and let's get this done in a Trinity way. Thanks.
Hello again, board members, planning commission. I think bringing it back is right. One of the things I've heard from both elected officials, appointed officials, is nobody looks at the general plan. All we look at is zoning. Nobody cares. As a retired land use and transportation professional who worked 6 years at the counter in Trinity County, people come in, what's my zoning? What's allowed? What's the density? Zoning, like Duncan said, helps establish neighborhood characteristics. So I don't think having all this stuff about what size you can be and things in the development standards, if we're talking ease and keep it simple, we should simply be able to tell people the district you were in is RR 2.5. That is simple. If we're looking for an effective way to communicate with the public who needs to know that, that's a very simple way to do that. So I think that's important. As a person running for Board of Supervisors, I am going to express again, I am completely in support of keeping commercial cannabis grows out of our communities. Carrying the opt-out for the way they are, I think has legally serious implications as to their legality and defensibility. We need to do the same thing, but we need to do it better in a way that's more effective with its findings. Thank you.
Catherine Sidman Lewiston, you guys are my heroes. Everybody talks about how the cannabis opt-out zones have to be maintained because those people wanted it and whatever percentage of landowners voted for it and it's super important. Then why are we changing the opt-out zones? Why are we changing the definition? If those communities asked to opt out of cultivation, let them opt out of cultivation, but it might make a lot of sense to have retail or to have another use. I don't understand why we've added all of this complexity when we have the president of Trinity County HOA, no offense, doing DUPs and CUPs all over the place. And we've added tons of complexity and tons of burden. But then we say, oh, but staff's not smart enough to figure out which is a cannabis opt-out zone for cultivation and which is a cannabis opt-out zone for other uses. I don't buy it. It's NIMBYism. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Those communities asked for certain opt-outs. Let them have those opt-outs. Right? But don't expand the definition of opt-outs because you don't like weed. I'm over it.
Is there any further 1-minute public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any 1-minute public comment online?
Keith?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I believe what happened here is we've gotten way over the tips of our skis. This is The process should be that the commission looks at these and then goes through this process, votes on a document, a final document, and then submits that to the supervisors. Somehow in this process, we've gotten halfway through here, and then we're in front of the supervisors. We're not ready for prime time by any way. A lot of good work's been done, but please, dear God, let the planning commission bring back, let them do their work. You're going to have direction because they're going to vote on their document and then submit it to you. And then the commission's absolutely right. Instead of going out and trying to change all the overlays, just change the zoning to work in both overlays, both resource and RR. Thank you.
Rhoda?
Hi, Rhoda Kane, Coffee Creek Training Center, East Fork. I agree with all of the previous speakers. Every single one made a very important and valid point. I'd also like to agree with Steve Lyons in the comment that he made earlier when they keep telling us that, oh, we already did the land use designation part. We're not going back to that. Oh, we already did that. Well, the reality is we all felt ignored, duped. It felt dirty. It felt full of misinformation when it happened the first time. And that's why we're all terrified what's going on right now. When the staff and the consultants tell the planning commission, no, they can't do what they're asking them to do, that's what makes us all feel terrified. That's what makes us feel like this was being rushed through. It feels like staff does whatever they want, no matter what the planning commission says. And then those 30 hours of PC meetings, yeah, it was pretty disappointing. The consultants weren't there and we never got through the whole agenda. So I guess I'm just agreeing with everybody. Thanks.
John?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I strongly agree with backing up and take a half step back before taking the next step forward. Planning Commission needs to sort back through their work and make sure that their original conversations were captured, and work on these additional items that have been identified here with these two meetings before this stuff ever gets to the Board of Supervisors. And Road is also right that the same thing happened with the general plan designations. I think it makes a lot of sense to take a half step back and make sure we're ironing out all those wrinkles before we build an entire county-wide update on top of those general plan designations. Wouldn't take a ton of time. It's very feasible. Planning Commission, they sound game to revisit that stuff. So let's let them do the work. They know their communities. They know, their concerns of their communities, and I'm sure they can do a good job of this if they're given enough time. Thanks.
Trinity Alps Canacraft?
Hello, board and commission and staff. Matthew Jefferson, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek. I fully concur with everybody. We need to go back to the planning commission meeting. So I'm just gonna not bring opinion into this and submit into the fact and the record the Trinity Center and Coffee Creek opt-out zones are violating California Land Use Code 65008, 65853, 65855, 65863, 65852, and 65852.21. I've sent this all in great detail and great length to everybody with the consultants and the planning commission. It called out that you had no findings, that it was about high density. You removed it and you switched it to that cannabis is jeopardizing health and human safety up here. You have to have findings as to why it doesn't in other similar communities. Everybody think I'm bluffing. I will challenge you and I will take this to court. Do it legally.
Try again. Admin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Colette.
Lucky from Trinity Center. Good morning. I'm one of those technologically challenged seniors out here in the middle of nowhere, and this is my first time Zooming. And I'd kind of like to understand what the process is and bring it back to basics. Like, why are we rezoning? What is its purpose? Who does it benefit specifically? And how does it impact the property owners individually? And if we can bring that down to the public who are confused and upset about this whole process, and they're completely oblivious to what's happening in this room today and how the process is proceeding, I think you would have a lot more cooperation, a lot more understanding. I know that I am not unique in being confused and rather ignorant about this whole rezoning issue. And Trinity's, oh, I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but thank you for your time.
Dan?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Dan Trujillo, Weaverville. I just wanted to briefly say that I support the previous comments in returning this to the Planning Commission. But I also want to say that I think the reason why people want that is because the Planning Commission is working with the public. They're listening and they're trying to figure this out together with the public. And I think that there is frustration with the way that that's getting translated with Minter Harnish and with the Board of Supervisors. So I just want to say I support returning it to the Planning Commission. And I also want to say I believe the reason why we should do that is because the way the Planning Commission is working with the public. Thank you for your service and thank you for your attention.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, I will close the secondary public comment period on this item. And just for a point of clarification, from the very beginning of this meeting, it has been stated that the purpose of this meeting is to hear the folks and to give the community an opportunity to speak into this as an additional layer of information transfer, and that this draft will be, the comments will influence the next version of the draft, and that draft was already intended to go back to the Planning Commission. That was what we have said from the very beginning, and that is the plan. Now, we are opening up the idea that I think is probably going to fly, perhaps, that we are going to have another additional workshop, possibly with the Planning Commission, if that's what direction is given. So the idea that this is a one and done day, I just need to stop that mindset. It's not a one and done day. We're going back through more of the process to get this complete. So just so anybody who thinks that that was the intent, that is not the intent. It has always been going to go back to the Planning Commission. So does anyone else have any further comments? Ready to
comment as far as the PC goes. Obviously, you guys would like to get back together with the Minter Harnish. What does your workshop look like? You guys, those guys, get it together, bring it back to here, and we go from there on a kind of, we got it all together system here. Because, it's 11:30 right now. We haven't got very far at all. I don't want to go through this again. And it seems like the gap is fairly wide between that side of the table and that side of the table.
I would,
Phil,
may I
thank
make
you.
a proposal?
Yes, ma'am.
So what I would like to do is to, as we've heard a lot today, and I need to talk a little bit more with Drew about how this could all work. But what I would like is for our workshop that I've already been voluntold I'll be the scribe, but that I would like a Word document for us to track the changes, redline it during the meetings and go through it. And I don't necessarily believe that we need the consultants for that component. What I would like to do is have a final meeting with them where we provide that document to them. Listen, I'm not an expert. I don't know all the laws. I don't know all the rules. So we can make like, hey, these are what we see as issues. Now we need you to tell us what's illegal.
Right.
Make it make sense. Tell us what doesn't work. Let's try to workshop those issues
as a group together at the end after we've had a time to do that. But that's what I would request, is that I get access to a Word document version of it that then I can actually edit it live in a meeting as we go through it. And it's gonna take time. Like it's gonna be 30 to 50 hours. Like it's not gonna be a 4 3-hour meetings. Like if we're gonna go through this document, and I believe in that. I believe that this is what we need to do to make this count, make it work for our county and for our people. And I feel very passionately about that.
Okay.
But it wouldn't need the consultant's presence as we're working through that to save some money.
Initially, then you're going to confirm the legality with them after that.
And we'd also, and also just have, like Keith Grove said, allow us to have it come back to us one last time, and then have us vote on, this is exactly what we want to bring to you. And then you have the official document that had been gone through the PC, and then the next step.
Which is what we're scheduled to do in August, the August 13th, the next, if we met with them and, if we did our work, sent it to them, had them incorporate it as best they could into the document that goes out on July 27th to the public, then, that final document would come back to us for a decision on August 13th, so we wouldn't mess up the schedule.
Okay. Yeah, I do think we do. So we have our session that we run through it. We have a session or sessions where we go through it. We have a session where we meet with the consultants and discuss the issues and work on those. And then a clean final draft comes to at the final date. So before the 27th, then the clean final comes to us for approval before going to the Board of Supervisors.
So I don't think I'm thinking we do our work, we send it to them. Yeah, potentially meet with them before the next public review draft goes out on July 27th. But
I think we need to get feedback, because some of the reasons why RR 5 and 2.5, when we gave that direction, was not incorporated, was because there was decision made and we weren't told. So I think there's some of those things that we need some of that across the table feedback.
But one meeting with them before the public review draft comes out on the 27th is what
Yes.
we're saying.
Yep. Thank you.
Drew.
Chair, yeah, if I may. Well, first, I just want to dispel what I think is circling around that is totally off base, and that there was some willful disregard of the direction provided from Planning Commission to staff and Mentor Harnish. That is not the case. The only thing that I am aware of that was clear direction from Planning Commission was RR 2.5 and 5. And that was not included, and we've started to discuss the rationale for that. There are probably a few other things that were missed, and, amidst the 1,000+ details, I apologize that we weren't 100% perfect.
There was a lengthy discussion on cannabis that went an entire day, and everything that we discussed nothing that we discussed was put in. And so it wasn't just an oversight. Had to have been a little more than that.
So discussion and clear direction are not the same thing. And that is a significant point of confusion that the public has, where just because it was discussed and just because there were public comments made, if there was not clear direction to staff, then we didn't capture that, and that wasn't passed along from the various note takers to the consultants for this revision. As it relates to the opt-outs and the discussion that we had there, that work has not yet been completed, although we've started, and we can get into that when we get into this section, so I'll hold my specific comments related to what we've done based on Planning Commission direction, but just hasn't made it into this draft based on the reality of the timeline. The other thing that I want to sort of point out is that from my perspective, and obviously it's a financial consideration that the board needs to make a decision on, but I think that it's much better if we can have Mentor Harnish involved so that we can dialogue as we're working through things, rather than creating revisions and sending them to them and then coming back around and revisiting all of those things that may require dialogue. So that would be my suggestion. Obviously, there are financial considerations, but
I would say, and also timing considerations, because if these folks are stepping up to 30 to 50 hours, finding 30 to 50 hours of their time in the next 2 months is probably impossible. So it's money and time, I think. But I don't know if we need to flesh this all out in this moment, but clearly we need to soon, because if we're going to give direction to move forward like this, we're going to have to be clear about what does that mean and what are the implications.
And I think the supervisor, you're right. And I want to applaud the commission for thinking on the fly with some of these resolutions to meet some of the expectations from the community, the commission, and the board. I do think a schedule discussion needs to be had. 50 hours of planning commission time, allowing the time for the public to weigh in and participate and still remain on the schedule is regardless of our time from a consultant side or staff time, that is very difficult to fit within a 2-month period. It is very hard. There is noticing for these meetings. There's ample time to allow the community to provide comments and weigh in. Just the stack of comments that I have here before that I've already read. This is the tip of the iceberg of more comments that are still coming in. And I want to make sure that from our perspective that we're understanding what the community is looking for. We're vetting that with county staff. The planning commission has the ability to digest that. The board has the ability to digest that. So from a schedule discussion, the schedule may need to be massaged a bit and extended some. It just may need to be in order to, I think, fit this piece of additional commission review, which makes sense, public comment, and vetting before it makes its way back to the board. Because the next set, if we think about the schedule that was discussed yesterday, there is a planning commission meeting on a revised draft. We need to start that revised draft now. We can't start that now. There are a lot of lingering issues and things I think we need to have dialogue on, talk through, vet, streamline, cut, modify. We can't start that now. So that meeting in August is already starting to dissipate in order to get there. So I just want to be open and transparent with the board and the commission on that. A detailed schedule, that's something that we would need to work out with county staff, and we would need to look back at scheduling with commission and talk with the board about. So there's no specific dates that we could provide on the fly like right now. But from a schedule viewpoint, we would need to look at that, and we would need to rethink what that looks like.
2 scheduled meetings in June potentially. So why couldn't we just take those dates and make them 2 8-hour workshops like we did before, 8 to 10 hours, and get through it? I mean, I saw it's ballooned from 30 to 50 hours. I don't know where 50 hours came from. But you know, the previous workshops were essentially 2 8-hour workshops that ended up 2 20-hour workshops or 2 10-hour workshops.
I hear what the Commissioner Fall you're saying. It's not necessarily, we can put 2 meetings in June, but then it's synthesizing all of that information to pull together a draft for then that draft to go back before Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission has ample time to review it before it goes public. There's several steps that take place. So I want to make sure that those steps are built in and have the opportunity for review. That's what I'm saying. We can do meetings in June, for sure. We could do back-to-back meetings, several of them, but I want to make sure that the opportunities for people to thoroughly review and vet the documents are there. And that's what I'm hearing.
So if we did our meetings in June, you would have a month between the end of June and July to send that document to us. And we usually only get it like 3 days ahead of time anyway.
So just a couple things real quick. So one, proposing to do live editing, we're not going to go back and rewatch it over again. So live editing, we have the draft at the end of the meeting. Happy to share that, get that publicly posted after every single one of these workshops so that it's available for people to review. And then with why I said up to 50 hours is because when we spent 30 hours, we were only going over like part 2. And we have the other parts that still should receive comment and feedback. And so I want us to make sure that we're not just focusing on one section. And I do think that's the bulk of what's going to need the work, but I don't want us to just get so pigeonholed that we're not making sure that the full document is in a good draft. Thank you.
We also we did all the part. We didn't do 5 and 6, but we did 2, 4, and 7 in those 24 hours.
Thank you. I stand corrected.
Did you have a statement?
No, I think I think the live editing portion I think would actually be a good idea, and that has been done before in processes where as the conversation is going, the draft is up on the screen. Typically, it's not a commission member making live editing because the commission is the one that is facilitating the conversation, the back and forth. But we have done those types of things before. Typically after a meeting of that, and this is what I think the board is getting to, what does that process look like? Typically after a meeting where you do live editing, that document, since it's being edited live, then gets posted live right afterwards in a track change version. So a way that you could see how these meetings would flow, that this is just off the cuff, those meetings could flow by parts. So a meeting covers a part, or maybe 2 parts. Those parts are edited live and then they're posted after.
Okay. So we have a comment from the.
So one of the things I was checking with county council, just to be clear, I know the board of supervisors can have ad hoc committees, and we've done that before. We did that with the commercial cannabis and held a bunch of public workshops and so forth. And it just allowed for public engagement and a smaller group of board members, or in this case, commissioners and board members, or just commissioners, to work at some point in depth and then bring it back to that full group. So I'm just wondering if an ad hoc committee could be having meetings without all the public noticing and so forth, not to limit it, but to get some of this that we already know, clearly documented, redlined. And then when you have the planning commission that is noticed with everybody, you go through that red line document and say, this is what we did based on what we've heard and discussed. Now let's have that discussion instead of you come to the meeting and you're still starting with a document that hasn't been edited, even though you know 572 edits you want to make. So it's just, I think that's legally okay. I think those ad hoc committees could include public. They could be there to hear and be a part of that with those limited number of either commissioners or supervisors or both. But it might expedite the process and make it a lot more efficient.
I'm worried about an ad hoc, a little bit about who's on that ad hoc, and that, no, I've seen ad hocs work not very efficiently sometimes, not here, but I have. And I'm worried about who that panel will be and what their ideas are. So I'm a little afraid of that. I think it's better to go in front of the panel that's going to be making those decisions, period.
Yeah, certain processes do include ad hocs or general plan advisory committees of sorts. I would caution against the ad hoc. The planning commission does meet the diversity of the county based on the districts. And the planning commission is your planning arm that reviews applications and land use decisions. The ad hoc is your planning commission. And I think maintaining it at the planning commission level through the public meeting, I think is going to be cleaner. I think adding an ad hoc committee, I think is actually going to convolute the process.
Okay. So.
I think 1 and 2, or 3 and 5, we both have very different ideas and questions about the process that we're going through now. So ad hoc sounds good, but I think they are, representative of every district as a planning commission. Where I think we would have a hard time, I would have a hard time representing district, 1, we'll say, on their concerns, where they may have a hard time representing my concerns. So I think we should stay with the PC as kind of the defining last word on the whole county.
So is everyone complete with their statements? We can move into our place holding direction that we'll review again at the end of the day from this topic time.
Okay, this is a little more lengthy than the other ones, and again, I don't know if I shared, but we will plan to have a Word document that has all of these notes, and at the end of the day, that will be what's up on screen, and so we can scroll through and people will see what we have, and if we make any edits, you'll see them in complete instead of me just reading to you. So that's the plan. Here's these notes, and again, let me know if I've got something really off. Direction to staff for this section: review information received regarding potential problems with general plan designations, determine significance of potential problems, present recommended paths forward. So, okay, what are they? How significant are they? Here's ways that you could address with that, whether it's now or later in all amendments. Establish an effective process for the next round of planning commission discussions to ensure progress. And then I have subpoints, plan to have a scribe that will edit the current document draft in Word version. Consultants not needed, this is what it was at the time, not needed for initial working sessions. Subsequent round would involve consultants. And I heard the consultant saying, actually, it might be better if we're there and we'll make ourselves available. So let's figure that out. Planning commission to formally approve a version that would move forward to the board supervisors. So instead of, well, we send a bunch of notes and we hope what comes to you is okay, I'm hearing you want to be able to say, we looked at it, we bless it, maybe there's a few little typos or small changes, but otherwise you're signing off. Present modifications to RR tables that will address concerns regarding the loss of RR25 and RR5. I think that's what I was hearing, is that there could be some table adjustments that accomplish the same goals. So let's take a look at that and see if that helps. Revisit authorized uses and permit authority for RR based on table adjustments referenced above, because I think I heard that, okay, once you make those, then we need to look at, well, what are the authorizations then for what's on that table? Revisit code related to breweries, distilleries, and wineries to recognize the significant differences in these types of land uses. Overlay zones, there's a lot of different feedback, but what I've captured is document findings to support the limitations presented and revisit proposed limitations. Just make sure, okay, let's document the findings to support it. And then what I heard a number of times, and I don't know how much consensus there is amongst these two groups about revisiting those proposed limitations. I think most of what I'm hearing is the effort to try to standardize, which completely get in terms of having a standard approach to this stuff, is creating more limitations on some areas than they've had in the past, and is that important and needed because it does have an impact. Poultry farms, Planning Commission asked for rules to be reset to density limit component versus limits per parcel. There was also the lighting issue that came up, but that's a detail level that I'm sure we'll work through. Williamson Act, add this to the next round of Planning Commission meetings instead of it just be a new thing and let's have a big discussion about it right now. Ag Forest, revisit this section based on concerns raised in comments with a focus on limitations based on future use and impact. It seemed like there were a lot of things that were happening with this Ag Forest that seemed like there were a lot of limits, but they weren't for current issues. Protection of, getting now down to the recommendations put in document form that we already have. Protection of economically viable resource lands, add this to the next round, see item 7. Consider repeal of chapter 17.85 timberland conversion, rely on existing state regulations, see item 16. And seems like there was another one I don't have here. Small scale sawmill operations, address different regulations appropriate for different sizes and types of sawmill operations, see item 10. And I think that's what I have.
One more, I think the ag versus RR maybe, or maybe we addressed that in something earlier in one of your things, but we need to address that, how we're going to go forward with ag for cannabis, ag RR. That discussion needs to be had, I think, if it can be.
Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
So we've had that discussion once in June 10th and 11th. in this room, it was decided to go the direction we're at. I'm the guy who originally proposed going to ag. That was shot down. We're back to RR now. So if we want to recircle and have that whole circular conversation again, let's do it. But that's up to the board.
I just had one clarification. So you said Williamson Act to come to the planning commission. I had proposed to the board, so I just want to clarify who the appropriate entity is for that discussion to come to.
Yeah, if there's financial implications versus land use, it seems like more like a Board of Supervisors decision whether or not to retain enrollment in the Williamson Act, because we're not, it's not our bailiwick to look at financial implications to the county.
So change
Well,
that from planning.
I'll just ask for some clarification first, because again, when I think of the Williamson Act, if you go back to why it was created, it wasn't to protect people's financials. It was to protect land and preserve it for specific uses, which is very much land use, which is why I thought you would hear it. It may have tax implications, but I think the concern is this is being bastardized. People are saying, oh, if I use this, I can save a lot of money on property taxes, not, I really want to keep this land because I really want to do these very specific things that it was created to do. And that's why this is up for us to discuss. So to me, it is land use, and then we'll ultimately have to decide, but I would like your input.
Yes, I agree on that, land use.
So those are the placeholders that we have, that we will review these again at the end of the day as we finish up, and we learn more through each one of the parts. So we might be able to scratch some and add some. Ma'am.
So just to clarify for Supervisor Brownfield, so the decision was that cannabis is considered agriculture, and it is currently allowed as agriculture in both agricultural zoning and rural residential.
But I think we're acreage is the problem here that we're stuck on with ag and cannabis. I think that's the Post Mountain problem. That is some other problems up here, and there's a lot of
It's also the agricultural uses, right? Like the accompanying permits that go along with cultivation, the ability to manufacture, the ability to have a small scale nursery, distribution, where there's also the ability to have a micro business. And so you can have cultivation and an addition to any one of those within the RR. Why should you not be able to have just a nursery? If you don't want to have a cultivation, but you have a nice big shop and you can have non-solvent manufacturing, or you could have a processing facility that is on your 30 by 30 shop. Your property is not really zoned, or it's not appropriate for cultivation. And so, but you can support the auxiliary businesses within your community.
And those are some of the weeds we can dive into when you guys start laying out the changes that you're looking for on the tables and so forth. So.
Perfect. Planning Commission to review potential challenges faced by cultivators, farmers when zoned RR versus ag.
Okay, that's perfect. All right. So we will now close up part 2. It is 11:44. I think, is it appropriate to either take a short break or the lunch break right now and return and dive back in? What is the?
If you just take the lunch break, we'll save a break.
Okay, so we'll take a lunch break for, we'll come back in 31 minutes. To make
Thank
sure
you.
that our clock is orderly. 31 minutes from now.
Do it like you mean it, girlfriend.
True, yeah. Running around with
Getting
dinner.
the gavel or not?
What part? What part? Are we on the part 6? No.
Hang on, I'll tell you. You are on 4.
Part 4. Okay.
No, did we just finish 2? We did 3.
3? We're on part 3.
Just a minute.
Part
We did
3.
them all last
Okay,
night. We should be
ready?
on 4.
Part 3. We will now reconvene the joint meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors and Trinity County Planning Commission. And we will open the meeting and begin our review of part 3. Section 3, part 3.
Okay, so moving right along in the review of the zoning code, we're now going to review the portion of the zoning regulations that contain the general standards that would apply countywide.
Okay.
So when we think about what those are, those really include our general site and development standards, our general performance standards, so light, glare, vibration, operational kind of performance standards that every parcel should apply. Regulations for fences and walls, landscaping, parking, sign regulations, and then utilities. Really, the purpose of this portion of the zoning code is to establish and identify, again, standards that are applicable kind of regardless of the zoning districts. They really would apply countywide.
Excuse me.
So in the existing structure of your code, there is no real single section where we have all of these types of standards easily accessible. So our first step in doing so was locating all of them and restructuring them into this singular part. So after we did that, we looked at the general plan, we looked at conformance with height measurement requirements, potential parcel coverage and density and consistency. We also added some and addressed some items that currently aren't addressed in your zoning regulations. So some new guidance for both landscaping and fences and walls. When it comes to the fences and walls section, you'll find that the provisions are fairly limited. They really are kind of best practice provisions. How to measure, where you measure height, what are exceptions for fences and walls. But again, it's not intended to be overly restricted, but provide some best practice foundational, newer standards. Additionally, we have added a chapter on landscaping, as you'll notice, but you'll find that this really just defers out to the state's model ordinance, which the county is already doing. So we've essentially codified an existing practice and ensuring state compliance with the state's MWELO and WELO oriented standards. Additionally, broadly in this chapter, we looked at your parking, loading, and space regulations. So parking spaces, these would be parking spaces on private property, the parking spaces that businesses would be required to provide. And then we also added some new regulations when it comes to on-site loading spaces for commercial and industrial activities. So as opposed to having trucks parking in the middle of the street to offload products, really creating a process so that if a new development comes in, we can adequately provide spaces and turnaround spaces for on-site loading. That way it's not in the public right away and potentially creating a hazard. Additionally, another change to this section is we moved the sign regulations. Currently, the county's sign regulations are buried in your building regulations or your building title. Typically, signs are something that is handled at the planning level, and in this case, was being kind of handled at the planning level. So our recommendation, because it was in the purview of the Community Development Department and Planning, we decided to work with Building and recommended we actually move it from their purview and properly place it in the zoning ordinance.
In doing so, we also took a pass at updating your sign regulations. Really, this comes into compliance with state law and federal law, and really First Amendment free speech compliance, in which government can't imply or apply restrictions on the content of signs. It's a free speech protected item. So what we needed to do is we needed to go through the regulations and ensure that there weren't any content specific regulations that the county was applying in its regulation of signs that would potentially create an issue of legality for First Amendment protected speech. More specifically, we also made some changes, or say clarifications, to how general site development standards are applied. So how is parcel coverage calculated? How would the planning department determine and calculate height of a structure? On what side of the plane? Is it on the developed side? And we provided some further clarification on processes, again, that are, for the most part, already existing, but wanted to have now codified procedural foundational standards and implement more consistent language across these sections. As mentioned, currently have these standards scattered throughout your list of standards. This is a new approach where we're really consolidating them into a singular chapter or a single part. I had mentioned we had updated the fences and walls and introduced some new standards. Some of those really are existing practice. So building permit requirement, when does a fence qualify and have to go to the building department for review? We also provided some recommendations on fences that would be required between non-residential and residential land uses for consideration in this draft. The idea of creating or reducing potential impacts or potential incompatibilities between non-residential and residential land uses that can easily arise. We also cleaned up some general language and added some additional performance standards as it relates to lighting. That was another big call for in this process, was trying to find some dark sky compliance or implement some dark sky standards. And so kind of integrating those changes into the recommended draft as well. As mentioned, landscaping was added as a topic for state compliance. We aren't applying any new landscaping standards that don't currently apply in the county, but we are creating that one-to-one connection with the state's MWELO standards and guidelines. For parking and loading, more specifically in our review and working with county staff, we also took a look at how much parking is being asked of new development and of landowners. In our line of work, we find and we hear from developers constantly that parking and the application of parking requirements can severely reduce the buildable area of a site. It is becoming more and more best practice to reduce parking requirements where necessary, especially when we are in a rural setting, and especially when we have an opportunity, I would say, to create some additional flexibility in our development and application of standards. So working with county staff and looking at best practice, our team went through and in a lot of cases made recommendations on reducing the amount of parking that would be required for new development. We also provided some clarity and some new standards for consideration on access points into sites and making sure that we have adequate access onto public right-of-ways, and then also some new surfacing requirements, again, for draft consideration. As mentioned, we did also introduce a new concept or a new standard, which is requiring on-site loading spaces for certain non-residential land uses. The idea here would be to alleviate concerns of having trucks parking again in the right-of-way in the middle of the street, offloading product, and coordinating that, really potentially creating a hazard. So the idea would be to put the onus on a developer to create a dedicated section upon a new development that would comply with the standards. These really aren't too onerous. In most cases, a lot of new development provides these types of on-site loading spaces already. Think of grocery stores. This is just providing at least now a base level requirement and setting an expectation for the county. But I would mention something that a lot of new development is already incorporating. And then we also looked at updating the drive aisle dimension standards and the parking space standards to be more conducive and more realistic to a rural county. There is a trend in a lot of places to reduce the dimensions of parking spaces. It doesn't really work when you need larger vehicles. You need off-roading capabilities. So we didn't, in these cases, really, we didn't really touch or offer recommendations to significantly reduce dimensional spaces just to address that concern specifically.
Appreciate that.
Some further changes provided in the parking section also come down to how we are calculating the types of parking spaces that are required for each uses. And our idea was to apply a consistent methodology. In some cases, you have in the current application of your code, land use or parking spaces that are applied per square footage. Then sometimes it's tied to population or max pop of the site. And other times it's based on a number of seats. To make that a little bit more consistent, predictable, we tried our best to consolidate that and make that a more consistent methodology in the table that you'll find. In some cases, we still retain these nuances where we are applying a by seat standard where it makes sense. An example of that would be a theater where you have fixed seats, but trying to consolidate or at least make that more of a consistent process was our goal. And we also, per the state law, added some new references out to the state law regarding the requirement for EV-capable charging spaces and ADA parking requirements. I acknowledge that this is really something that is handled in the building at the building code portion, and building department will review those ADA requirements to ensure that they're up to code. However, we felt that it would be at least best practice to also include a reference out to those provisions in the zoning for consistency and at least transparency. And then to dig a little deeper into the changes to the sign, just because this is a title that will be, or a section that belongs in another title that will be moving to zoning, there are some standards and some changes that I just want to go over. Currently, there are a group of signs or a majority of signs that would be allowed have to go through a use permit process. And one of the ideas that we had and one of the recommendations was reducing that permit threshold down from a discretionary permit to a ministerial permit to reduce the, to eliminate essentially groups of signs that applicants and business owners would have to go to the county for approval for to some degree. So we tried our best to capture a group of signs that we felt were that with appropriate standards could be approved at the staff level and wouldn't have to go to planning commission. We also in here added some new language as it comes down to exempt sign types. A lot of these come down to safety concerns, where signs can be placed, signs that imitate traffic lights we want to avoid for safety concerns. So there is an entire section of exempt sign types and then prohibited sign types as well to try to make that as clear as possible. We also clarified language on how, if the county is going to be going through this process now of permitting signs, we also needed to clarify how they would go about doing so. So we provided and clarified the process that the county would go to measure sign area, sign height, and provided, again, guidance on content neutrality sign regulations for state law. So go over the sections back here briefly so we all have an understanding of what Part 3 includes. But in summary, Part 3 includes those general standards that would be applicable countywide, so not applicable to any specific zone. Also includes fences and wall standards, landscaping provisions, parking regulations, your sign regulations, as well as changes to some of the existing utility standards that didn't really change much in this update. I will hand it back to the board for questions and discussion.
Thank you. We will now hear public comment on part 3. Do we have any public comment in the room on part 3?
Good afternoon, Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. I came upon this question and issue while doing some research. The current zoning plan does not have a definition in Trinity County as to what is considered the front of your house. And this has come up in regards to issues within my HOA as we plan to do some reworking of our CC&Rs. Is it the front door? Is it, because not all front doors orient to the street? That is something I would like to see put in this plan. If it's not, if it is, I'd love to know what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston Road, Lewiston. I'll keep it really short. I think that this fundamentally changes things that people used to be allowed to do and can't do. And I just want to echo my sentiments from yesterday and reconfirm that tonight in the afternoon, when we give final direction to staff, we focus in on what you said yesterday, which was any change to what you can do with your property, people need to get noticed, even if it's not changing zoning. If it's changing zone definition or building standards, and you used to be able to build a fence like this, but now you need a permit to build a fence like this, you have to let people know, and they have to be noticed of that. And so if you're changing, if changing these things, and I'm not characterizing whether or not they're good changes or bad changes, I don't know about all the parking and loading zones and everything else. But if somebody has a parcel right now and there's something they're able to do, and we're going to make a decision that changes what they're going to be able to do moving forward, they need to be noticed. And so I really want to focus in on that. You're going to hear me say that again at the end. But I think that direction to staff, I don't know that that really hit yesterday, that we're talking about beyond changing your zone. If we change the definition of your zone or we change the standards for the entire county, we have to notice people and tell them.
Any further public comment in the room? Oh, Dan and Lisa are neck and neck.
Mine will be quick. So I do have some concern with the fencing section of this. I want to know, how do you determine what is dangerous in fencing? Because we've classified razor wire. Okay, I can understand, but barbed wire and electrified fencing is classified as dangerous. And I would say, I would contend in Trinity County, if you come to a barbed wire fence or an electric fence, what's on the other side is more dangerous than the fence. And my use, this is one of those places where the whole idea of zoning clearance comes in, where we get back to yesterday where people were concerned. How do you even know if I have a barbed wire fence on my property? Do I have to tell you I'm going to build this barbed wire fence that I don't have to have a permit for, but now I have to get a zoning clearance, and it's now on me to prove, the burden of proof once again is placed on me, that I meet these requirements of why I get to have a barbed wire fence? No, just stay away from my barbed wire fence, okay? The county doesn't need to classify my electric netting that's being used to move chickens around my property is not dangerous to anything. Why would I need to get a zoning clearance, get Drew's permission to say, I'm using this I have to prove that I'm using this for an agricultural use because it's electrified. That we're getting way too micromanaging of people's allowed uses at that point. Nobody's going to actually tell you. So the only thing I see is, if my neighbor decides
they don't like what I'm doing. It just gives another way that we can create conflict between neighbors, because the neighbor looks at this and says, you didn't get a permit for your dangerous fence. And so I think it's dangerous. Then the burden's on me to prove, no, it's not. It's just electrified netting that's keeping the coyotes from eating the chickens. So these are the kind of things that it doesn't mean anything to a lot of the parcels in Trinity County, but on some of them, it means everything. It means a complete change in my business model. If I can't use electric fencing, I can't rotationally graze my sheep, my milk cows, my chickens. You can't have any form of like in high intensity grazing uses without having portable fences, and that means electric.
Thank you.
Lisa Wright, D1, D3, I guess. Want to focus on these countywide development standards. My first concern is measurement. The draft modifies how height, setbacks, and parcel coverage are measured. That may improve consistency, but the standards need to be very clear for rural and sloped parcels. Pre-grading versus post-grading conditions, accessory structures, agricultural structures, decks, carports, greenhouses, and similar improvements. Small ambiguities in measurement standards can become major permitting disputes later. We live with it all the time with cannabis. Second, the draft creates dedicated chapters for fences and walls, landscaping, parking, and signs. That may be useful organizationally, but these sections also appear to create new or revise substantive requirements. The county should clearly identify which standards are new, which are carried forward, and which increase or reduce burden compared to the existing code. Third, parking and loading standards deserve particular attention. Rural counties often struggle when urban-style parking formulas are applied for small businesses, mixed-use properties, seasonal uses, or constrained parcels. The Board and Commission should understand which uses will face increased parking requirements, whether reductions are objective or discretionary, and how these standards will be applied in mixed-use districts. Fourth, the sign regulations need careful review for consistency and content neutrality. Moving sign regulations into Title 17 may make sense, but the standards should be clear, objective, and internally consistent, especially if compliant signs will now be handled through zoning clearance. Finally, Part 3 raises important drafting and cross-reference issues. If Part 2 zone tables point applicants to Part 3 standards, those references must be correct before the revised public review draft is released. Incorrect cross-reference and countywide development standards can create confusion, inconsistent permit determinations, and unnecessary disputes. So I would respectfully request that the Board and Planning Commission direct staff and consultants to prepare a clear side-by-side standards matrix showing current versus proposed rules for height, setbacks, lot coverage, fences, landscaping, parking, and signs. The matrix could identify which standards are new, which are modified, and which remain unchanged. So it's just really important. These are very technical kind of small minutia things, but it can really affect how people operate with their lives. So I think it's important that we take the time to look at this. I will also just mention, because there's been quite a bit of discussion about that regarding process, I had transcripts made of all the YouTube study sessions. I had those transcripts analyzed more than 3 times. I found over 100 directions from the Planning Commission to staff. I then compared that to the draft zoning ordinance code that we're looking at now, and over 25 of them were not included in the draft. So there has been extensive analysis. I appreciate Carol's notes that she took. I actually took the transcripts from those study sessions. So I just think it's very important that we have a clear, transparent path forward.
Vidette Vanderwide Lewiston. I'm going to trust what Lisa just kind of gave as the broad overview. I'd like to go a little bit deeper into one of them for the public and maybe for the commission. One of the parts of the presentation under landscaping was that we were aligned the new landscaping section with and with a reference for required consistency with the state model water efficient landscape ordinance standards and guidelines. Whenever I see anything like that now, I go down that rabbit hole real quick because that signs us up for some regulations that we may not be aware of. And some of the things just in what I did in a quick search shows us that this MWELO is a one-size-fits-all state policy, yes. But as we know in Trinity County, we ain't fits all. So already, I don't want to subscribe to that MWELO. Number two, the increased cost for property owners because it can add landscape design requirements. We're already being told how high our fences can be and what we can put up. This opens us up to being able to have to be regulated even more. Permit review requirements, compliance documentation, no thank you. Number three, administrative burden on counties. MWELO implements requirements, all the same stuff that's already bogging up in our system. Review staff, enforcement, technical oversight, plan verification, compliance tracking. We already don't have time. This is just one small rabbit hole going down that shows us this presentation that we were just shown doesn't quite work for us. Not in Trinity County where we want to remain free and we don't want to sign up for these things that make us look like we're trying to put an HOA and put some more regulations together. No, thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Scott White Lewiston. I'm just going to provide an observation. When public policy makes daily life painful, public policy is the problem. And I think that's what we're hearing a lot from the participants today is when you get down into something, and I'll use an example for how enforcement or things work in the logic of state law for setting speeds and signage policy, since that's my background, I'm familiar. There's tons of cautions in that, and in fact, it's in state law, that when you go too far from what the public expectation is, the violations go off the chart. Because the basics of those are that people kind of have some common sense and know how to live their lives reasonably, how to drive a speed appropriately. So you put up lots of signs and lots of speeds and things that the public doesn't believe in, your violation goes through the roof. And so that's good public policy to look at that. What are you causing in daily life? And I'm going to use an example. I like the example with the electric fence. I have a solar electric fence charger around my orchard. I have trouble getting it to shock hard enough because of the ground and the lack of water and things to get shock enough. So, I'm pretty sure that nobody's going to get hurt on my electric fence. I think I could stand there and lick it all day and not get hurt on my electric fence. I'm going to stand here in public, and you can arrest me if you want. I'm going to violate county code. If I have to get any kind of approval to have my solar electric fence around my orchard, I'm not going to do it. That's not good public policy, and that's what we're talking about. When the public's saying, you're taking reasonable daily life things and making them a challenge and making it so we have so many laws and so many rules where we're regulating this and regulating that. I'm a firm believer the public should be able to understand the rules and regulations that live under and be reasonable, have a general consensus that they're okay. So when we're doing this, when you send this back to the Planning Commission, which I greatly appreciate that's happening, that's where we really need to look at this stuff and say, are we really adding value? Do we really need to regulate some guy's solar electric fence? It's well within my property. You've trespassed to get to my solar fence. Do we really need to regulate that? Is there really a public policy purpose, a public benefit for that kind of regulation? We talk a lot about Trinity County. I think that gets at the heart of what Trinity County is. Do we need public policies that are that invasive? Thank you.
Is there further public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any online?
Keith?
Yeah, good afternoon. I guess we're on the electric fence gambit today. Electric fences are allowed if they're used for quote unquote needed for livestock or ranch operations. So of course, ranch operations usually denote animal and not plant. So that should be opened up so Scott can have it around his orchard to keep the deer out. Secondly, on number 3 on that, it said can use for livestock if electric fences, only low voltage fencing is allowed. That's wrong. electric fences are very high voltage, they're low amperage. So that needs to be changed because my electric fence is 8,000 volts. And Scott, you're welcome to come to my place and lick that. I would enjoy the show. And then also, when we come to the landscaping, come on, why get involved in this? Throw the landscaping out. And if the state wants to do an unfunded mandate and come and do it themselves, let them do that. And then the one item that wasn't covered in here is timber conversions. You have a section in timber conversions, which basically just says follow state law. The county has no added rules in the timber conversion. There's set rules by state law and Cal Fire. I would throw that out too because it just is an informational piece that you should follow state law. So, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Any further public comment online?
Admin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Regarding the electric fencing, I'm just guessing at this, but I believe that the county just really wants documentation that you have it of some sort in the general plan in order to allow emergency services to be able to know that it's there. So if there's a wildfire and there's a lot of smoke and they can't see it, they'll at least have something indicating it on a field map that they're working with. Or, if you have to have medical rescue of some sort, they need to know that it's there so that they don't get zapped trying to rescue you. And, that's just my guess. But, on a different level, I'm not a pot grower, and the cannabis community is pretty loud in this conversation. But as a general resident and someone who owns commercial property as well as wilderness property, I kind of take umbrage at somebody trying to regulate my split rail fence that I've got stacked up here that's not secured by anything, and somebody maybe wanting to jump it and tripping over it and knocking off a split rail and breaking a leg or something. That's enter at your own risk. I have no trespassing signs on my property, and my fence should not be fined for noncompliance of state regulations out here in the middle of the freaking wilderness. So welcome to the great state of Jefferson, boys. These kind of regulations are standardized throughout the state, and Trinity County is extremely rural, very low density county. So a lot of these regulations do not apply out here in the middle of nowhere. And, people take umbrage at government stepping on their toes, trying to tell them what they can and cannot have in their property when they don't even have a neighbor within a mile of them or more. So some of these things need to be addressed a little more clearly because people are assuming that these regulations are going to be county-wide, affecting every single parcel. And non-compliance, there's a lot of mistrust of government up here, and non-compliance to some of these people means that the government just wants to fine us into oblivion for non-compliance. And that's pretty tough on a county that's considered the poorest county in the state. So please use consideration in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
John?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with the previous commenters. Let's be really careful to avoid, shoving this stuff down Trinity people's throats that really affect how they've lived in the past. I strongly agree that any changes to how you can use your property need notice to those property owners. I think that would really drag people into the conversation in a meaningful way and, go further toward getting it right. But in addition to the other suggestions that have been made by the commenters, the parking and loading section is inappropriate. District 4, downriver businesses are basically along every little wide spot in the road going through the entire downriver section of the county. And to force those loading areas on businesses just would be devastating to them. It'd be last nails in the coffin for many of the remaining businesses and future business opportunities. Trucks will have to find a way to park safely. California Vehicle Code is full of that. And people have done it in the past. They'll find a way to do it as safely as they can in the future. But those most of the parking requirements, I think, should just be stricken or retained by whatever they've been in the past. And we should have ample opportunities for exemptions that can be very site specific as needed. So we can try to stay in business in Trinity County. Thanks.
I have no additional raised hands.
Ma'am.
May I please ask, there were some people out in the lobby that didn't understand how this session was working and that they wanted to make public comment. So I said, you're still in public comment, but you're on Zoom, but perhaps you would allow her to speak?
So this is public comment on zone or item or part 3. And if you were not able to make public comment because you were not here on past sections previously covered, we will allow you to do that as well. We recognize that not everyone can get to the totality of the meetings. So please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks for that, because I'm not on part 3. It's more of a general comment about industrial and commercial zoning. My name is Janice Smith from Lewiston. I'm a former Trinity County planner. And I'm concerned about the change you've made here to the zoning code regarding the level of review of industrial, commercial, and public facilities projects that are not specifically listed in the applicable tables. Table 1725-1, commercial and mixed-use zones, allowed uses and permit requirements, which is, by the way, erroneously titled allowed uses and permit requirements for residential zones. Table 1731, allowed uses for industrial zones, and Table 1735-1, allowed uses and permit requirements for the public facilities zone. All of these sections, in reference to the tables, say uses not listed, uses specifically listed in the table are prohibited unless otherwise determined by the Community Development Director as an appropriate use for the identified zone. It is the discretion of the Community Development Director to determine what type of permit shall be required for any use not listed. And in section 17.200, public notices and hearings, it states that alternative notice for the Community Development Director's decision without public hearing. If approval is by the Community Development Director without a public hearing, notice may be given only to the owner applicant and the abutting property owners. Notice shall be mailed at least 10 calendar days before the Community Development Director acts on an application, and a newspaper notice is not required. This allows the Community Development Director, an individual, to determine unilaterally if a land use that has not been considered in the general plan or zoning code is an allowed use, and if so, whether the public will be notified and if a public hearing will be held. By contrast, the existing zoning ordinance in effect today, as well as past zoning ordinances in my experience, have required that the Planning Commission must decide if an unlisted use can be placed in a zone.
So you have 30 seconds left.
So the former plan says that any ambiguity arising considering appropriate classification of a particular use will be done by the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission does their work in a public hearing with public notice and they're appointed by the board. It's not the same as one person sitting in their office making a decision whether a use such as a data center or something would be allowed.
Thank you. We are now complete on our public comment on this section, and we'll bring it to the Planning Commission. Do you have any comments or notes?
Looking at 1755-050, Part B. If we change 2 words in this section, we pretty much fix Fraser's problem and the orchard problem. So in the first part, it says the use of barbed wire, razor wire, electrified or other dangerous fencing materials may be allowed if the following applies. You change the may to shall, and that covers Fraser's issues. And then in part 3, where it says it's used to protect community gardens, livestock, electrified fence, you just need to change voltage to amperage. And that pretty much fixes, with 2 words, most everybody's concerns with the fencing material.
I mean, I think we do need to give more consideration to the language selection around dangerous. And I was trying to find my notes from that meeting and I couldn't find it. But we had also discussed just the general use of some of those for trash and keeping bears out of trash on rural residential properties. And I was trying to figure out where we landed on that, but just something else. Yeah, so Commissioner said it's coming back to the commission, so we will look at addressing more of that then. I appreciate Janice's comment, and that was also one of the ones that I had called out is for uses that were not listed that they should come to the Planning Commission instead of just doing a director's decision. And I'm gonna pass.
Yeah, I would like to know, what about non-conforming changes, right? Fences, signs, driveways. I mean, landscaping, it's about proposed new landscaping projects, not existing projects, correct? And no? So all landscaping will be regulated. That's over 2,500 square feet to the standards of the state.
Yes, Wello is a state unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
They state that we have to comply with that. And it applies to existing as well as proposed, if there's over that square footage amount.
Yeah.
Which is why we were trying to capture in the code what were the trigger points for when that needs to occur with compliance.
And then what about fences, signs that are already up, that exist?
If they already exist and they were created legally, like if they're over the maximum foot for a building, which I think is 8 feet, to where it's then considered a structure, those would be in compliance because we did not have a previously fence standards except when it came to how close it was to the road and the height of it in proximity to the road so that it wouldn't impact view. Those were the only previous standards we had in our code for fencing. Signs, those were really detailed out for what zones, how big they could be, where they could be located in the building standards, and those were moved over and then modified some to, in some cases, have more allowances or to clear up any ambiguity. But
Cool, right on, thank you. Yeah, I would echo what Keith says, and let's throw out the landscaping regulations, allow the state to come and tell me what I can do on my own property with my landscaping. And also with the timber conversions, it resonates.
Can we pause one moment for allow us?
Yeah, I just want
Director
to add that agreed, it is an unfunded mandate.
However, we've already adopted MWELO under Cal Green Code 2 years ago now, or a year ago, in July of last year, when we adopted Cal Green Code as part of building code. So we already have MWELO standards in county code under building code. So this is just consistency with that standard. And then to timberland conversions, they already passed through the county. So it seems reasonable from my perspective to have this section retained because CAL FIRE permits pass through the county, and I, as the designee of the Board of Supervisors, sign off on them currently.
Okay.
All CAL FIRE permits that I'm aware of come through the county. And exemptions.
We need to pause. When that 1 minute.
Don't come through.
When that 1 minute time comes, you can bring that forward so we're not communicating directly with off the mics. Okay, so
Thank you.
proceed.
My last question would be for power generation facilities, and what is, how small of generator is considered a power generating facility? Are we talking about a 30 kW generator for a whole house generator? Or are we talking another, industrial, commercial types of power generation facilities?
He's looking for an answer, so give him a moment if you don't mind.
That was my last question.
Okay, thank you. So we'll pause there. And I see Commissioner Fall, but do you want to answer that question while you're looking for it, or you want a minute?
I do. I agree that there should be some further clarification. Maybe I'll explain what the intent is. The intent would be, when we're thinking of an energy generation facility, we're thinking of a primary land use dedicated to the generation of electricity. Yeah. So whether that be geothermal, whether that be solar oriented, what have you, so it's not intended to regulate the generator, the backup generator that you would have for your home. That would just be kind of accessory to your home, which is an allowed land use. I agree. Let's get a definition in there that specifies that, provides some further clarification, because the intent here is not to regulate the generators that you would normally have for shops or for residences by any means.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Fall.
Thank you. So this is another question. It was, as Ms. Wright pointed out, there were some really minutia that we asked about when we were going through this, and this is one of my minutia questions that I don't think got answered, which is for signs. The definition of signs right now looks like it would include flyers. I mean, if you read the definition. And then it says that you can't put flyers on utility poles. So as someone who routinely puts flyers on utility poles, right now, the way it's worded, I would be doing an unlawful activity. So I'm kind of wondering if we can think about that and fix that.
I'll go first. Brent, feel free to jump in. So this is not intending to regulate flyers, pamphlets, trifolds. These would be for signs that would have to go, that would be considered essentially a structure that would have to go for a building permit for installation.
But if you read the definition of signs, let me get right there. An object, device, figure, display, message, placard, or similar item visible from a public place. Does not include murals, paintings, other works of art. So just generically, I'm reading it going, okay, message, placard, that's a flyer.
Yeah. And I would say that it would take one more step to go to the sign provisions to have a fuller understanding of what is being regulated, the types of signs that are then identified within there.
Well, 17.70.00 6.030 general sign standards, it shall be unlawful for any person to paint, post, or display any sign, bill, poster, picture, lithograph, map, plat, sample, or any other device for advertising purposes of any kind which does not comply with the standards established in this chapter. Any bill, so we're not going to be able to promote kids' plays. We're not going to be able to encourage community meetings with posters and that kind of stuff. So I think this is where it was asked, and it was discussed at a planning commission meeting to discussed. I don't know if we gave clear direction, but it was discussed to revise the language. Thank you.
Yeah, because I looked up the definition of bill, and a bill can include a flyer. And so, you know, and not being able to put, and then you say specifically you can't put flyers on utility poles, you know, you're kind of,
I actually think the utility companies don't allow that.
well, okay.
So whether or
If
not
they
we
wanna
say or
come-
not, the utility companies do not allow you to do that.
Well, there are, it depends what kind of utility pole, I guess.
Right. So like PG&E, they will tear your signs down and they will tell you if they catch you doing it, you're not allowed to do that.
Okay. So, but other places I can't play, anyway, I just want to bring that up as an issue. I try to be a lawful person.
I think we all do. It's so much easier. Well, it should be easier. Can I?
Yeah, and I
advance.
Yes, and I comment noted. I think if that is at the discretion of the planning commission to make a recommendation to remove that language in order to allow that posting, that is something that can be done. Again, this is a draft form, so that is the feedback. That is pretty clear. That is for flag for removal, and we can do that. If it requires further discussion at a future study session, it can be done so at that point as well.
Okay, thank you. Do you have that in the notes? That's been scribed into the recommendations. Is the planning commission complete in there or?
No, I've got three amendments I wanted to add in there.
Okay.
This is number 15 in the pamphlet. So it's commercial vehicle and store equipment and storage standards. So right now, the current draft zoning code limits on-site commercial vehicle storage to a fixed numerical cap that may not reasonably reflect the operational realities of rural Trinity County properties. A flat limitation of 4 commercial vehicles may be appropriate within urban or suburban environments where parcel sizes are smaller and land use conflicts are more concentrated. However, Trinity County contains extensive rural, agricultural, forestry, and resource-based properties where contractors, ranchers, forestry operators, agriculture business, mechanics, and so on need to be able to have more parking. So proposed code amendment would be commercial vehicles and equipment storage shall be regulated primarily through objective performance standards, including parcel size, setbacks, screening, traffic impacts, operational intensity, and noise standards, rather than fixed numerical limits alone. Add the following language: expanded commercial vehicle and equipment storage may be permitted by right on larger rural parcels where adequate setbacks, buffering, screening, and operational standards minimize impacts on adjacent properties. That's probably good enough. The rest of it is going to be added in the, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, keep it short. This is number 9, rural noise standard exemptions. So draft zoning code establishes industrial noise standards that may unintentionally affect customary rural operations, including sawmills, agricultural equipment, generators, workshops, forestry operations, and rural trades. Code language should be changed to customary agricultural, forestry, and rural resource activities conducted during normal daytime operating hours shall be exempt from industrial noise thresholds when such activities are otherwise lawful and customary within rural zones. Objective setback and operational standards may still apply. And this is number 2.
Good.
Trying to understand, you jump right into proposed code language, but I don't know that I get the why. So help me understand what I'm capturing the why.
So, short one here. We got rural communities naturally experience a different level of operational noise than urban or suburban areas. This amendment would recognize the realities of working rural lands while maintaining reasonable protections for neighboring properties.
Okay, this part that you have below is the why for the changes
Yes.
recommended above. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And, now you're jumping to which one?
Number 2. So the draft zoning code includes nuisance language that may expose ordinary agricultural activities to complaints and enforcement actions. Traditional rural activities often create or generate dust, noise, smoke, odors, livestock sounds, and equipment activity that are normal components of agricultural operations in Trinity County. So proposed code language: customary agricultural and livestock operations conducted in accordance with accepted rural practices shall not be considered a nuisance solely due to noise, dust, odor, smoke, equipment operation, livestock sounds, or seasonal agricultural activity, provided such activities comply with applicable state and local regulations.
Are you complete?
Yes, I was just waiting to see if we need clarification on that one or not. Oh, good.
Got it?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. We will now allow a 1-minute comment from anyone in the room who wants to speak towards the discussion that was brought forward by the Planning Commission. Oh, can you give him the mic again? Dan, would you mind grabbing that? Thank you.
Okay, the 1785 timber harvest stuff. I was here when the county decided that the county needed to sign off on that. The whole reason was because we were having stacked 3-acre conversions in Post Mountain.
Hey, Dan, I'm sorry, can you bring that closer to you? I heard people can't hear you.
Okay, so
You project.
So the reason that happened was because of what was occurring in Post Mountain, and it was a slip through the cracks at the state level thing. So the county wanted to address it. By the time we got there, it's too late. It's already been done. My suggestion would be to take that off Drew's plate because the state can handle all the paperwork. And nobody's going to 3-acre convert anything in Post Mountain. It's already been done. It's a one and done. You never get to convert a piece of property twice. Once you've had a 3-acre conversion, you can never do it again. It's once. So that's for timberland conversion. But what my other thing is, the devil is in the details. And I heard Michael say, yeah, that was not the intention of this. I get that. But for power generation, okay, you mentioned solar. How can you have all power generating equipment shall be completely enclosed in a building or a fence at least 6 feet high if you're planning on doing solar? Even a 6-foot high fence
Dan,
goes your solar.
sorry, 1 minute's up.
All right.
Did you capture his conversation?
Bernadette Vanderweide, Lewiston. I'd like to point out something that was very subtle but I think was quite impactful in my mind. Commissioner McIntosh, when you brought up about the generator, you asked the question, you were asking about what size does that mean? And when it was actually clarified by our consultants, it was actually covering everything that generates energy, generates, and then it said solar, like wind. And then my mind kept going into data centers, all the things that generate that we are watching come out there, taking over rural communities. I feel like this is this seemed very vulnerable of a spot. So my direction and my request for a PC, when y'all go through this, you got to go through line by line and verify that we're talking about the same things, because we're talking about farming generators, and this opens us up to becoming the farm.
Any further 1-minute comments in the room?
Just like a point of clarification, my understanding in consulting with the RPF is that the 3-year conversion exemptions do go through the county for signature. Timber harvest plans as well as the NTMPs actually don't go through the county for signature, but the county is made aware of them. So I think that might be a small distinction, but I think it's important because oftentimes things get held up when there's the assumption that they sign off on everything. So just clarifying that I think would be super helpful. I think the Forestry Practices Act kind of lays that out.
Any further 1-minute public comment in the room? Is there any 1-minute public comment online?
Rhoda?
Hi, Rhoda Kane, East Fork Coffee Creek Training Center. I'm just gonna pick on the commercial vehicle storage thing. So, in the state of California, a pickup is registered as a commercial vehicle. Like a Toyota is registered as a commercial vehicle. So, I feel like that just needs to have a little bit more thought, maybe a definition for what is and isn't considered a commercial vehicle in this document. But that just being, that a pickup is a commercial vehicle in the state's eyes. So thanks.
Ben?
Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. On the electrical generation, so it doesn't apply to floor generators or Generac type of devices for the house, but does it apply to either solar that's mounted on your house or ground solar somewhere installed on your property? Like if it's installed on the ground, it's not a commercial generating device. It's tied back to the home. So does that count as enforceability at this point in time? And then as far as walls and fences, these new regs, are they retroactively enforceable or is this only for new projects? And then realistically, any changes and updates to this section, are these retroactive also? Thank you.
Ben? Keith?
Yeah, thank you. Real quick, Dan is 100% correct on the conversions. That was only run through the county.
Keith, we're having a hard time hearing you. Could you speak maybe closer to your microphone?
Okay, let me try.
Thank you.
So the 3-acre conversions were just designed to try to stop or be a tool in stopping the green rush at the time. I think that's something that obviously could go away and be taken off of Drew's plate. Secondly, I think it's important in this document to notice that 25% of the properties in this county are off the power grid. And so when you're writing electrical things for people like me and Dan, it needs to be a little clearer and more concise. And, probably 3,000 or 4,000 people are off the grid in this county. So just take that in mind. Thank you.
John?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so the planning commission spent a long night sorting through this stuff and but it seems their recommendations haven't made it into the current draft. I think when the planning commission does loop back around to this at workshop time and additional workshop, I would encourage the budgeting of a good amount of time for this to sort through this entire section and really make sure they're getting it right. They were under huge time constraints that evening, and it was very rushed. But this is going to take some time to get right, and a lot of thoughtful discussions. And a lot of back and forth with community. So let's just make sure this gets addressed by the Planning Commission again, and enough time to make it thorough and get it right. Thanks.
Admin?
Regarding the parking, this is Colette Lucky, Trinity Center. There are places in Coffee Creek, Trailhead Pizza, the country store, where they're very popular venues that can attract a pretty good sized crowd. And literally everybody just parks in the dirt and nobody thinks anything of it. There is no like designated parking spaces. They're just, people are generally fairly organized and create their own. And I don't really notice any, standout handicaps parking signs. What I'm concerned about is, would small businesses like these that do attract events, would they be required to pave their parking, put in striping, put in signage, and go through all that expense? Because if they would, that kind of expense could bankrupt these small businesses. Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Is there any comments regarding the public comment or any questions that you have for our team? Okay.
So is it a consensus of the PC that 17.70.030A should be stricken from and that's the signs on utility poles or any poles?
So
seemed like it was kind of.
I mean, to me, if you want to put a sign, if you want to put a flyer on a rock, okay, I just, yeah.
So we have that captured.
Not every sign, but just, I'm concerned about the definition of signs, that it looks like it includes flyers. And I want to see how you can make it legal to you put up flyers around town.
I think the point is trying to get more at the allowance for temporary paper sign usage, and we just need to better define signs in here as permanent, long-term. And I
versus
think we can
flyers.
get that sorted out.
Okay. Would you like to speak to that?
I think you could eliminate it, but you can't make it a right to put a sign on a power pole. Gotta be careful there.
They don't belong to us.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yes, I agree with some of the commission here. What Commissioner Fall had mentioned about specific signs. If we're going to disallow or allow certain signs on poles, we need to clearly, objectively, not subjectively state what that is. But I think we can work that out, as Commissioner Flights had said. We can discuss temporary signs, and we can confirm with administration and legal counsel on the legality of specific signs and messaging for that. But yes, that we can evaluate that as part of the study sessions and see if striking it completely works or if there is some substantial modification to that standard particularly.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Gogan?
Yeah, just one other, I guess, statement I would make. No matter what you do with parking in Trinity County, we're going to park where we want. It's the way it is. You find a spot, you park there. We're pretty good with figuring that out. Put whatever you want in there, but we're going to do the same thing we've always done. We'll find a spot, park there.
Is Supervisor Cox, did you have a statement?
I do. A couple of things. First off, Dan's statement about 3-acre conversions being once and done, that's only true for that particular owner. If you sell your property, the new owner can do a new less than 3-acre conversion. So I don't know what we are or aren't signing off. I agree that leaving that with CAL FIRE. The only thing that I would think is that if we had some sort of a statement in here, it would be one more place to alert people that you may need to do that with your property. But if we can streamline that away from our community development director's responsibility to also have to sign those off and let CAL FIRE take care of it, it would be one less thing to do. I have 3 things, I think. On the signs, it's under 17.70.060, the exempt signs. The language here under Part B, it's going to kind of circle back to the zoning clearance issue we talked about yesterday, but when we just read this, and maybe when I read it out loud for all of you, it'll suddenly make sense to me, but at the moment it doesn't. The following signs are allowed without a permit in any zone and shall be included in the determination of type, area, or number of signs allowed on a parcel. Exempted signs shall comply with all regulations established for the applicable sign type. This is the part that I'm getting to. Signs not listed below or not in compliance with the stated standards shall require the approval of a zoning clearance. In my head, that seems counterintuitive because we're going to have a zoning clearance, something that tells us it's okay in our zone, tell us that something that's not okay is now okay. Does anybody understand that? Like, is reading it like I am? Like, it doesn't just make sense. Okay, thank you. All right. The last thing I wanted to do is just ask a question about the MWELO. So I'm bummed that we have this. I get the intent, statewide, I get the intent, kind of. But that the burden it places on the county is super irritating. But I think that more to the point, how do we intend to capture this information and submit this to the state? Because we're saying now that it is, like, I thought it was going to be, oh, something that's newly implemented. Okay, well, new stuff going in. But apparently, we have to capture water usage on anything that's 2,500 square feet or more of landscaping.
Well, the answer to your question is that general fund dollars will need to pay for a licensed irrigation auditor to accomplish this. It's an unfunded mandate.
I'm with Keith. Wow.
Are you complete?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we are
You have
currently
to be a
required
discussion.
to report regardless. So.
Yeah, I hear you. Yes, I'm complete. Thank you.
Do you have any statements or comments? And then we'll read those after. I have a couple myself, so you go.
Okay. Yeah, I think really I want to just pose some questions back maybe to the Planning Commission at this point, because I hear sometimes conflicting things. So I've heard a lot about we need to focus on streamline. And then I hear us say, let's take things away from director approval and put it to the Planning Commission. And I get that putting it to the Planning Commission makes it a more public review, but that does not streamline it. So I just want to understand, when you're making that distinction in your minds, help me understand why you're saying I'll give up streamlining because I want the public perspective. So I just, clarity, not arguing.
I think it's a very limited number. So it is things like when the brewery was first proposed, that was a new use for the county. And so the Planning Commission had to make a decision where it fit in the land use. We most recently had to do a determination for the Hayfork Fire Station, where they had the kind of accessory housing for. So it's very rare that something comes up brand new, we never thought of, and then that has to be considered by the Planning Commission. It's not an everyday kind of thing for it. I mean, in all the years I've done the Planning Commission, it's only been a couple things.
But but my still lack of clarity is, what I hear us doing is pointing out things in this code that would send things his way, that we're saying, no, don't do that, send it to us.
No, this is things that are not
aren't in the
considered.
code.
It's not in here. So the big push button right now is data centers, right? We do not talk about data centers in here at all. Therefore, if one was proposed, it would need to come, right now, it says to the director. But what I'm proposing is that it should come to the Planning Commission as the group for those kinds of proposals, those kinds of changes. So we've gone through the public process on what's included in this document. And so we're saying for items that are not included in this document, it needs to come past the Planning Department to the Planning Commission and then move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then the other thing is just kind of an observation. Again, my brain sometimes just picks up on what I consider conflicting things. So I've heard a number of times, this is the 2050 plan. We're talking about 30 years from now. We're talking about it for our grandkids. And then I hear us say, hey, today in Trinity County, we park wherever we want, or we do whatever we want, or we have our. So there's a balance here that I assume we don't think this county will be exactly the same way it is 30 years from now. There are some ways we hope it probably will be, but there are also ways we hope it won't be. We need more housing. We need more jobs for the people that are here. We need better healthcare. We need better roads. We need lots of things over this next 30 years. So I think we just need to remember that what I understand we're trying to do here is set the framework that will guide us and support us. And yes, there should be some things to make sure that we're not putting things to guide us and support us that are absolutely we don't want it 5 years from now or 30 years from now. But let's not be grounded in today when we're trying to think ahead 30 years, how are things going to evolve? And what do we need to contemplate in this document? Just an observation, I don't have a specific thing to call to. I've just noticed us get really grounded in we're Trinity County, this is how we are. And then I hear us go, but we need to plan for the future. Let's do both.
Could I
Yes.
address that just a little bit? You know, and I really resonate with what you're saying. And however, I do also recognize that we're not Yolo County, and we oftentimes there's businesses that are on the side of the road and they might not be able to fit within the square, right, of the zoning or the loading area for distinct places. And so we just want to make sure that these places that are zoned commercial that have existed, that maybe closed down, might open back up, will have an opportunity to continue. And so if there is just some flexibility within that, of course, ideally, this is what would work. But if we are on the Highway 299 corridor, if there could be some variability with that, that would help.
Thank you.
So to that, and perhaps you can answer this. Say, for example, since we're talking about Junction City, we just look at the Junction City store. If they, for example, wanted to add like a Frosty Freeze kind of like drive-in, like restaurant on the end of it, you could get a hamburger when you got off the river. The way that the parking is there, right now, probably wouldn't be suitable for that. But if there was a way to make parking suitable, although it may not look like, exactly like what parking looks like in front of Dollar General, then those people would be able to come in and ask for a change, a non-conforming use or a change, or I'm not sure of the language exactly, but they would be able to do that. They would be able to come forward and say, I really want to do this, but I need my stuff to look a little bit different. So I think people would still be able to have access to those types of ideas, because I know with 299 is my district, that we struggle with safety in every single parking lot at every single, whether it's the post office or the cider store or whatever it is danger zone, man. When you park there, there's a moment every day that you risk your life when you get the mail. And so I understand that we are what we are, but how do we make space for growth, but then also be able to say there are some things that just simply are the way that they are, and there's no imagination that's going to make them become what we would maybe like them to be, because we live where we live. So
the Planning Commission does consider variances that address parking issues for like the Montessori kinder kids. When they expanded, they didn't have enough parking spaces, but they came in with an agreement with the church next door that said, since we operate at different times, you can use our parking lot. So I think there's a way, if someone wants something, that doesn't fit the box, there is a way for them to get an approval if they have something to propose.
Okay, I see you having one moment. Go ahead. No, you
provide more clarity on that. And that's a follow-up from what Martha Miller from Miller Planning and Associates was going over yesterday with those deviations. So we've built in kind of two levels. There's a 20% deviation of any dimensional standard that someone could apply to that could be approved by the community development director.
Okay.
Then anything beyond that 20% threshold, as Commissioner Fall has mentioned, goes what we're now calling a major deviation. And those can go before the Planning Commission for discretionary review and approval, where you can provide those unique circumstances, like a church being willing to take on the burden of parking, and create that, that flexibility. If anything, I think we've provided another layer of that would allow that would allow deviations that would not even have to go to the Planning Commission to some degree. So but that's at least for the terminology, and providing a further clarification on that process. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to provide one big point that we also need to focus on for 336 and 299 is that we don't have 100% control because of Caltrans right of way.
Correct.
And so anything we do there also needs their approval and buy-in. And so we may not have as much leniency in those areas as we would like to make things work. So just wanted to, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Cox?
Yeah. I would just ask that as you all are considering like a topic like this when it comes up, we have been through a long season of time where we were using the term variance for cannabis-related things that we all realized, yeah, that's not the definition. A legal exception granted by the county allows a property owner to deviate from strict zoning rules such as setback height, lot size, due to unique property conditions that create an unnecessary hardship, ensuring fair use with changing so that if your property is different from somebody else and they get to do something you can't do, so variance. And then we went to the buffer zone so that we cleaned up our language and cleaned up our understanding. But just now, just kind of like we just kind of defaulted back, oh, we could just ask for a variance. I hope that we won't do that. I hope that you'll, like this ended up being, it's not a variance, it's a deviation, a minor deviation or a major deviation, and just hoping we don't revert to where that meaning doesn't fit.
So I have a couple. Oh,
Do you think, is that not applicable?
No, I totally get that. I mean, there are rationale, you have to have a difference in topography, the shape of parcels, so that's exactly what we considered.
Yeah.
Did you have something you wanted to say?
To clarify, for what it's worth, that we're, related to parking standards, we're not proposing that the parking areas need to be paved. There's nothing in what we're proposing that they need to, the spaces need to be striped. It's just a mechanism to verify that there's adequate space to accommodate parking for a specific use and the proposed, number of people, occupants, seats in a restaurant, things like that.
Thank you. So I want to just speak some of my thoughts on parking. So thank you for clarifying that. You just answered one of the questions that was rattling in my head with properties that are venues. So for weddings and things, they'll open up one of the pastures and that becomes the parking spot for the wedding that is occurring at the ranch site or what have you. So that's good to know that that's there. Also, I was thinking about the fair and all the times we do what Liam spoke of, you find a spot, and if you got a 4-wheel drive, you could park up on that hill. And we are pretty parking interesting at times. I've witnessed quite a bit of it. The other thing about parking that I don't see it in here, and it may be my failure in reading a lot of material and trying to capture things. One of the things that I didn't see anything about the parking of people's recreational vehicles, either storing it at their public, like if they have a commercial building and they park their recreational vehicles there for extended periods of time, or in subdivisions and different things where people may want to park their camping trailer or another recreational vehicle in those locations. I didn't see any information about that. So that's something I may need to research, or maybe you can show me where I missed it. And then the other one is we have a lot of, as was mentioned, commercial vehicles that are just quad cab, Chevy 2500 long bed trucks that everybody drives to work every day. And they have their construction company sign on the door. And then, so a lot of those guys bring their works home, or maybe some ladies bring their commercial trucks home for the night because they work far away, or they'll bring their water trucks home because they're filling them up on their way home and they have to be to another location super early in the morning. I just want to protect our working folks when we talk about parking, and then also our volunteer fire departments. A lot of those guys will bring home a truck sometimes when they're on call, even our sheriff's department and different things like that. So some of those vehicles that don't necessarily fit your everyday life are in community spaces. They are in subdivisions. They are in HOAs. They are in those locations. And so I just want to make sure that we are protecting our need to have those types of vehicles are amongst the living of our everyday life.
So when that came up previously with Commissioner Harper's comments, Brent and I discussed, and we could certainly just increase the gross vehicle weight that's currently listed, or the number of axles, to accommodate, what we would consider to be a pickup truck that might qualify as a commercial vehicle, to make sure that we're not creating excessive restrictions on that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I know at my house, I noticed that there's one parking space per bedroom, or if that's in a boarding house or whatever, but I'm just thinking about a lot of us, and maybe this isn't necessarily something that would ever fit in maybe like downtown Weaverville or whatever, but I do know that for extreme frontier rural living people like myself, we have a truck for this and a truck for this, and we have another truck for this, and they're all lined up, and we've all have to pay our California DMV fee that seems like it's growing higher every year, but they're all lined up out there because they all have a specific work and purpose. And I just think we need to respect that, because it's parked next to a stock trailer, and it's parked next to a low bed that's for the equipment, and a flatbed that's for the car hauler, and all of that stuff's lined up out there. And I just don't ever want us to look at those rural environments and say those people have way too many, vehicles for their property, because that's what we have to do to live.
So we did discuss this. So it's the minimum number of parking spaces. So a single family dwelling, you have to have a minimum of one space. It didn't have a maximum.
Okay.
And likewise, originally when this was proposed, it said that it had to be a covered space. And I was like, nah, I park my vehicles outside. So thankfully they listened and they removed that. So basically it just, you have to have a minimum of one space, of parking space for a single family dwelling. Now, for one of the other things we asked for was for vacation rentals, for them to have a parking space per bedroom. Because if they rent the place out and they've got 5 bedrooms and all of a sudden they have 5 different groups of people show up, they need more parking spaces. So that's where the vacation rental minimum is different than single family dwelling minimum.
I've gotten the 5:30 in the morning power knock on the door because we had one more car extra than what the Airbnb allowed. And so it's real. It's happening. You have to maintain your guests. So is there anything else?
Yeah, just a point of clarification, because what I thought that I heard you express was that you didn't want to see commercial vehicles, or we take our sheriff's vehicles home or so forth, sort of becoming cumbersome within a neighborhood.
No, I don't want them to be restricted, because that's the way that many of
Okay,
I don't
then
want
the
them to be.
answer makes sense.
Yeah, I don't
Yep.
want them to be restricted because it's a commercial vehicle. I want people to be able to many people take their work trucks home, and so I don't want there to be a restriction on those folks that have those kinds of jobs, who need to take what would be considered a commercial vehicle home to their house and park it, even though it's an addition to maybe their personal vehicle.
Yep. No, I just thought I heard you upside down. And then is there anything there where we have homes that have so many vehicles that they park on the street as a habit all the time? Like this is their parking spot on the street. And the only reason I'm thinking about that is because we do have considerations of, like, the reason to talk about the zoning clearances and so forth for various activities is traffic flow in neighborhoods. And so when this is not just we're having, extra guests over, and so the street is really full this evening for a few hours, That seems different than what is just standard practice all the time because our vehicles are too many for the space that we have. Is that something that we care about? In other words, I guess in terms of, okay, I hear you, but I am thinking in terms of when that parking is outside of a fire hydrant that I see all the time, then one would think so. One would think so. Okay, we're done. Okay.
Okay, so you, sir, have had the incredible job of being our scribe today.
Okay, I'm not reading your attitude, but. Okay.
You ready? So remember, these are our direction to staff placeholders that we will return to at the end of the day with line item strikeout, and we'll be able to say this was captured here instead of here. So these are our placeholder direction to staffs.
Okay.
Direction to staff, sorry.
All right. Fencing, Planning Commission to review content focused on quote unquote dangerous fencing to address concerns raised via public comments. I'm going to wait. Public notice of changes. Need to determine if how property owners are notified of changes to general standards versus property specific standards. And I did this in part because of, Catherine made the point of, notification to people, and my mind went to, well, I think we're probably already at the point of we're going to notify everybody. But now if you get to saying, I'm notifying you because your zoning changed, or I notified you because of some specific land use associated with that zoning changed. But if we're also supposed to notice them of everything that's changed that could impact their property, we'd be sending them the book. So I just think we need to think through, what does this notification look like? And when we're saying that we need to notify about all changes, what does that really mean? We don't need to answer it. I'm just saying we need to figure it out.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Energy generation facilities provide greater clarity via stronger definition. Example, consultants noted, if I took it right, the intended focus is on dedicated land use for the purpose of energy generation, not for private energy use. Signs, pardon me? For energy generation facilities, the direction is provide greater clarity via stronger definition. And then I was referencing the example that the consultant provided when we were discussing that, where he noted that the intended focus of that section is on dedicated land use for the purpose of energy generation, not private use energy generation. So it's not about that I put solar on my property or a generator for the blackouts. It's about, I'm going to create a solar farm on my property and I'm going to sell the power to other people. But that was the distinction I heard. And so I heard that we need to dig into that, and consultants already maybe have a lead. Signs need to refine language to clarify that flyers are not restricted in the same way as signs. Also address use of zoning clearance for signs not covered by code. So there was this issue of how does a zoning clearance, which is supposed to be for approved things, get done for types of signs that aren't allowed. So, but just for that to be dug into. Commercial vehicle and equipment storage standards, review the proposed language changes reflected in item 15. Rural noise standard exemptions, review the proposed language changes in item 9. Right to farm protections, review proposed language changes in item 2. I just took down, and you can help me with this, Drew, or whomever, conversion process, review process, and the need for director approval signature. There was just types of conversions that I was hearing different examples of it, and I didn't want to get too bogged down. Water usage, need more information about this unfunded mandate. I'm just putting that generally. It's like you're already telling us, yeah, it's here. We've already adopted it into some components. Reality says we should be hiring the general fund money to have somebody to report stuff we don't even want to report. But I just think at some point we need to come back and close the loop so we all understand what we've gotten ourselves into, not by our own desire. Parking, Planning Commission to review with an eye toward balancing safety and supporting our small businesses and rural way of life. So just the whole thing needs to be, but that's kind of that balancing act. It's like, yes, we need to protect safety. We also need to protect our rural way of life and these small businesses that we gave those examples of. Yeah, good examples. And then I had subpoints to that, address items like recreational vehicles, ATVs, side-by-sides, livestock trailers, et cetera, if that has an impact. Ensure that our reality of workers bringing their, quote, commercial trucks home is accounted for. And I noted Drew's reference to one solution to this problem in a bigger picture level is referencing the gross vehicle weight versus some other designation of commercial vehicle. And include some kind of balance of too many vehicles overflowing into streets that could impact traffic flow and neighborhood safety. So if it's one thing like, yes, I should have as many vehicles as I want, right up to the point where nobody can drive down the street anymore and I block the fire engines from coming to save my neighbor's house, kind of a thing. So that's what I captured. Anything stand out missing?
No,
I think so.
Are there already laws about cars overflowing into the street? Do we need to address that or? Oh, do we need to address, I mean, are there already laws for cars in the streets?
I don't
Do we
know,
need
but
to
we're
make-
saying they
you're
should look
gonna
at it.
Look at
so,
it, okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we will now close part 4.
That was 3, right?
Or I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I already have my slide
Don't
forward.
mess with
so
me.
I was going. We will close part 3 and open up part 4. I will do a quick IO check with our commissioners and our board. Does anybody need a 5-minute break? We fine? Good? Yes, we do. We need no, we don't. Okay. All right. That's funny. When I was in India, I learned that it's not no and yes, it's like this means like I don't whatever, it's fine. So when you're over there, something's like this. You want a 5-minute break? Okay, all right, we'll take 5 minutes. If you need to fill your water bottle or go to the restroom, please do that quickly, and we will begin here shortly.
Are you plugged into the county system with your cord?
Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us throughout the day. We are now entering into our draft of part 4. So before we get that started, we've had a couple new participants come in for the day, and I want to make sure that we're honoring everyone who maybe missed some of the presentations from yesterday that have a public comment that they've come here to say. So if you wouldn't mind, come up and have your 3 minutes on what you have brought forward.
Drew, microphone.
Yeah, okay. If you wouldn't mind giving us the notation of what part you're talking on, or I see you have 17. If you can just
Yes.
tell us what piece it's on.
Okay, I will. Yeah, thank you. My name's David Rosenstein and I live in High and Palm. And I'm sorry we weren't here yesterday at the appropriate time, but we're here to, as Jan began, addressing 17.25, 17.30, and 17.35. I'm deeply concerned that there are a myriad of uses that have not been contemplated in the general plan, such as data centers and immigrant detention camps. Trinity County's remote location and relatively inexpensive electricity could attract future industrial developers. With technology rapidly changing, it's impossible to predict what new industrial uses might be proposed within the lifespan of the general plan and what the impacts of these new uses could be. Pretty much daily in the news now, I'm just seeing rural areas that are being blindsided by issues that they hadn't anticipated, like detention centers and data centers, and it's something that we need to think carefully about. In order to protect the quality of life in Trinity County, it's essential that the Planning Commission decides in a public hearing whether a proposed use that is not on a list of permitted uses should be allowed and what level of permitting and public review will be required. Please restore the previous language in the zoning code that requires the Planning Commission to determine in a public hearing with public notice if any use is not listed in table 17.30, 0.020, 17.25020, or 17.35020 are appropriate uses and what type of permit, and therefore the extent of public review will be required. You know, something like this comes to our county, we really need to consider it carefully and we need to have public input. We do have about 70 signatures, a petition that we've been passing around the community of residents. We understood when we got here that we should have 10 copies, and we're currently making 10 copies of those. By the end of the day, you will probably have 10 copies, or at least 1 copy to put into the public record. But thank you very much for your consideration, and thank you for, anticipating that we need public input if we're going to have something like this coming into Trinity County. Thank you.
Ma'am, did you want to add to that at this time? Oh, you already said your piece? Okay, all right. I just don't want to leave you out. Thank you. Okay, we will now open part 4 in the draft review process.
Okay, so next we're going to go into the portion of the zoning code which houses all of the standards for specific types of land uses. And I like to think of part 4 as really working in unison with part 2. So if we think back to part 2 where we had those land use tables and all of the zones, on the far right column of part 2, we have additional standards for those land uses. Those are to address a multitude of things: performance-based standards, additional development standards, operational standards for certain types of land uses. So I would say the connection between 2 and 4, and then ultimately part 7, which is the definitions, which we'll talk about next, are really connected, are really part of, or interconnected as part of this process. So the purpose of part 4 is to regulate specific land use types really ultimately to ensure consistency with the general plan and to minimize potential land use conflicts. It does so by establishing, setting permit thresholds, operational standards, performance standards, and development standards for certain types of land uses. What are those land uses? So we're talking about things like accessory dwelling units, home-based businesses and enterprises, agritourism, special event facilities, cannabis, accessory uses and structures, and certain state mandated processes like density bonuses. Like the other portions or other parts of this zoning ordinance, say the most substantial portion or largest change that you'll see is really the consolidation and the organization of these standards. They're currently spread out throughout your code. There is no consolidated section where we are housing all of these specific land use standards. They're kind of sprinkled in some sections. And that has led to inconsistency in application in a couple of areas. So first, we've consolidated all of your land use specific items into this part. Then what we did is we organized this part into a total of 8 chapters. The idea is to group like standards together and ultimately create a more user-friendly guide for applicants, for county staff, for elected and appointed officials to use when they're looking at, okay, what types of standards are we going to be asking applicants? How are you going to confirm that when you actually go through your reviews and approvals? So some of the changes that we made is we updated and clarified what is a heavily utilized portion of your code, which are your home-based business standards. So the county currently has what are called home occupations and home enterprises. Home occupations are intended to be those lower intense say enterprises. Enterprise is the incorrect term here. Land uses that would take place that would be accessory to a residential land use. Firewood harvesting, potential selling a home of limited products, home offices. The intent of the home occupation is for the most part, for all intents and purposes, for it not to affect the character of your home. Typically, business is conducted within doors. We would encourage limited customer interaction driving to your site. And the idea with the home occupation is it's less intense and has some further restrictions. The home enterprise is more of what we would consider more of a mixed use typology in which home enterprises are a more intense style of a home occupation. In a home enterprise, you're allowed to have employees. There are flexibility in the signage and advertising you can do. It's anticipated in a home enterprise that you may have land use conflicts just because of noise and the types of activities that are allowed. So what we did is we further clarified and refined these existing processes. It was a desire to continue to encourage and support home-based occupations. That is a vital portion of the county's economy. So our tact here was to create some just further guidelines, create some further foundational standards for operation. Additionally, what you'll notice in part 4 is there are a series of updated standards relating to agricultural and animal husbandry. You'll see new standards in there applying to animal density, where structures for animal habitation can be placed and their setbacks, and then certain operational and development and operational standards. Additionally, there was a call for this throughout this entire process to encourage more recreational activities. So we also went through and created larger distinctions and better distinctions between campground style uses. We've created a minor, major, and then a recreational vehicle park. We kind of see these as tiered land uses with them being kind of less intense to the most intense. We like to break them out that way because it allows us then to really hone in as to where these would be appropriate in the county. Additionally, there are some state mandated processes that we have codified and improved per state law and your housing element. One of these main ones is called the density bonus. I Don't think that it is taken advantage of too much here in the county because you are fairly flexible in development. But density bonuses are a state mandated process by which a developer who is providing affordable housing, qualifying affordable housing, can qualify for certain exemptions or certain waivers of development standards. So, and in some cases, this is mostly used to add additional density beyond what the general plan allows. Again, not a heavily utilized tool here in the county, but in order to ensure state law compliance, we have updated those provisions. And it was something that was called out for specifically in your housing element as an implementation program to update this. So we've gone ahead and done that. Additionally, what you'll see are updates and the incorporation of cannabis into a single land use chapter. These standards would correspond and provide further clarity to the permit requirements and entitlements that are currently established in Part 2. So we talk about that, kind of how they're used in unison, where you have your permit requirements for cannabis related and land uses in Part 2. You would then look to this part for the further development operational expectations. And then we went through and as part of this process added some new land uses based on public input, board direction. Agritourism, dependent unit villages, live work style housing, special event facilities, and then tiny home villages. With that, I will hand it back to the chair for questions and discussions on the draft.
Thank you. This is a big section. There's a lot of stuff in here. Okay, so now we will open up for public comment on part 4. And again, everyone will have 3 minutes to discuss this item. And we will begin with the public comment that is in the room.
Catherine Sidman, I'm still Lewiston Road, Lewiston. Could you go back 2 slides and share your screen? Is that possible?
We can go back to the slide.
I would love that.
Which slide?
It was 2 slides back. This was under what's changed, and I just wanted to read that exact.
Where it referred to the cannabis use?
It referred to, and then back one. And one, there you go. Updated and incorporate, updated and incorporated a cannabis use chapter based on current code, state law, community input, and staff recommendations. What's wrong with that sentence? Besides the open punctuation. Are you there, Amelia? Is this updated based on what you recommended? What Planning Commission recommended? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. And that their staff?
County employees.
Are you a county employee and that counts as staff? Is that what you understand?
So
that's not what I understand. I'm saying, I think that leaving out Planning Commission, and maybe it's because I don't understand, but it doesn't feel that way, the way this has come together. It feels like that just wasn't included. And it feels like this is spelling out to you that that wasn't included.
Substantial input to this section.
Yeah, you did. Is it there? So that's all. I just wanted to call out that I think that that's the spirit and the vibe of things that continues through this whole process, is that we're looking to staff, and if Planning Commission includes staff and I misunderstand that, great, but I think that there's a lot of influence from staff on things that should have come from Planning Commission based on community input.
Adrian Keys, Hayfork, District 3. I'm hopeful and now more or less confident that we'll be able to have an opportunity to actually do this more in depth as we did previously at the Planning Commission meeting, and then we'll see another round of drafting where those recommendations are incorporated. I think in the interim, it's extremely important to understand how these licenses work and how they work differently in different businesses. Like, it is easy to make this assumption that distribution means like a semi truck is coming up your road. That's not the case. In a micro business, a distribution license may only be used to legally transfer material from one license type to another, as is required by state law. Any transfer of cannabis material from one license type to another requires a distribution license. So you can't effectively have a micro business without a distribution license, because you would literally have to call that guy that Steve Lyon refers to in San Diego to come up to your place to move your dried cannabis to your manufacturing facility. You know, you need that distribution license in between there. So my feeling, and in my communication with our membership and in what has now resulted in many, many, many years of conversation around this, is there's so much nuance behind this license type and also behind several of these others that they really need to be considered deeply and not simply prohibited or overly weighted with use permits. It is entirely possible a distribution license would exist on a parcel and no one would have any idea ever that there was, because they would never see any evidence of it. It could also be that a distribution license could not warehouse other people's cannabis on their property, but could be performing fulfillment services for other farms in the county, which is just such an important piece of the supply chain that it is absolutely stifling our local businesses that we don't have access in a reasonable form to these license types. But what we end up doing is farming that work out of town. It costs exponentially more money to perform those services, and we're essentially losing money by trying to do a better job, by trying to fulfill what our objectives were at the beginning of this program, which was to create a craft farm situation, boutique, all that, completely out the door until we have a complete supply chain in the county. Nurseries absolutely must be able to sell to retail stores, not just to commercial operators. Cannabis retail or nursery operations are 100% closed to the public. There is no public access to cannabis nurseries. It needs to be, those plants are taken by a distributor to a retailer for access to the public, by a distributor to other farms. So there's another instance where it's important to have easy access to this sorts of licensure. And I'm really looking forward, I can't believe I'm saying that, to the next time we get to sit down for 30 hours and go through this again, because this is the largest employment sector in the county, and we're stifling it so badly by overregulation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vidette Vanderweide, Lewiston. I only got past the first couple of bullets before I probably am going to take up my 3 minutes. So the first part that jumped out at me is that this is organized into 8 chapters, blah, 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 including wireless facilities. I'm hoping we go through that. However, for public record, I want to make sure that we have, that has to include, I haven't had a chance to go look at it, that it has to include and expand into wireless facilities, towers, data centers, fusion centers, prisons, ICE detention centers, and any massively predatory industrial industry that will take our environment and our people. Thank you for that. Then moving down into updated regulations for home occupations. I think it's so interesting that we have these study sessions and we're asked for what we want. And then when we're delivered it, they're like, here we go, we put it in there, but it's how to regulate us even more. So what I'm concerned about is the home occupations. And Minter Harnish, our consultant, said something about we've updated the standards for home-based businesses. So I'm curious to really dig into that, what that really means, because without a vital business economy, we don't have places for people to work. We don't have like jobs. So we have a lot of people now that are turning to the internet and turning to, you know, the future of business and taking it online. And that is not land-based at that point. The internet, as you all have clearly shown us in letting us not be able to talk about the health concerns and all of that in the airwaves of cell towers. So if we have our business that goes over the airwaves, that should not be regulated. Thank you.
Lisa, you and Dan are running on the same track, man.
Lisa, right, Lewiston. So one of the things I think could be super helpful, because I see this referred to in a lot of the slides, around state mandates, a table of what those state mandates are. So we can clearly see how that integrates into our zoning code, because it's a little bit murky right now. There's a lot in this, so, yeah. My document's there to kind of lay out some of the questions I'm not going to get to. So first, the draft updates home occupation and home enterprise standards, which can be incredibly important for economic development locally, but the thresholds should be clear and objective. Rural residents should be able to understand when a home-based activity remains low impact and when it becomes a discretionary commercial use. We need to be thresholds clearly established and delineated. Second, the draft creates or updates standards for agritourism, special event facilities, and campground tiers. These uses, again, important economic development opportunities, but they need to be, the standards should be scaled appropriately and should clearly address things like event frequency, attendance, parking, sanitation, road access, fire access, and neighborhood compatibility. We saw some kind of strange allowance for campgrounds in, was it C1 or something weird? RR, I don't know. Third, animal husbandry standards should be reviewed for rural practicality. The county should ensure that density limits, structural setbacks, and permit thresholds are clear and do not unintentionally burden traditional or rural agricultural uses. I think that's a really important. This came up a lot at the Planning Commission, the whole discussion on animal husbandry and counts and, hooves and, yeah. And fourth, the cannabis chapter needs especially careful review because it interacts with the zoning districts, the cannabis opt-out overlay, existing legal operations, modifications, transfers, enforcement, and state licensing. We should clearly understand which cannabis provisions are carried forward unchanged and which are new or materially modified. I did an extensive analysis comparing 17.43 with where it went into the new zoning code. I provided a very detailed spreadsheet with multiple tabs that show where there are discrepancies and high priority issues that really need to be addressed that are policy related. And I also have a public comment that accompanied that. I sent that in maybe yesterday afternoon. So it's very important that that get disseminated and we have a really good conversation around practical enforcement and not putting a whole nother layer of regulation, which we're seeing throughout this whole activity over existing state regulations. Why? Why are we creating all this additional bureaucracy for county jobs? That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Finally, the draft adds or revises standards for newer housing types, including dependent unit villages, live and work housing, tiny home villages, ADUs, shelter support. All these things need separate discussion. We're all jamming it in right now. I don't think those all came up at the Planning Commission. I wasn't at every single minute, but I don't remember that all coming up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dan Frazier again. I'm going to try to hit at least three quickly. There's so much in this chapter, there's no way to cover it. I'll start where it affects me. Animal husbandry. I've brought this up before. Small animals, where it lists out small animals shall include but not be limited to all the things. Keeping a more than 100 chickens, ducks, or geese, you become a poultry farm. Where does that number come from? My suggestion would be you just state that at the point you have to get a CDFA or USDA certification, you're now a poultry farm. By putting that 100 chicken limit on my personal operation right now, and with the setback requirements, what happens, that's when I say the devil's in the details. Okay, poultry housing and outdoor structures, all that 100 foot from property lines. You just took 25 acres from my property. Such facilities will be located a minimum of 300 feet from any structure. I hate that. I don't know why we're still doing this. Why are we doing setbacks from someone's house? That's wrong. Okay, it's property lines. Get away from setting back from their house. That takes another bite out of my property. No poultry housing, manure storage, or anything located within 100 feet of a creek or water course or well. You just took another 50.5 acres of my property. So by these setbacks, you have reduced my property by 65%. You just created the problem you're trying to address with manure. Because if I could spread my chickens out over 75 acres with my electric netting that I might have to go get a permit for now, if I can do that, there is no problem. But by creating all of these things, you created the problem you're trying to solve. That's what we don't need to do, especially not in Trinity County. Okay, next thing, home occupations. These are the kind of things that I noticed that just, oh. Okay, once again, we've had our consultant say, okay, this is like, we're gonna perform firewood sales. Okay, that's great, except for how am I gonna completely within a residence or permitted accessory dwelling have a firewood processing facility? Okay, my wife is not going to allow me to cut firewood in the living room. I'm sorry, will not happen. Now jumping back to cannabis. Okay, I'm not a cannabis farmer, don't ever plan to be. But just glancing through this cannabis section, the first thing I noticed, why are we codifying everything that the state requires? If these guys, through all their work, can get the state to change a stupid rule, why do we codify it at the county so they're still bound by it? We don't need to do that. Why do we protect gray wolves in our zoning document? The state does that. Let the state do it. If the cannabis growers can get away from that, we don't need to change that. And I see in 17, 100, 170E, okay, this is something that's just outrageous to me. Site restoration following cannabis use. We don't require any other use in this county to take out every single bit of infrastructure they put in for their use just because they're changing a use. They're not changing a land use. They're only changing actual use.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Scott White, Lewiston. At least I think I'm still in Lewiston. I'm going to have to leave at the meeting after this because I had another commitment that I have to go to. But I want to thank you for directing to have a robust consideration of this with the Planning Commission and the public. I absolutely applaud that you've done that because I think that's the right thing to do at this point. But I want to point out something that just happened a moment ago that I think is very endemic of where we are as a county. I heard your CAO refer to the Planning Commission by nodding his head, yes, your Planning Commission is staff. That's what's wrong with Trinity County. They are a quasi-legislative body that was appointed by you to represent us. They sit above the CAO. That is absolutely incorrect statement to treat them as staff. That is an endemic problem and a misunderstanding of what the role of the Planning Commission is by your staff, and it should be addressed through some kind of educational outreach to correct that problem. One of the things that you've done, and I think that is here, and it's kind of quasi back to section 2 as well, is in the rural residential area, you're now allowing all this camping. I guarantee you, 10 out of 10 people that bought a residential property bought it because I'm living in a neighborhood. They didn't think they were going to have camping on all the lands and all the properties around them. So this is really, when we've talked about, and I know that Duncan did, neighborhood character, I just am shocked that we're even bringing this forward. We're doing that. You have a transient use now to what was my neighborhood of permanent residence. Now you have transient use all around me. I don't mean transient homeless, but transient people moving through. What about impacts? Private roads. So you've now introduced all these campgrounds at the end of private roads. Those are the roads that we have to maintain as the residents. What about fire, water, safety? People that don't know that I shouldn't have a campfire sign that they wouldn't, but they do. So I believe that needs to be done. Also, the type of user that might end up being there. We have a lot of issues already with 90 days on RV use permits. So there's evidence that this is kind of an issue in the county. How do we monitor it? How do we enforce what we've already got? So I really think that having this go back for a robust consideration is important because I'm probably going to have 10 or 15 pages just on that issue, but I didn't have time because such structural issues were going on right now with what we've got. That's what I focus my comment on. This is a matter, and there's a lot of other things in the code that has been brought up adequately and more than adequately by members of the public that we need to step back because what we need to have is a document where everybody goes, I think I can live with this. Right now we have a document where everybody says, nobody can live with this. We're exactly opposite of where we need to be because in the end, the general plan and the zoning ordinance is only effective if the public is bought in. We could have the best general plan and zoning ordinance on the continent and get absolutely nowhere if we don't get public buy-in. And I think in my public comments, I've already provided to you, there are many, many ways to do public outreach that are in the general plan guidelines that I would ask you to consider using as we move forward. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room? Hi, Tyler.
Hello. Hey, good afternoon. Thank you guys for hosting the meeting. I didn't get a chance to attend fully yesterday or at all yesterday or most of today, but I do want to say thank you for doing this and for the whole process throughout. I personally haven't been able to stay up to speed with every part of it, but I understand the importance of the document, making it so we can all hopefully cohabitate together within the county. It's like a tough ask of everybody that's involved. But I feel a little bit lost with the latest draft that came out in comparison to some of the previous ones. So just wanted to echo a little bit of what I've heard here of not that more time is needed, because I know that's not something that you will have forever, but just adequate review and input on what I thought I saw as changes from the previous drafts that I thought were maybe going to be more permanent, I guess. And so if this is going to be what is more of the permanent framework to really take a hard look at it, and something that specifically affects me that I wrote an email in about for public comment was a micro business section for cannabis, and some other land use, dwelling type, I guess, approved or director use approved land use stuff within rural residential for dwelling types. That just kind of struck me as odd. Specifically, the cannabis one for micro business prohibits distribution in the zoning district that I currently exist in. And that has been a difficult challenge from a business standpoint. And I think kind of unnecessarily put in conflict with within code when the original cannabis code was drafted. It doesn't specifically say you can't do something within a micro business section, but it says you cannot for a specific zoning type within another section. And that conflict I saw again in this draft, where micro business was allowed, but some of the uses under micro business were disallowed under a zoning district. And so currently that was interpreted as, in my opinion, as policy, that since it wasn't allowed here, it's not allowed there, but the intent wasn't for the micro business to disallow that in that zoning district, from what my remembrance of 10 years ago in the auditorium at the Planning Commission was. So anyway, I would just appreciate, trying to not again, but still consider the input that you're getting now. I know you've done work in public outreach. I participated in that over the last couple of years, but I feel like there could still be some more done. So thank you guys again.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have public comment online?
Ben?
Good afternoon again, Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. This is more informational and educational comments because I am looking at the at-home business side of things in regard, because a lot of people aren't aware of the at-home family daycare side of things. So we are highly regulated through the California Department of Social Services. And California state law strictly limits what local governments can do. They are prioritizing family child care access. So in California, cities and counties cannot restrict where licensed at-home family daycares, whether they're small or large, can operate, as state law defines them as residential use of property rather than a commercial business. As far as zoning and location restrictions, local governments are legally mandated to allow both small and large licensed family child care homes in all residential zoned neighborhoods. They cannot create special zone permits, conditional use permits, or spacing, concentration rules that apply only to daycares. As far as business licenses, we've talked about that previously. Counties cannot require family daycares to obtain a business license or pay business taxes for the sole privilege of running the daycare. And as far as when it comes to HOAs and landlords, they are generally prohibited by state law from banning at-home daycares that are licensed. setting up special rules or denying housing based on our intent to run one. While we do have very strong residential protections, we obviously have to follow, general health and safety standards, fire codes, capacity limits, things of that sort. Thank you.
Leah?
Hi, Leah Groves, Coffee Creek, East Fork. I have some general wording language in here that was written mainly focusing on the agritourism. So in agritourism under general standards, there's the lighting and questioning on when it says all outdoor lighting should be hooded, but wouldn't string lighting be considered outdoor lighting? So how are you hooding? I understand what you're trying to say of directing it away from the roads and neighbors, but I think that one sentence or those couple of words doesn't need to be there. And then looking at Dean farm stay operations, under accommodations, the farm stay operation shall not accommodate more than 15 guests. Questioning why there is a limit on the guest number, or does there have to be a limit? It seems better suited that it would be like a type of accommodation or like a room max, because I think it can vary on the type of accommodation someone may have. Someone might have a house that's a farm stay, or you might have a glamping site. So I think it can vary a little bit with that. So having a limit on that number really depends on your situation. And then under campgrounds, when you have, I appreciate some of the language that is on describing the minor campground that's following a lot of AB 518, but it kind of is not clearly defined in when you refer to part 7. It's a little vague, and that I think can be a simple change. Then also under the recreation of vehicle park, the space requirements, it says new shall contain individual utility hookups, but does that not, so now you're saying that people can't have dry camping on land, but if you use a lot of like hip camp or harvest host, those sites allow for self-contained units to be dry camp. So questioning on some of that recreation area. I didn't even dive into any of the animal husbandry, but I agree with what Dan said on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rhoda?
Hi, Rhoda Kane, North Lake. Totally agree with everything Leah just said. I also agree with, I haven't heard anything I disagree with yet. The section is way too big to have in one section, but I think Catherine makes a very good point about the Planning Commission not being included on that list of people that were involved in making the decisions. This is something that we are all terrified of. That's been a problem for a long time. We don't have a lot of confidence in the direction staff chooses on the cannabis issues. Lisa made a very good point that we need clear, objective, not subjective, objective standards, especially cannabis is woefully subjective here in this county, which is in fact a violation of state zoning code. Scott also made an excellent point that the Planning Commission is Trent and Drew's boss, and that's important. I also agree with everything Adrian says. We have huge supply chain problems in the cannabis industry here in the county. The county government, as well as the residents, are losing so much money as a result of this. And then the chickens being 100 feet from the property line, that's outrageous. I agree with Dan. We are just way too much regulation, and we're hoping that we can get back to rural Trinity County values. And I think that's it, unless you want to give Dan Fraser the rest of my remaining time, because he has a lot of important stuff to say. Thanks.
Admin?
Hi, Colette Lucky, Trinity Center. As a new alien recently transplanted from LA onto planet Trinity, I've gotten out and tried to get to know some of my community members and just get a general overview of how people think up here. And what I'm discovering is there's a whole
Good luck.
spectrum. Yeah, thank you. There's a whole spectrum of factions here. That on one end of the spectrum, there are the futurists who are trying to bring Trinity into the 21st century. And then on the far end of the other end of the spectrum, there are the historical legacy people who would rather kind of cosplay in the 18th century. And I believe the onus is on the Planning Commission to try to bridge that gap. And I personally lay somewhere in the middle. I believe in preserving the history and the legacy of Trinity County as a rural community and, historical uses of the land that people who are in the community have brought as a tradition from their ancestors for many, many years. But I also have seen over the last 30 years of coming up here on vacations and whatnot, that there's been a lot of improvements, to the roads, to the bridges, to the services up here, to the, infrastructure, and also to the development. And I actually really appreciate those improvements. And I understand that for the next 30 years, that there's going to be more improvements. We've got internet now, we've got cell phone service, we've got different types of businesses. And, over time, it has evolved. And yes, the largest business industry in Trinity County is cannabis cultivation and distribution. But there could be so much more that would benefit the community. And I agree that there should not be things that are going to be detrimental, like, prisons and data centers and things that are going to destroy the values of this area and the environment. So, I believe the Planning Commission has a lot of work to do before any of this can be finalized. And that is going to definitely require more time and a little closer to the ground inspection of what's really going on the ground, and just not so much, bird's eye view looking at maps, because you really need to talk to the people that live here and find out what they're actually doing on their properties in order to make any kind of a standard. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further public comment online?
John?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, lot of great ideas to circle back around and have the planning commission dive deeper into. This is such a giant section. There's no, there's no way you guys are going to be able to get through it, before the end of the meeting today. But I would say make sure to budget sufficient time for planning commission to do that. And this section is one of the areas where the community plans input could be taken. The community plans, I think, originally were thought of as a way to make especially this section more applicable to each community that did a community plan. The diversity of the communities within our county is just massive. And so what might be a good fit in Weaverville might not be as good a fit in South County. And so we spent 2 years working on the community plans and really just kind of ended up with mission statements for each. But this is an opportunity to have overlays or at least some consideration of the distinct communities in our county. And so, Rick, if you're taking notes for possible direction to staff, maybe this is one of those things that Planning Commission could work into their discussions is, especially this massive section, I think could benefit from having some overlays possibly, or some different regulations based on the different parts of the county. it's just massive and massively important to the people of this place, and it's just not one size fit all. And so let's invest some of what we spent, the time and money on those community plans, back into this section of this project. Thanks.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Um,
can. Thank you.
I just have a couple things. One thing is on the cannabis ordinance. I also wrote it in, but on section 17.100.080 about buffer reductions. Number 3, it's talking about a buffer of a cannabis area within 350 feet of a legal dwelling. Could you also add or business, just because there are businesses that aren't residents. And I think a legal dwelling means a residence, doesn't it? So that was my one comment. And I wanted to just say I totally agree with John Brower about community plans and how one size doesn't fit all. And I think we really need to look at our community plans and base some of our rules on that. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, thank you. We'll now close public comment period for the 3-minute statements. Again, after discussion is had with the Planning Commission, we will allow people another 1 minute to bring forward additional questions or make a comment. So here we are, Planning Commission. Do you have, I see Carol, Commissioner Fall, your hand went up.
Thanks. I have 3 issues, kind of questions that maybe board direction would help. So currently, home occupation is things like artists, sewing, a home office. And right now they're talking about you need a director's use permit if it's less than 5 acres. So if you think about all the single-family residences that we have, if someone's in town and they want to have tutoring at their house or something like that, they're saying you need a director's use permit. If you have an internet-based business, you need a director's use permit. And I apologize, I missed the discussion yesterday about business licenses. I had another community meeting. I did Zoom back in and listen to the last hour and a half last night. So I kind of caught part of it, but I'm just wondering if that threshold is too high for someone who wants to do a home occupation. So that's a question.
Is that too high or too low?
It's too high. I think, if you have a half acre or 1 acre parcel and you want to have an artist studio, why need a director's use permit if you're following the standards? Because there are standards further down that say how many employees you can have and all that kind of stuff, your hours of operation. So if you have all that kind of stuff already as a standard of operation, why would you need a director's use permit? That's my question.
Possible to just receive clarification on your question? Are we talking about home occupations or home enterprises?
Which is the home occupation, which is the lower intensity.
Because home occupations in the standards, are you under section D, the permit requirements?
I am. I agree. It's almost impossible to scroll up and down in this document to find stuff.
Right, I'm looking for clarification just to make sure that we're responding accurately to your question. For home occupations, a director's use permit is required if a home occupation use with 1 or more of the following characteristics, and there's a list of 2.
First.
Home occupations, there is no minimum parcel size for home occupation under section E1 under general provisions. And that's where I'm thinking maybe the home enterprise is where that 5 acres coming in. And I'm scrolling, yeah. Yes, the minimum parcel size for a home enterprise, under 17-110-120 E1 is the minimum parcel size for a home enterprise. A home occupation does not have a minimum parcel size.
Thank you. So I guess the same question. So home enterprise includes a beauty shop, classes, a photography studio, upholstery. So some of those are pretty minor occupations as far as a home enterprise, but you would have to have a director's use permit if it's less than 5 acres, right? Am I saying that one correctly?
Use is located on a parcel under 5 acres. It doesn't note that it needs it for a parcel under 5 acres per table 17-110-3.
I'm not looking at the table, I'm looking at the specific standards.
What I'd like to do, if it's okay with the commission, is look at this a bit more. I think I know where Commissioner Fall is heading, but I don't want to take up the time of back and forth. I'd like to look into that permit requirement a bit more. And just for the supervisor, Lutweiler, it might be good to add that to part of the discussion and reevaluation by Planning Commission during additional study session.
It says, excuse me, it says director's use permit / conditional use on rural residential for, it doesn't state the acreage. And maybe if we did a permitted by right / director's use, or would that?
It's not on the table, it's in the
Right,
specific standards part
Table does say.
for home occupation and home enterprise.
In under home enterprise, under 17-110-120 D permit requirements, there's a home enterprise use permit requirement table, which is table 3. Within that table, it does list the home enterprise characteristics, one of them being third from the bottom, use located on a parcel under 5 acres in size. Right. And there is, as of right now, it does state that if it's under 5 acres in size, a conditional use permit is required in that case.
That's, yeah, I mean, to me, a home occupation, home enterprise is kind of getting back to what Supervisor Carpenter Harris was talking about last night with the side hustles. Everybody has some sort of side hustle. And so if you're trying to get a few $1,000s extra income because you've got a nail salon in your house, spending thousands of dollars for a conditional use permit is self-defeating.
This isn't what that is capturing. So if I can provide a bit of clarity. So when we look at the home occupation, when we're talking about when a director's use permit is required, for the most part, if you follow the standards in the home occupation section, no permit is required. No director use permit, at least at this point, no zoning clearance. That's on page 84 of the document. It would be 235 of the PDF. D1. When you look at home occupations that do require a director's use permit, it is very specific. So at home occupation uses with one or more of the following characteristics are subject to first securing a director's use permit. And this would be parcels that are under 5 acres and which have employment or generate traffic uses. So it's that 5 acre qualifier, but then it also has to satisfy either you're under 5 acres and you have employment, or you're under 5 acres and you're generating traffic, meaning you have deliveries or you're having customers come to the property. Otherwise, you don't have to get any permit for a home occupation. So the example of like the nail salon or the tutoring where that is happening completely with inside your home, complying with these requirements, the county wouldn't require any sort of permit. I think when we get into the home enterprise, the reason why we have the minimum of 5 acres for the home enterprise is because we're acknowledging that there are increased conflicts potentially when we start allowing outdoor activities, when we start allowing employees to come to the property, we're starting to generate traffic. So the intent of having the 5 acre minimum is ideally your use is going to be situated on the site that just the sheer size of your 5-acre lot would in itself kind of mitigate some potential conflicts when it came to noise, hours of operation. Hopefully that provides a little more clarity.
I think we're slightly missing the boat here and potentially need to look at flipping this the other way. It's going to be more disruptive to have a business that has visitation out in our more rural areas that don't have that continual traffic than in our residential areas, which are inherently on smaller parcels. And, you know, the parking might be a bigger conversation about that. But if we're talking about increasing trafficking, increasing use and resources, our residential R1, R2, R3 have more of the utilities and access and ability to support that than we do in our RR areas. And so, I mean, I also pulled out that 5-acre limit, didn't think we needed it. But, you know, realistically, if we're talking about like people and traffic and use, our infrastructure in higher concentrated areas is more developed than in low concentrated areas. So this is inversely punishing people.
And there's also a criteria on that table 17110-3 where you would need a director's use permit for home enterprise if you're within 500 feet of a single family dwelling. So if you're in R1 and you have a lot and you have you're offering tutoring classes or something like that, if you're within 500 feet of another home, and 500 feet's a lot if in Weaverville, you need a director's use permit. So anyway, I just had some heartburn because I'm trying to encourage home occupation and home enterprise. And I think you can do that in a way where if you expand this section of what the criteria are that prevent impacts to your neighbors, that you could allow more home occupation and home enterprise versus requiring, you know, conditional use and director's use permits. You know, if it's permitted by right or a zoning clearance, if you follow these criteria, like you can only have so many students at a time or whatever, then I think you could be more friendly for home occupation, home enterprise.
And I think something like we really haven't discussed is this use in rental properties as well. Like, let's be real, it's not just the landowners that have side businesses within their homes, it's also individuals renting. And so, I mean, are we only going to regulate the landowners? And how are they going to then regulate renters? Like that's a whole different other can of worms, but we all have side hustles. So that's just like something that we need to think about how and who we're regulating and how it's being done.
To kind of continue the side hustle thing, and this time I do have the acre threshold correct. It says to be an agritourism operation, you need to have a minimum of 5 acres. Yeah. And so here's my spiel here. The definition of agritourism says you have to be a working farm and then you have to offer some other amenity, education or whatever. And we define working farm according to California Code 56222. That code says you only have to make $1,000 in sales annually. That's not a hard number to meet. I mean, if you're a small farm. We used to meet that selling at the farmer's market. So, so that qualifies them to be agritourism. And if you think about what could be agritourism, you're talking about things like it could be a lavender farm, it could be beekeeping, it could be the peony farm up in Etna that offers tours, the succulent nursery up in Fort Jones that offers tours. It could be cannabis operation down in the Pines that is less than 5 acres and they have some sort of agritourism component. So I really do think that 5-acre threshold for agritourism takes out a lot of small working farms that, again, they have a little side hustle. I mean, my family farm back east had a lot of old farming equipment, and my cousins put themselves through college demonstrating horse-drawn plows and really ancient tractors. So if you allow that creativity for smaller size parcels, I think there's some economic benefit.
Yeah, do you want to wait?
Do you want to ask a question of the planning commission?
It's not a question.
Oh.
Well, it kind of is. Okay, so I have a 3.9 acre rural residential spot at this point. Well, we're thinking about rural residential. And home enterprise, I mean, I'm surrounded by ag. Like there's not anybody near my house. So why would you ever restrict anybody like in a rural residential out anywhere to have a home enterprise business when they wouldn't ever affect, anybody around you? It's a perfect example of a piece that, that won't fit into this home enterprise, but it absolutely is a place where you'd want to see it, I think. Soap making, oils, herbs.
Cooking with Julia.
Yeah, cooking with Julia.
Would
I
that,
just threw that in there. I don't know if
this
you're a
might be
good
for
cook
you,
or not.
would that fit under a variance? Or do you
But I
need
don't want to have to
definition of
get
it?
variance. We shouldn't have to get a
I don't
variance.
think a variance is the actual tool. What I'm hearing is removing and striking any size parcel restriction for home occupation, home
Right.
enterprise. And that
Rural
would be a
residential.
recommendation to remove.
Right.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
As long as you have minimum standards so that they don't interfere with their neighbors.
But then that's the next big discussion. What qualifies as the minimum standard? And minimum standard is going to vary on who you talk to. And that's where I think we can start to work out some of those we talked about objective standards as part of this process. I think that's where we can talk about those minimum objective standards with the commission. So if you do remove that parcel minimum requirement, then you have to lean back on those standards. What those standards are, I think that's still up for debate and discussion. And I think that's something that can get added to the list of things for future consideration.
And if I could interject, that's a place where please don't use the word variance. That doesn't fit. Okay, thank you.
So I had one last thing. So we did have our community meeting up in Trinity Center, had about 40 people. And one of the conclusions was that we do need to allow other uses, other cannabis uses. The flat prohibition, where the opt-outs originally said no cultivation or anything else, nothing cannabis. And so I think what we're seeing is that for the grandfathered cannabis that is allowed in opt-out areas, it makes sense to allow non-storefront retail, other uses that would qualify them to be a micro business. So I would like to pass along that community input, with the exception of nurseries, because as we discovered at the last Planning Commission meeting, there's no acreage limit for nurseries. A nursery can be larger than a cultivation site. And so, anyway, I just wanted to let people know that.
All right. So there's a lot to unpack, and I think I'm going to do that at the PC, right, with all these details. But just for clarity, with home enterprise, there's a section for cannabis-related activities. I know that we had discussed that at our PC meeting, and so that might provide me with some clarity on why there are certain uses that were not allowed in rural residential with what we perceived as direction, but there was communication about them being able to fit within the home occupation types of parameters. And so is that, for, non-solvent types of manufacturing and other facets of that. Is that where that fits in, Drew? Could you provide some clarity on that?
I'll do my best. My recollection of that discussion was that we would look to align the permit pathway standards for cannabis land uses with home occupation and home enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that fully addresses kind of what you just stated, but that's my recollection of the direction that we received.
Right. So if it says it's not allowed, then that would not fit within. You would still not be able to have a home occupancy. If in RR, if you wanted to make rosin a non-volatile hash, it says it's not allowed. In RR, on here, you wouldn't be able to fit it within that. It needs to be explicitly allowed within that zone to be able to be used in the home occupation and enterprise, correct?
Right. So perhaps
Okay.
where we missed the direction, if I'm understanding what you're conveying, is that we would need to revise all of the allowability, all of the tables to then allow for standalone cannabis land uses aligned with home occupation / home enterprise and those thresholds based on intensity, number of trips, employees, et cetera.
Okay.
Since we're on the topic generally, I do want to clarify that our intent with the microbusiness section was to resolve the historical, code language, which restricted the ability for, let's say, using distribution as an example, for distribution as part of the microbusiness to basically not allow for microbusiness, say, in an RR zone. So our intent was to remedy that, to allow for the microbusiness activities reflected in the table in RR, but not allow for a standalone distribution use, not in conjunction with a microbusiness. And re-reviewing the code a little bit ago, I think we could further clarify that in the language so that it's much more clear, although that was the intent. I think it could be improved and clarity.
Yeah, and we can discuss this further at the PC, but what I recall with our discussions was that there might be some land uses, some properties that aren't conducive to having a cultivation license, but could be for processing and certain types of manufacturing and such. And so to be able to have that flexibility in allowing accessory businesses that work with cultivation, but are not necessarily cultivation, because the microbusiness attaches to cultivation. And so it would just possibly be able to allow more uses within rural residential that don't have the same impacts that cultivation does. But I just wanted to get some clarity because I saw that the cannabis related activities within this. So thank you for that.
Yep, copy. If I can, I also just want to respond to some of Commissioner Fall's questions or comments related to the cannabis opt-out overlay zone. And so from my reading and understanding of what we've provided in that COO section of the overlays, there are no changes to the allowability based on the current opt-outs. So for instance, in what we generally refer to as the North Lake opt-out, the only thing that is prohibited currently and proposed is cultivation. So we're not expanding and creating disallowance for retail, non-storefront retail, any of those other land uses.
They're currently not allowed, so you're saying they will be allowed?
Are currently allowed in the North Lake opt-out.
Okay.
Planning Commission?
I have some. So number 2 in the packet was applied to part 3, but it also applies to part 4. You want me to read it again or just?
No, we got it.
Yeah.
Part 2.
Okay, number 4 in the packet is livestock flexibility and
traditional rural practices. So the draft zoning code establishes formal animal density limits and setback requirements that may not reflect traditional rural land use patterns in Trinity County. Many
Sorry.
small rural properties.
Dan, I'm sorry. Where are you now?
Oh, number 4. So many small rural properties have historically supported livestock 4-H projects and family agricultural activity without formalized density standards. Proposed code language would be traditional small-scale livestock operations, 4-H projects, FFA projects, and customary family agricultural activities shall be permitted within rural residential and agricultural zones subject to basic health and safety standards. Reasonable exemptions for flexibility shall be provided for family livestock, youth agricultural projects, small-scale personal agricultural use, and existing customary rural practices. Okay, number
What do
19.
you mean by existing customary rural practices? It seems, is that defined somewhere?
Kind of, yeah. So Trinity County's rural culture has long supported small-scale livestock ownership and agricultural education. This amendment would preserve traditional rural practices while maintaining appropriate public health and nuisance protections.
Yeah, if you could, maybe when you do it, fold that into that part so we don't have to guess that that's
Gotcha.
the implication.
Okay, I was just trying to shorten them so that
Sure.
for time allowances.
Got you.
But I would love to read the whole thing if possible. Okay, number 19. This is poultry regulation and state agricultural preemption. The proposed Trinity County zoning code update includes operational restrictions and standards affecting poultry production, poultry keeping, and agricultural poultry activity. However, poultry production, animal health standards, disease control, food safety, and many operational agricultural practices are already comprehensively regulated under California law through the Department of Food and Agriculture, CDFA. So state animal health regulators, environmental regulations, and regulated state and federal agricultural oversight programs. Because Trinity County is predominantly a rural country with longstanding agricultural traditions, overly restrictive local poultry regulations may unintentionally burden ordinary rural self-sufficiency, homesteading, family food production, youth agricultural products, small farms, egg production, and customary agricultural activity. Duplicative local operational regulation may also create unnecessary overlap, inconsistent standards, and increased enforcement complexity in areas already governed by state agricultural agencies. So the proposed code amendment would be add the following language to the Trinity County zoning code. Operational regulation of poultry production, poultry health standards, poultry management practices, and agricultural poultry operations shall remain governed primarily by applicable state and federal law, including regulations administered by California Department of Food and Agriculture. The county shall not impose duplicative operational poultry regulations beyond those reasonably necessary to address objective land compatibility, public health, and nuisance concerns supported by objective standards. Okay, and customary small-scale poultry keeping, egg production, family agricultural activity, homesteading, and youth agricultural projects shall be recognized as traditional rural land uses within agricultural and rural residential zones. This is number 3.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
What do we do with the rooster? Because you put a couple roosters in a subdivision and there's going to be problems. And so I do think that we do need to, I know this only because my niece lives in the city of Fortuna and her rooster has been cited on numerous occasions as a community nuisance. And she's had to not have roosters because they do make the noises that they make. But so I say that in part to jest, but I also say it in that it is a reality that's very different in our more tightly compacted communities that people, they don't want a rooster next to them.
So it could be subject just to RE
Mhm.
land use requirements and not rural residential then.
Okay.
That would be something to consider.
Post
I
Mountain.
just had to say that. Got to
Post
break up the
Mountain and the
tension a little bit.
Roosters. We have Post Mountain. Remember that, the Roosters.
Okay, number
Go
three.
ahead.
Number three, rural cottage industry category. So the draft zoning code places increased restrictions and permitting requirements on small rural home businesses and owner-operated trades. This may negatively affect mechanics, welders, woodworking, fabrication, firewood operators, contractors, small business repairs, and any other rural self-employment activities. Proposed code language, a rural cottage industry category shall be permitted within ag forest, TPC, and RR zones, subject to the following standards: no more than 5 employees, limited outdoor storage screened from adjacent residences, compliance with applicable noise and environmental regulations, and operations conducted primarily by the property owner or family members. No industrial scale manufacturing or retail traffic. And that's it for this part.
Thank you for these. You did a pretty good job here, bro. Go ahead.
So for District 1, looking to revisit home occupation and home enterprise under the standards when we bring this back to the Planning Commission. What makes sense in other districts may not necessarily make sense for District 2 because of density and because of parcel size and proximity. So that's just something that I will be looking at when we get to that section, and would invite public comment to contribute to that conversation as well.
And that really is important to consider because even within Supervisor Cox's district, you can go less than a half a mile or a mile and it becomes very rural very quickly. And then you turn around and you go down another road and it's very densely populated because of a subdivision. And so we might have some tricks that we're going to have to figure out for those types of, scenarios, especially with our 4-H kids, there's some very important projects on some very small parcels that mean a lot to those students. And so making sure we pay attention to that. Is there any further from the Planning Commission? No. Okay, we will now reopen public comment for a 1-minute question, point of clarification item that you would like to bring forward after hearing the discussion with the Planning Commission. Is there anyone in the room?
Still, Catherine Sidman, Lewiston Road, Lewiston. I'm more confused than I was before we started. According to the table, home enterprise and home occupation is all either DC or PD, all of it. And I'm left, and I'm going to pick on Jill a little bit. There's precedent. But if I'm a piano teacher, do I need to go get a permit now to be a piano teacher in my own home? If Jill wants to show me fabric samples or like, this is what your carpet could look like, or I've done this mock-up of your living room and here's how it could be beautiful. Does she need a director's use permit to be able to do that in her own home? Because there is no, everything shows a permit required for either home enterprise or home occupation in the residential zone. I'm also confused about the P/D. I understand D/C kind of, but P/D I don't understand. I don't understand how we're combining by right use and discretionary use, ministerial use, discretionary use. I don't understand how that rises to the occasion. And this exchange over here confused me. The part where you were saying, was it Brent, right? Michael, Brent, sorry, Mr. Gibbons. I'm just going to say that and I'll always get it right. But it confused me when you were saying, no, you don't need a permit for that. But on this chart, everything does. And I'm more confused. And maybe we fix this at the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to? Yeah, the chart. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought I saw you look at me when there was. Oh, yes. Well, yeah, let's finish comments. So this is a 1-minute comment period permitted on this part 4 as pertains to the discussion that was just had by the Planning Commission and our staff.
Lisa Wright. Okay, so home occupancy, home enterprise, get rid of any parcel limits on that. I do think there needs to be thresholds, objective standards between what differentiates those two and why they need to be differentiated. I guess you referred to some outdoor activity versus indoor. Not sure. Agritourism, I'd get rid of that too. Get rid of the 5 acre minimum. You're allowing small campgrounds on, what is it, like rural residential or something. So why would you have a acre size? Also, acre parcels can be long and skinny 5 acres, or they can be square. I mean, there's all different, topographies and sizing. So I think take that out. COO. So I don't understand. Is that you're not standardizing the opt out across all the opt outs now? Because that's what it looks like in the tables. State mandates we still need to know about, and then I would like a table of where we have added regulations on top of state regulations, because that's not clear.
Trixie's are going to be helpful. Yeah.
The home occupancy, home enterprise section, I don't know, there's such a big amount to try to consolidate into this, but I'm thinking from unclassified mindset. That's where I'm from. So to me, that home occupation, home enterprise is a way for our unclassified places where we don't have a vision of how to develop Southern Trinity County in this. There is no vision for development in Southern Trinity. So home occupation and home enterprise is a way to let us determine. And then as you build out that home occupation, you move into home enterprise. If you actually can make a living, then maybe you go through the process to build a business. And we need to do as much as we can to allow people to organically start a business in Trinity County, to where you can start out without being $200,000 in debt, but start from the ground floor and build something.
Income.
Adrian Keys, totally agree with that. I think that should be the basic intent of the ordinance broadly, and that is kind of reflected in the policy document about supporting small home enterprises and such. The agritourism 5 acre thing, I agree that should be stricken, especially now that we're going to be including aquaculture and that sort of aquaponics such. You could quite easily make $1,000 in about a 600 square foot greenhouse using that application. And it would be one of the most interesting and beautiful and educational tourism opportunities. You could do that on the smallest zone where that sort of activity is even licensed. And it wouldn't have to be, it doesn't mean there's going to be like bands playing and people spending 3 weeks there. It could be a 4-hour tour. And it would actually provide so much benefit to the consumers and to our communities and such, to be able to give that sort of economic support and that sort of side hustle. I mean, everybody knows what that is. And that's what we need. If you're making money here, you need to figure out how to make money while you're making money. So I could 100% support getting rid of that concept. Thank you.
Any further 1-minute comments in the room?
Vidette Vanderwaard Lewiston, just to put it on public record, yes, take the minimum acreage off and let us build businesses as easy as possible. Businesses, I'd like to get us out of side hustle so we're all not hustling so much to survive, that we're actually utilizing the future to actually have more work-life balance so that we can give our staff a more work-life balance too. Thank
you. Any further in the room? Seeing none, any 1-minute comments online?
Admin?
Colette Lucky, Trinity Center. I concur with all the previous commenters. And Madam Chairwoman, on the subject of roosters, there is a very inexpensive product on Amazon called a no crow collar. It's a fabric tube that gently prevents the rooster from thrusting his neck forward enough to make any loud noise. It kind of sounds like a little grunt. And perhaps in more high density areas, it could be mandated that owners of roosters utilize those collars. Whereas in more rural areas where roosters are not such a big problem, roosters actually crow to notify their flock that there's a predator present. So just leave those guys alone. And that would solve the problem. Thank you.
Ben?
Hi again. So I understand why we want to regulate, some of these home-based businesses. Like, none of us want to live next to a home-based mechanic shop or the Tire King or those types of things, or the giant car collector who likes, selling his collectibles on the weekend. But I feel like we're over-regulating when it comes to a lot of this. And back to previous comments I've had, let's put in, things that are issues at this point in time and then see what happens. And then if there are issues that arise later on down the line, then we can revisit instead of throwing everything up against the wall and see what sticks. And then on a side note, I've sent multiple emails to the Trinity 50 page, and I've only gotten one auto reply. So I don't know if the auto replies happen every time or if they see that you're sending things and basically it's only going to reply once. Thanks.
Thank you.
John?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. So kind of big picture wise in all this, it's in addition to sending this massive section back to the planning commission, I'm really think in its entirety. And we're keeping a list of those things, but also might not be bad to also kind of keep a list of state mandates, especially unfunded state mandates that really don't fit with Trinity, or Trinity is just never going to have the capacity to fulfill and comply with. And perhaps the county can lobby the state for an exemption, a low population density exemption, or something like that. And like when it comes to the landscaping and the water usage, on one end of the spectrum, maybe we get an exemption, seek an exemption from that. On the other side of the spectrum, perhaps it makes sense for Trinity to start tracking beneficial use of water within the watershed of origin, because someday we might have to claim that when the state comes after every last drop of water we
Thank
have.
you. Thank you. Is there any further public comment online?
Rhoda?
Hi, Rhoda Kane, North Lake. We need a nursery to have a more clear definition. That they were saying something about nurseries not being allowed in the whatever, but so we just need a real clear definition, because I nursery my plants. The cannabis farm nurseries their plants, but they're not like a nursery. It's their own plants that they nursery for their own production. So maybe just clear up the definitions on that. And then, my neighbor, the only one that can hear my rooster, tells me every time I see her how much she loves the noise of my rooster. And also, I would love to live next door to an at-home mechanic, but those are the only two people's comments that I would mildly disagree with. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, we will now close public comment on part 4. Is there any questions, comments from the board at this time? Okay, Supervisor Brownfield?
Okay, so structures, for ag structures, we have big parcels that have lots of cows. So the height limits, the length limits, the square footage limits, I think we ought to take out for those big ag parcels, because they shouldn't have to ask for permission to house their cows, thousands of cows if they need to. That's one. Home enterprise businesses, absolutely anywhere we can put them, and any way we make it easier for anybody out in the, rural residential. I think we need more business, And it would bring a lot to the county to have, take a lot of the burden off of the county jobs and all of those to have more income and more businesses. Let's get rolling. So I think that's really all I had a problem with. The rest of it will go to the commission.
Are you complete
Yes.
with your statement? Okay. Supervisor Cox?
Yeah, so just as an example, in 17.100.120, we're talking about a bus stop, and there's multiple occurrences of this, but just when you're going through, would you just find those places where it says variance, where it shouldn't be variance? I would be so happy if we could clean that up. And then if you're going to remove agritourism, this won't matter, but at the moment, it's allowed from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And the other places where things go on at night, I noticed they go till 9 p.m. I'm just looking at consistency. And if I live next door, like I love to go to the Brit in Jacksonville, and the people there complain about, the noise until that late. And I get irritated if they're complaining because they have got a good gig going on there, and those businesses are full and the restaurants have waiting lines down the sidewalk, and I think be quiet and be appreciative. But we're also very quiet when we walk back to our cars, and I do think people do live there. And so anyway, if you leave it in, maybe consider that. And then the last piece is, and I think there's more than one occurrence of this, so maybe another thing to just note as you go along. But there are places where the county says, like, within 30 days of acceptance for an application of a CUP, we will such and such. And I just wonder, are we putting things in there that we can't own up to? If it says it, we have to do it. If we can't make it on time, what are the implications? And I get concerned about the weight on, our currently Drew, whoever is in the seat. So that's
30
it.
days. Is there anyone else that has a statement?
I just have a question. Do we have different time limits for Friday night and Saturday night like most towns? Generally you can, like concerts go on a little later on Friday nights and Saturday nights than they would the rest of the week. Do we do the same thing here?
So some of the uses are Monday through Saturday, and then there's a lower period of time on Sundays. Not necessarily for special events or concert type things, but for home enterprise, home occupation, they're saying keep that during normal business hours, essentially.
Do you have any comments?
I need to, Supervisor Cox, your last thing, I think, was about administrative process where you focused on timeframe allowed.
30 days.
Well, yeah, and apparently that's state law, that it's 30 days is what it is. So it's not that we can change it. I'm just making that statement. I'm expressing a concern. What if we can't get it done?
Yeah, the permit streamlining covers that.
Yeah.
There's permits. Yeah.
Okay.
There's lots of stipulations that are built in that
I
county
get
staff
that.
has
That's not my
helped to.
point. And I'm not trying to have a dialogue. I'm trying to make a statement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have anything, Supervisor Leutwiler?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring something, back to the planning commission for some feedback, because I think you deal with it more than we do. I often, when I'm hearing people talk about land use and especially the focus on, let us just use our land how we want, I always think about, and what about the person next door? So when we're talking about the piano teacher or the artist or whatever, it's probably pretty hard to envision that impacts the next property. When you're talking about, Dan's talking about his poultry, and if he's out in the middle of nowhere, probably if he's up against the boundary, it's not going to matter. But if 2,000 chickens were up within 10 feet of my house, I'm pretty sure I would have a problem. So I just want to understand, because you guys deal with this, you have these hearings and planning, commissioner approved uses. How do we find the balance? And we don't have to answer it, but I think this is what I'm thinking about. How do you find the balance when we say get rid of minimum acreage? I could see getting rid of minimum acreage for the home business because, whatever. But home enterprise, and you're telling me you're processing firewood. So within 10 feet of me, I'm gonna have somebody cutting logs and splitting them all day long. And people coming in and out to get them, and dump trucks going, and, you know, it's like, those are two completely different things. And to me, there does need to be some distinction. It may not be that the 5 acre minimum is right, or even that the acreage is right per se, but some limits or standards based on the type of business, which is what I think this was trying to get at. But I feel like we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater when we say, well, I'll just get rid of that. So I'm just teeing that up.
So under the standards for specific uses, there are that kind of standard for home enterprise, home occupation. It tells you, like I started to say earlier, what noise levels can be and all that kind of stuff. So my suggestion is to look at what those specific standards are and beef those up if you're gonna reduce or take out the acreage limit. So just to make those more robust so that you aren't aggravating your neighbors. But there's some basic ones in there with that intent to protect the neighbors. The whole language says you want to protect the residential character. I mean, that's how they start off talking about home occupation and home enterprise. Those activities can't change the residential character of the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I think some of that will directly come out, especially when we talk about it again, which in respect to my comment and looking more at R1, R2, R3 and what we're going to allow within there.
We do have a comment from, or did you have a?
I was just gonna state, just for clarification, that in the home enterprise section, there are performance-based standards that deal with noise, hours of operation. There are no additional setbacks placed on home enterprises except those that are already required as part of your development standards within your zone. So if your zone has a 10-foot setback, that use has a 10-foot setback. So there's no additional setbacks applied for it. But I do want to clarify that I think what we were hearing is to remove the acreage requirement and just rely on the standards that may have further modification through study sessions that are listed there.
Setback 500 feet from a single family dwelling for home enterprise, correct? There is a setback there.
There are some additional ones, yes. But what I'm mentioning here is that that removing the acreage, I think the performance standards are going to drive any discrepancies or conflicts between uses, and not so much the acreage will, just because the acreage is throughout the county on property size. So I think we just need to be aware of the different parcel configurations. I think there is the ability through the study sessions to reevaluate the performance standards. I think getting to some of the underlying conflicts that may arise to what the supervisor is saying.
With different standards.
I just wanted to clarify for Catherine Sidman, who had some questions about P/D. So if you look at 17, 110, 110, sorry, I scrolled away from it, but I want to say it's D1 and 2. Let me scroll back to it. Yeah, D1 and 2 basically detail what that means in the tables. So D1 is no permit required, so that's a P. D2 is DUP required, so that's a D. If that helps to understand how the tables are constructed. 110, 110, D1 and 2. Yeah, the thresholds are all detailed in the home occupation and home enterprise sections respectively.
Are we complete? Are you complete? Okay, I just want to make a few statements. I have seen businesses that started out with one truck and one flatbed trailer and one raggedy ass excavator turn into the largest construction companies that we see on Highway 299. And so I am a full-hearted supporter of home industry. I believe that I think it was Dan Fraser said that sometimes you got to start out small before you can get big. And so I absolutely Appreciate that. I absolutely appreciate recognizing that what might be okay out in the far neck of the woods may not work for what's here in the more urban environments. I appreciate that. But one thing that just keeps factoring through my mind is kind of three things, I guess. As I use the term side hustle, and that seems to have stuck. Oh, one of the largest untaxed revenues in America is the brown market. So you're not necessarily doing anything illegal, but you are like making earrings and selling them at the the bar on Friday night, or you're hustling blackberry jelly during the summer. And I'm not saying that there's anything bad about that, because that's how, I mean, I just bought a keychain that made someone's Les Schwab bill, So I understand that so many people are really literally working. I need to make $75. Okay, I got, 6 dozen of eggs. I'm going to throw those out there, and I'm going to, bead some jewelry really quick and sell a necklace, and boom, I just made my insurance payment. So I completely appreciate all of that. However, one of the things that we talk about is that Trinity County is the poorest county in the state. And I beg to differ. I don't like that title for us, because I think maybe our poverty is maybe not reflecting the actual amount of money that we make, because in our neck of the woods, you can trade a cord of wood for a set of getting your brakes fixed on your car. And so we still live in a lot of a trade environment in our mindsets. And I never want to take that really away from us, but I also want to recognize from a government standpoint, and from a county standpoint, and from a planning standpoint, and a zoning standpoint, that continuing to not capture some of that business, if you will, is great for the individual, but is it great for the long-term economic improvements of our counties? And so that brings me kind of back to that brief conversation that we've keep dripping into our ears, the business license idea, and what does that mean to small in-home businesses? If we have that, would we be able to fully recognize the economic dynamics of our region, or are people going to feel like, I don't want to have a business license because I don't want you to know about my brown market, because I'm really, really happy selling jewelries and cowboy candy and salsa and deer jerky on the side. So, I mean, those are all real things. So we kind of live in this space where we want certain things. We want economic we want to be economically sound as individuals. We don't want to have to live necessarily on the side hustle, but it's something that many people do. Um, and we want to be recognized as people who are not backwards. We're forward thinking. We're looking for our future. But then kind of at the same time, we spend a lot of time stomping on some of the things that will give us that credibility piece, and would make someone who might want to come in and build a small scale apartment complex say, it's not worth my investment because your people don't make over this much per year, and you wouldn't be able to afford the rent that I would propose if I built this, yet we need housing. So there's all of these things running around in my head as I listen to this. But I just want to say, from a personal perspective, I love home enterprise. I think it's a backbone, really, of where we live. But then I also want to bring forward one other thing. And we do this so much as just Americans, I think, is we assume that our values match whoever our neighbor may be, because we've all grown up with our learning the things that make America great, the things that say my pursuit of liberty, and my ability to have property rights, and all of these things that have such significant value to who we are as individuals. We assume that those values are overlaid over our communities. And so when we say we love home enterprise, do I still love home enterprise if my neighbor becomes a weapons dealer and he's fixing rifles and pistols and pulling in things, and he's got all of his licenses to do so, but now he's doing it next to my house. Am I still okay with home enterprise? Am I still okay with home enterprise if someone is, selling things that are against my personal and cultural values, but it's in their home, it's their enterprise, and I believe in that. So we struggle when what we believe in as home enterprise comes to our back door. And then we're curious about, isn't there a rule? Well, that's where we are right now, is we're looking at, isn't there a rule? But when we bring those rules forward, we say, and I'm one of the sayers, no, we have to allow home enterprise. But there has to be some way that my pursuit of happiness doesn't, and my liberties don't create chaos and division with the people who live right next to me. And I think that that's what we're struggling with, is how do we marry, I guess, regulation or strong advisement to our freedom, because chaos is not liberty. And so throwing everything out and saying we just don't need to do anything here because we can all figure it out. Well, we can't figure it out because we all been fighting in this county since 2000 and something, over the green rush stuff. So we can't just figure it out. We do have to have some things on paper. And I just appreciate everyone's efforts here, and just want everyone to recognize that this is hard, and it's going to continue to be hard, but it's worth the work. And I don't want to stifle anyone's ability to become great with regulation, but I also want to make sure that we appreciate and value that somebody right next to us needs to have a little bit of a say in what we do on our property, because it's their major life investment too. And so just to be respectful to our neighbors and think in those, I guess, trains of thought. Anyway, thank you for allowing me to unload my thoughts as we're sitting here. But now we'll go into the placeholders of our direction to staff. Supervisor Weiler, thank you for
You're welcome.
capturing everything.
And fair warning, this is the longest so far. First item under this is animal husbandry and review based on concerns raised during our discussions today. Didn't list them out. Cannabis, review proposed language to ensure it strikes the right balance between necessary regulations and unnecessary limits on commercial cannabis operations. Example, micro businesses and qualifying license types. Consider variations that might be appropriate via overlays in different parts of the county. So I was hearing, do we really need to have the restrictions on license types with micro businesses that we have? Could there be a broader interpretation of that? And might we allow overlays to create differences in those applications and allowances in ways broader than we have? That's what I took. Home enterprise, revisit requirements and limitations to ensure we aren't unnecessarily restricting these business types. Example, the below 5 acres as a trigger for DUP. And I did note that that was a trigger with some other concern, not in and of itself. Consider ways to clarify. And this was my point of, it took a planning commissioner and 2 consultants 10 minutes to determine the criteria to create the need for a special permit. If it took you, who have spent 30 to 50 to 1,000 hours looking at this that long to figure that out, what does that mean for the general public? So I just think as we look at these things, we really need to have to figure out, how do we make this more clear? Consider how population density should be considered in loosening standards. Because I heard people say, well, it may make difference in different places. And consider how standards can protect neighboring properties versus parcel size. So we were talking about, well, maybe if we are getting rid of parcel size, the standards still protect, find that balance. Under agritourism, address issues raised during discussions. Lighting was one, address the need for clarity about requirement for hooded lighting as it applies to things like string lights. I thought that was an interesting example. It would be a weird set of string lights. limits on parcel size may be unnecessary or too restrictive. So I don't think we reached any conclusion, but that was something that was raised for the Planning Commission to take a look at. And then balance standards with parcel size limitations to find the right balance of protecting land use rights for both the operator and the neighboring property owners. Cannabis within opt-out overlay zone. I put consider allowing additional license types via micro business. And I heard that maybe some things were allowed that people thought weren't allowed. But as we dig into this, I think in general, either what I've heard or what I'm just putting forward here is, consider allowing these additional license types via micro business. And then I heard the one caveat that at least as it's interpreted now, adding a nursery operation license might need size limits if today there is no size limit on it. And one of the big things about the opt-outs is no expansion of footprint. So that might be one that might need some tweaking if that one was going to be added in. A line process for, I put non-cultivation cannabis related license types with the process for home occupation and home enterprise. And Drew, this is where I'm trying to capture what you said, and because I heard you guys have talked something about aligning these processes, and I was distinguishing the non-cultivation because I know it has its own set of standards and rules. Did I capture that correctly, or does it need to be worded differently for you guys to know what the heck I'm talking about?
Oh, I follow.
Okay. Previously, this is getting into the documented requirements or suggestions. So I just said previously covered item 2 applies to this area as well. Livestock flexibility and traditional rural practices. Incorporate language that reflects rural culture of small-scale livestock ownership and agriculture education. See item 4. Poultry regulation and state agriculture preemption. Consider language which turns focus to reliance on state regulations versus establishing more or duplicative regulations. See item 19. And then I put a special note, consider quote unquote rooster concerns related to nuisance impact. Rural cottage industry category. Consider language that expands zones in which this can take place. See item 3. Ag structures. Consider alignment of limitations with land use, with the example of a large livestock operation needs more or larger ag structures. Request under variances to review the use of the term everywhere it's used in the document to ensure it's only being used where and how appropriate. We're just trying to make sure we're avoiding the misuse that we have dealt with in the past. Administrative process, look into streamlining that will ensure success in meeting mandated timelines and deadlines. And then trying to capture I think the intent of what Supervisor Carpenter Harris was saying, consider how our work here protects individual land use rights with awareness that we should not assume everyone else's priorities and values are aligned with our own.
Missed one piece. If you leave agritourism in there, I would like you to consider that the 10 p.m. deadline doesn't align with the 9 p.m. deadlines and the other items that are in the document, other sections.
And just the operational time
Operational
limits.
timelines need to be equal across the.
Okay. Else that felt wasn't captured or captured wrong. Bulk, because we'll deal with this later, assuming we have brain cells left.
We're gonna hope. Okay, so we're complete with section 4. No break. Okay. Okay, we are now gonna move to part 7, which goes through the definitions. We can just take a no break, but everyone stand up if you need to for a second, wiggle, so you kind of come back to life if you need to do that for your back.
Yeah, this section only has about 50 slides.
50 slides. That's great.
No, this
We're
is
super
the
excited about it.
shortest of the sections.
Okay. All right, well, while that's loading up, everybody can stand up in their spot and kind of stretch for just a second. Wiggle a little bit. Get out your candy, your caffeine. Eat a donut. My shoulders hurt. All right, let's get started here.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, here we go. We're going to start back up. Section 7 on definitions is now before us.
Okay, so this is the last of the parts of the zoning code that we will be reviewing. This is the this also is the kind of the last organizationally of your zoning regulations. We restructured where definitions currently, well, say we consolidated where definitions are currently housed. Right now, if you go through your code, and as we see with a lot of piecemealed updates of zoning regulations, is definitions get dropped in when resolutions or when ordinances get passed. Just kind of makes sense, especially when you are adopting new regulations. Over time, though, if you're not consolidating those definitions into a singular place, you end up with a piecemealed approach where you have definitions scattered throughout your regulations. So our purpose here was to consolidate all of the definitions that would be applicable zoning code-wide. The one area where you will still see some definitions in the actual text and the code itself is when those are specific definitions that apply and should be interpreted only for the purposes of the zoning, that specific zoning text. So you'll see cannabis has its own set of definitions in there because there are some terms in there that are only unique to the specificities of cannabis. But for the most part, all terms, phrases, and expressions are now housed in this one part called Part 7. So really, what's changed here? Of course, we've consolidated definitions. The intent of definitions, and is one of the most important parts of, especially when you're looking at land uses, is creating consistent, clear terminology that is objective and applied and can be easily administered. So we went through the definitions with county staff, not only just general terms and phrases, but we also looked at some of these newer land uses that have been consolidated, these newer land uses that have been added, and then did a one-to-one to make sure that there was an appropriate corresponding definition for these terms and these phrases. In some cases, there are a handful of terms and phrases that are state law mandated. So in those cases, what we've taken is we've taken the tact of referencing out where appropriate to the government code section. That way we're at least creating some sort of tieback and to limit the, say, the regurgitation of state already defined terms to potentially alleviate any inconsistencies. But if we think back to our discussion on Part 2, all of those land uses ideally will have then a corresponding definition within Part 7, so we can create this, again, transparency, clear understanding of what we're talking about when we say one use is allowed over another. And then another major change just done to these definitions was to update based on current best practice, deficiencies that planning staff has noted, or duplications or inconsistencies that exist within land uses or various terms. As mentioned, new definitions have been added to this process based on evolving requests from public, planning commission, county staff. These would include community gardens, defining items such as some of these state mandated land uses like family daycare homes or tiny homes, and then providing further clarity on some existing terms and phrases such as accessory structures, home occupations, and the like. And to kind of further the changes made, we also looked at, did a pull through, did a review of all of the regulatory terms that we would look at applying all of the entitlements, and also ensuring again that we had consistent terminology being used and that our definitions were actually clearly articulating some of these terms and phrases that maybe as practitioners we may be familiar with, we may use, but actually clearly defining that into something that is understandable to the everyday user. So very short. There is a lot of definitions in there though, so I don't want to, I'm not trying to make light of this section, but there, as you'll see, this section is organized in alphabetical order. So if there are any specific questions, we would be happy to take them now, but really this is an all-encompassing part that has the general terms for the entire zoning regulation.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment in the room regarding definitions? Mr. Frazier.
In the definition section, one of the things that actually kind of threw me for a loop for a minute, under school, which then it goes to a different page and it lists the types of schools, except for it doesn't list public schools or homeschools under school. So before, when I came up here, when we first started down this path, I said, you've banned my homeschool because it is not allowed to have a private school in my zoning district, and that's how I homeschool my kids. Actually, my wife does. So this kind of changes that, except the fact that you homeschool, the definition of homeschool needs to be incorporated into the section that says school, and it needs to be so that where it says a private school, which isn't allowed in my zoning, there needs to be a way that you can tell that, yes, the homeschool is allowed in my zoning, and it should be together. I shouldn't have to go to H and look up homeschool and then go to S and look up school and then find private school on the next page and try to put those all together. It's kind of a convoluted mess. When I first read it, I thought, I brought this up to the board, to the commission, I talked to Trent, and it didn't get fixed. And so I was kind of pissed. But then I found back in H where, yeah, it actually did kind of get fixed. So that's just a kind of a cleanup thing. I think that it would solve some future issues. And then other than that, the only other spot in definitions I can see that affects me that I think needs to be fleshed out more, and Commissioner Harper, he spoke to it some. Sawmills, there's a difference between my 8-inch Lucas and Trinity River lumber. There's such a difference, but I mean, and it's nothing. Where I live, from my house, I can literally see 7 sawmills. I have one on my property. My neighbor has 2. My dad has 2. My dad's neighbor has 1. I mean, it's just, there's sawmills everywhere. And if those sawmills don't meet the definition of sawmill in here, well, they do, but so does Trinity River lumber. There has to be some way to differentiate.
Okay, that's reasonable. Lisa, do you have a staff? I mean,
I do.
you up until 3 a.m. writing all of these?
Oh, I have been. Yeah, I have 10 people that work for me. 12 actually.
Okay.
Yep. Flora is
Sorry, I was just
over $1 million payroll a
trying
year.
to understand how you produced all these notes.
Yeah. Oh, I have
per
help
year.
too. Yeah, I do. I use computing software and whatnot too, but there's a lot. This is very important.
I
We
understand.
need to fully analyze it, and I don't think we're there yet, but I'm very encouraged by all this discussion, although I think it was a little premature because it should have gone back to planning. But I'd like to start my 3 minutes now after.
Yes. Thank you.
Definitions are very important. They control how the entire zoning code is interpreted and applied. They need to be clear and eliminate as much discretion as we possibly can. My first concern is with consistency with the Part 2 use tables. Every use listed in the zoning tables should have a clear matching definition, and every defined use should correspond clearly to the permit categories in the tables. If the terminology does not match, then applicants, staff, commissioners, the public, we're left with interpreting gaps, and that's where that becomes a big issue. Second, the definitions must align with Part 4 specific use standards. Terms such as home occupation, home enterprise, agritourism, campgrounds, et cetera, need to be consistent across the entire code. So we need to use those words the same way everywhere once we have them defined. I have a high level of concern with the change in the definition of legal parcel within the cannabis code. A legal parcel does not equate to one APN. We had this discussion at the last Planning Commission meeting regarding a specific CCL, and that is not the legal definition. Planning Commission had asked staff to provide the state definition. Instead, we have some long-winded, that doesn't even, it's not accurate. There was a legal brief that was presented at the Planning Commission as well that gave the interpretation along with case code. APN does not equal legal parcel. We cannot move forward with that interpretation within code. That's a liability to the county. Third, enforcement-related terms need particular care. Definitions such as abandonment, expansion, intensification, nuisance, violation, non-conforming use, etc. They can have real consequences for people. These terms should be objective enough to prevent inconsistent or overly discretionary application. Trying to remove as much discretion as possible from these interpretations. State law-driven definitions should be verified carefully. Terms related to ADU, density bonus, supportive housing, transitional housing, energy, emergency shelters, et cetera, should be reviewed for consistency with current law. Make sure our definitions match the state where there is that overlap. I'd respectfully encourage the Board and Planning Commission to direct staff and consultants to prepare a definitions consistency matrix. I've been asking this throughout this whole process at each part, that we need to have a matrix from what we have now compared to what we're going to. It's very difficult to understand the changes without that. That hasn't been included in any of the direction that you've been noting for each part. Part 7 may come at the end of the code, but it affects every part before it. Clear definitions are essential to predictable, fair, and consistent implementation. Thank you.
Any further public comment in the room?
I missed the part commenting on the public comment for part 4. So I'm going to try and work my comment, make it applicable to the definitions.
That's fine. You can have this. You can have 3 minutes right now.
Thank you.
On any part that you missed.
Oh,
So just
I missed part 4.
okay. You can have 3 minutes on part 4.
Thank you. Basically, it was about the C1, I think C2, and maybe another category of commercial property or mixed use. And it was just that the rear 25% of a building might not be adequate, because sometimes a commercial building, like in smaller towns, like maybe Hayfork or other places, they might not be like huge. They might be around 1,000 square feet. And so if you restrict the residential part to just the rear 25%, it's kind of tight, and that might be a standard more applicable to an older time when that was set out. Because I noticed that the 25% criterion was not a new standard that was implemented, but was just like from the old code. So yeah, I think maybe even the minimum requirement for like a habitable place is like 256 square feet. Perhaps I might be mistaken. So if a place is if a building is 1,000 square feet, it doesn't restricting it to 25% makes it not even potentially legally workable, and they might have to apply for a variance and all that. Also, just for some reference, a tiny home, if we get back to the definitions, is defined as something 400 square feet and less. So if you're restricting the rear residential component to 25% maximum, that's like 250 square feet, which is like half of a tiny home. So I would just encourage and hope that the panel, or when the code is adopted, that some more leeways is afforded. Maybe perhaps up to 50% of a building's footprint is permissible to be used as residence, and the front 50% commercial. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Rafi Alexians.
Leah Groves, Coffee Creek in East Fork. I have some direct wording that has gathered from some of the definitions. First is under farm stand. I am suggesting to strike out on the same parcel wording. When you think of most farm stands, they have road access or easy access and might not necessarily be on the same parcel as where that commodity is grown and could sell at a different location. I know personally, like my house, wouldn't have access to that, but you would have to have the farm stands somewhere else located. Within agritourism, looking at the definition of it, I'm suggesting to add in when you're mentioning for the purpose of enjoyment, education, or activities involving active involvement in activities of farming, ranching, agriculture operation is to add in keywords like entertainment, hospitality services, and on-farm sales. According to the USDA and California Ag and Natural Resources, many of those productions are what they claim as what agritourism is.
So would it be possible to say, or would you agree with saying, to mirror the definition that?
Her time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
getting tired.
so yeah, in the ways of just gathering what the California Ag and Natural Resources is stating is in some of that, the beginning portion, it is the correct definition, but to include just those other categories when you have after education is to include entertainment, hospitality services, and on-farm sales. That's kind of a general. And then under winery, breweries, and distilleries, to strike out storage of case goods shall occur in conjunction with processing. As we know throughout the state, many wineries and other processing facilities don't have cases stored on site. It's a very common practice that they do that. And for us to have that, and especially in times with insurance, many times insurance companies ask for cases to be stored offsite because they won't cover that in insurance areas. So just asking for that sentence to be striked out. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting you.
Adrian Keys, once again, just on a side note, possibly the 20% deviation would work for the previous commenter. I'm not certain if that would be an application for it, but that maybe that's somewhere to come in. My question around the definition is around the word industrial. It's included in 1740 SUD-B cannabis uses. It says something to the effect of SUD guidelines specifically ID processes for industrial development, but for some reason that's in cannabis uses, and I'm not certain how the word industrial properly interfaces with any other cannabis use or development. The cannabis uses generally, it would be pretty hard to call an acre of anything agricultural to be industrial or any of that. So I'm just really curious because this is so important, and the definitions are supposed to, all the language should be consistent throughout. Just curious as to why or how the word industrial applies in SUD cannabis uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment in the room? Seeing none, any public comment online?
Michelle?
Hi, I have a question. This is for North Lake. There are about, well, as far as I know, 3 or 4 of us who have businesses. We rent out cabins. They're housekeeping cabins. And I don't see any definition that fits us. Resort doesn't fit us because we don't provide food. Well, one of them does. A hotel motel doesn't fit us. Campground doesn't fit us. And are we a short-term vacation rental? And if so, that's not in the definition, or is that just used for Airbnbs? So if somebody could just let me know where I am, and if not, add a definition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith?
Yes, my daughter stole some of my thunder, so good job there, Leah. Also, under wineries, totally agree with that. Case goods is a common practice, are not stored and with the processing. But also, on the bottom line, it says retail sale of related promotional items may be allowed at the winery operation, but it doesn't say I can sell my wine at the winery operation. So I'd like it to say retail wine sales and related promotional items. may be allowed, or shall be allowed, I think is a better term. Under energy generating facilities, commercial, and I've never found this term in the document, but maybe it's there and I just haven't found it. It says any electrical facility, thermal, wind, or water generating less than 50 megawatts. Well, I have one that produces 2 kilowatts, and I have one that produces 0.25 kilowatts. And that make me a commercial energy generating facility. I think there should be a minimum amount of maybe 1 megawatt to 50 megawatt range. I'm not sure why that's in there. And then again, I would agree with Ms. Groves on the farm stand that many times we have several parcels. If we grew flowers on one and tomatoes on another, we should be able to sell those on one farm stand. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Further public comment online?
Rhoda?
Hi, Rhoda Kane, North Lake. I agree with Leah 100% on a farm stand location. We need to maybe work on that a little bit. Also, the definition of legal parcel that Catherine was talking about, that's extremely important. We've been over this and over this and over this and over this, and still there seems to be a separate definition that applies only to certain people and businesses in the county. Also, Dan was talking about the homeschool kids up here in North Lake. The homeschool kids work in a charter and potentially a co-op style. So I think maybe we need to, more than just homeschool private school, we need to homeschool charter private co-op, all of those things, and we need to allow as many of those as possible. This isn't 100% definition related, but it is because of the resorts question. But yeah, we do need to get a definition of resorts, and then at some point we need to talk about, how important it is to consider the traffic, noise, and nuisances associated with resorts. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Admin?
Colette Lucky, Trinity Center. So my family has 40 acres of undeveloped, very heavily wooded property in Grattan Flats. And some time ago, 2 ladies resided in it in a very large teepee for many years, and they eventually moved out. So by moving and living on the property for a length of time, would that qualify that as rural residential or R10? Since they left and the teepee disintegrated, would that consider it more of an abandoned property? And now that we want to log it and sell the timber, would it be better classified as ag timber? There's a lot of confusion on that property. And my family also owns a large commercial building in the limits of Trinity Center proper on Mary Street. And it was originally used as a manufacturing industrial facility for ATV parts and distribution of ATV parts. But that business went under about 15 years ago, and it has not been used for commercial enterprise since that time. But we recently decided to use it for personal storage. So how would that be classified? And I'm considering cleaning and converting the building into indoor hydroponics gardening for culinary mushrooms, microgreens, and salad greens and vegetables to supply local stores and groceries and to the general public. So would that reclassify it like 14 tier hydroponics towers would equal the equivalent of 1 full acre of production. So 100 of them, which would fit easily into the second floor of that building, would equal 5 acres of ag production. So would that reclassify it as agricultural, or would that be micro business, or would that be mixed use? And also we want to expand it into agritourism and teaching people about hydroponics and small business. And, you know, there's a lot of questions going up in how to classify these things and what the definitions are regarding these, because it's not fitting the standard.
Thank you.
John?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the definitions should also go back to the planning commission. Um, and for instance, the existing parcel definition as applied to cannabis in Trinity County, it's not an accident that we ended up with that definition. It evolved over time, first several years of our program here, and is really essential moving forward. And it seems like that might also a really quick fix that might address Leah's concern might also be to apply it to agriculture more broadly within Trinity County, including cannabis, commercial cannabis. Um, it'd just be a really easy change, and it's worked well for our our incredibly robust cannabis permitting system here for a bunch of years, and seems like could apply more broadly to ag also. Thanks.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, thank you. We'll now close public comment on definitions and hand it to the planning commission. Commissioner Fall.
So I do want to thank the consultants. I brought up a lot of the issues about, North Lake. What are campgrounds? So they added minor, major resorts. All those definitions need to be tweaked. For example, campgrounds talk about temporary placement, and KOA now is plunking in permanent cabins. And so there are campgrounds that have permanent facilities, et cetera. So, but I will reserve all those tweak kind of comments, ag product sales, all that kind of stuff for the planning commission meeting. But I do want to make 2 points. One is water management activities are still in there, even though they have been deleted from the tables. So that's a matter of confusion. And the most important thing is, and for the Board of Supervisors, the definition of youth-oriented facility, we asked that be changed, and it is still the same. So it talks about a youth-oriented facility is someone that advertises to minors. And advertising doesn't mean that that's who your clients are. So it needs to say something like, a youth-oriented facility is any facility that caters to, provides services for, or is used by a majority of minors, to show that there is that use for a youth-oriented facility, not just that they advertise to youth, because they can advertise to youth and the majority of their clientele might be seniors. So there's just, I think that's important to make that distinction.
Does any other planning commissioner have commentary?
Yeah, all my discussions will just, all the definitions will just go before the planning commission. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else on the commission?
Not on this topic, but I do have something to add afterwards.
Okay. Anyone else? Is the commission concluded? Okay. Do we have any 1 minute extra statements or concerns in the House? Seeing none? Oh.
I would say that when you're, Lisa, right, when you do review the definitions, I would encourage you to see if there's already an existing state definition and make sure that it's aligned. Because from a practicality and application perspective, and you get it, right? I think that's super important. Thank you.
Any online?
Ben?
So
1 minute.
so the
1
follow
minute
up on, sorry, what?
I was just gonna say you have 1 minute on definitions.
Yep. So the definition of a youth-oriented facility, when I Google it, is an establishment, building, or
We can't
designated.
hear you.
I'm sorry, what?
We can't hear you, but did you get it fixed? Okay, now we can hear you. You can start as time over if you don't mind. Thank you.
So
Okay,
the follow up on Carol's point, a youth-oriented facility, by definition, is an establishment, building, or designated area primarily designed to serve, house, or provide services to minors. These spaces focus on educational, recreational, social, or wellness development of young people under the age of 18 or 21 and are often under adult supervision. Recreation and social, youth centers, clubs, parks, playgrounds, arts, cultural centers, under educational and childcare, schools, childcare, libraries, residential and social services, group homes, shelters, and or juvenile justice facilities. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, we'll close the final 1 minute comment on this. I have a couple questions I would like to ask and something I would like to say about the youth facility definition. I really want to make sure we get that right because we've gone through the ability for someone to have a dispensary next to a youth facility that was a dancing lessons here in town, and I want to make sure that when we define youth facility that it is completely clear and that when that is a business or something that is providing dynamics for youth, that we all understand what that means so that we don't get into that back and forth argument about that. And then also, I may have missed it, so please correct me if I have. We have at least one camp, and then we also have our adventure business where I know that down near High and Palm we have our youth camp where we house campers can come for a week, 2 weeks at a time, and I didn't really see that in the definitions of around camp, or maybe I missed it, but I want to make sure that we include the dynamics of paid for-profit youth camps that we have one of those for sure in our county.
Yes, we can confirm that. We had several conversations with the property owner and facilitator about this update.
Okay, good.
So yeah, we can
Yeah.
confirm, and he's met with county staff as well.
Okay, good. I just don't want to miss some of those businesses that are really viable, and that camp in particular is legacy in its nature. So, okay, those were the only two things that I wanted to make a quick comment on. Anyone else have comments? Supervisor Brownfield?
Just one thing. I just want to make something really clear. So for private schools, home schools, and I'm not sure about the law on charter schools, but in our tables, we have private schools, but we don't have homeschool. So we need to address homeschool being part of that private school. You could, in parentheses, maybe say, see homeschool. Because we don't have homeschool listed, and a lot of people would want to do homeschool. Now, homeschool is allowed everywhere, and on the table, it's a conditional use permit for rural residential.
Use your mic, Julia, sorry.
And I want to make sure that that's permitted by right, homeschooling. And it's not listed anywhere. That's my point. It's got to be listed somewhere so that you.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay.
If that's okay with everybody. Okay.
Are you complete?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Cox, did you have anything?
Probably everybody else picked up on it and we're good to go. I just can't find the SUD guidelines that Adrian was talking about. I looked under industrial, I looked under cannabis, I looked under SUD.
Somebody tell me what page that's on.
Yeah, I actually looked it up and found it. It's 1740-020B. So I think he was just questioning the use of the term industrial as it relates to SUDs. And then if an SUD was created that allowed for industrial uses, then it would allow for all of the cannabis uses. And I think we need to revisit that statement because at least from my understanding, in terms of SUDs that have been created historically, specifically for cannabis use, they called out the cannabis uses. It wasn't just an SUD for industrial general purposes.
So it wasn't in the definitions, it was in the content. Got
Yeah,
you.
it's in 1740-020B.
Okay, and then wineries that both Leah and Keith mentioned, I can't find that either. Is that under winery, brewery, or is that over in content as well? It's over in the content, not the definition.
It's on definitions under B because they combine breweries, distilleries, and wineries. So you won't find wineries under W.
Okay.
Just to clarify for the board, the commission, and then the community, part of the discussion this afternoon was to revisit that land use. So most likely through the process, the definitions will be reworded, moved around, modified.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
That's all I asked.
Supervisor Gogan or Supervisor Litwiler, do you have any? You're good? Supervisor Litwiler, you're good? Okay, so now everyone has had an opportunity to look at, ask questions, clarify. We're going to read our placeholding directions to staff.
Okay, the first item is labeled clarity and ease of use. Look for ways to make it easier to find, understand, and apply terms and definitions. We heard a lot about having to hunt and peck and look and find. And so as we look at the actual details, we also want to look at the process and how we can more easily put them to work. Specific definition review. I have here, consider input provided during public comment and planning commission. And then under that, I have develop process for identifying, organizing, and reviewing comments received verbally during public comment. Example, an AI-generated transcript and report. And what I'm trying to get at here is, especially in this section, but throughout the last 2 days, we've had a lot of very important public input. And I try to take a note for every single line, and I absolutely know I did not capture it all and capture it well. And I heard us say, well, would you go back and write those too? And some will and some won't. But I think we should look at what is that process. And it is pretty easy to get something to just do a transcription. I've learned to ask it to summarize that is dangerous. But if you look at it to transcribe it, and then you could do some searching in that and so forth so that we don't lose all this great input that we got over the last 2 days. So I just leave it at there. Youth-oriented facility, revisit to ensure that this definition is appropriate, use-based versus focus of advertising. And I think this is especially important because this has come up as things can be limited by their close proximity to a youth-oriented facility. And I remember we had that whole ambiguity decision and everything else about that. And so I think really getting this right, because it has so many other implications, is critical. Camps, consider how youth camps, et cetera, are covered by our definitions and documents. And homeschools, consider how these are covered by the document. And that's all I captured in this. Because I have notes about all the comments that I thought were great, but I'm not going to try to put them here specifically unless you want them.
So I would say regarding Michelle Taylor's comments, we do need to revise and revisit the definitions for like resort campground, minor campground, major campground. I just didn't want to get into that right now.
Related to campgrounds. So under the new assembly bill that facilitates low impact camping, one of the things that we probably should consider as it relates to major campgrounds, not subject to that assembly bill is that we need to include a section to take over Special Occupancy Parks Acts from HCD so that we are regulating campgrounds as special occupancy parks at the county level and not requiring them to go to HCD. That would be my suggestion anyways.
Supervisor Cox, you had a statement?
Oh, I do. I just was thinking about it when I couldn't find the definition of breweries and someone had to tell me, well, go look under wineries or whichever way it ended up being. Oftentimes, we don't use dictionaries anymore. If I wanted to look under wineries and it was located under breweries, wineries would be there in parentheses, see breweries. So for any of those synonyms, perhaps you could stick it in there so we know where to go. Well, there's that.
Are we concluded? Did you have something you wanted to say?
After this.
Okay. So we have now concluded our,
I just want to make sure you had charter school in there. I'm not sure what that would entail, because I don't know anything. Use your mic, please. I'm not sure about charter schools, so I'm not sure what they would be, where they would be and all of that. So, but somebody mentioned that in.
all right, we just added it.
Okay, great.
At this time, we have concluded part 7. We are now going to take a 20-minute break to stretch, get coffee, because this next section is going to be high intensity. So take 20 minutes, come right. I'm sorry?
What is our next?
The next section is the final section that's going to walk through the next steps of where we go from here. And we're also going to take these placeholders direction to staff that we've made, and we're going to refine them down. So if we have anything that's been repeated more than once, we're going to strike it so that we have a very clear written direction to staff that has come out of this meeting. And we want to make sure that we do a very good job of that so that there's no questions, okay? So I know I need to breathe some air that's from outside. And so I'm going to go do that. And I hope you guys go breathe some air that's from outside too. And get a cup of coffee, whatever you need to do, because this next section is going to be a grind and it's going to take us a bit of time. So take 20 minutes to do that. We can still be loud. Okay. We ready? Everything's turned on? Okay. We apologize for our few-minute delay in return. We will now reconvene the combined meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors and the Trinity County Planning Commission. At this time, we are going to work through our direction to staff and hear from our consultants on this last piece. First thing, we're going to hear from our planning commissioner had some comments that would like to be made on item 1. So we're going to have you go bullet point through those real quick and try to capture anything we need to add to our direction. Then we are going to go through the direction from the notes that we have. My hope is that we can delete anything that's redundant, that we can strike out maybe some things that we just need to add a few words to another sentence so that we make it as clear and as concise as possible. And then we will kind of go into where do we go from here and have that conversation about time, budget, and public outreach and the other things. Is that fair? Is that appropriate?
Fair, and if I could add something to the part 2 discussion after
Okay.
the commissioner, that I think would be good to add to the list.
Okay, so we'll go commissioner, consultant, Supervisor Leutwiler, and then all of us. We're in? Okay.
So number 1 in the packet,
Okay.
objective compatibility standards. So the current draft zoning code relies heavily on subjective terms such as compatible, community character, and appropriate without clearly defining objective standards. This creates uncertainty for applicants, neighborhoods, property owners, and staff while increasing the likelihood of inconsistent interpretation and discretionary decision-making. So the proposed code language would be compatibility determinations shall be based primarily on objective, measurable standards, including setbacks, noise levels, traffic impacts, screening and buffering, hours of operation, lighting standards, water and septic capacity. Subjective interpretation alone shall not be used as the sole basis for determining compatibility.
Okay.
Okay, number 11. This is federal jurisdiction and treaty rights clarification. So Trinity County contains extensive federally managed lands, tribal lands, treaty protected interests, and areas subjected to overlapping federal jurisdictions. More than 80% of the county is federally managed primarily by the United States Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management. And portions of the 5th District include tribal lands and federally protected tribal lands. Because of the unique jurisdictional conditions, the zoning code should clearly recognize the limits of local land use authority where federal law, treaty obligations, tribal rights, and federal agency jurisdiction applies. Proposed code language will be nothing in this zoning code shall be interpreted or applied in a manner that conflicts with the United States Constitution, federal law, federal treaty obligations, tribal sovereignty, federal protected rights, or the lawful jurisdiction of federal agencies. Where federal law, treaty rights, tribal jurisdiction, or federally protected activities preempt local land use regulation, the provisions of the zoning code shall apply only to the extent permitted by law.
That's cool. That's a good one.
Okay, number 12.
Interject.
Yes.
I like the spirit of that. I see some significant concerns as that relates to cannabis.
Really? Oh, I didn't intend it in cannabis, but
Prohibited by federal law.
Good catch.
yes. The idea was treaty rights, tribal justice, or tribal jurisdiction, federally protected activities preempt local land use. So basically for Forest Service, BLM, and tribal. So we can probably modify that a little bit. I can work on that if you want, if you'd like me to change it, or would you like to just put your notes in there?
Well, aren't these things that you're going to work through as a commission?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, because when you read
We just make a,
2S
we make a note of that, so we don't overstep the bounds there.
for clarity on all of it, when you read to us and we go, oh, that's not us going, oh, we approve.
Right,
That's
right.
us going, yeah, you're going to talk about it. Okay.
Exactly.
Great.
Okay, section 12, or amendment 12. Section 17.05.202.020, purpose and intent. Section 17.05.020 establishes the overall purpose of the intent of Trinity County zoning code and provides interpretive guidance for implementation of the entire ordinance. Because this section influences interpretation and zoning standards, permit authority, compatibility determinations, and administrative review procedures throughout the code, it is important that the purpose statement fully recognize Trinity County's unique rural character, working lands, and traditional land use patterns. The current draft strongly emphasizes resource protection, growth management, and regulatory implementation, but does not adequately balance those goals with protection of traditional rural land uses, economic viability of resource lands, local self-sufficiency, or predictable objective standards for property owners. So add the following language to section 17.05.020, purpose and intent. The purpose and intent of this zoning code shall also include preservation of traditional rural land use practices, protection of economically viable resource lands, support for local self-sufficiency, recognition of Trinity County's agriculture and timber heritage, and use the clear objective standards to minimize unnecessary discretionary review. And this zoning code shall be interpreted in favor of clear objective standards whenever reasonably possible to provide predictability, transparency, and fair notice to property owners and the public.
Okay, that was number 12.
Yep.
Okay.
Number 12. Okay, number 14, last one. Chapter 17.05, conflict and repealer provisions. Chapter 17.05 establishes foundational interpretation, applicability, transition, and legal effect provisions for the proposed Trinity County zoning code. The current draft includes broad language, repealing ordinances or portions of ordinances that conflict with the new zoning code. While conflict and repealer clauses are common in municipal codes, broad repeal language within a comprehensive countywide zoning rewrite creates significant procedural and legal concerns when unresolved policy issues remain and no complete red line or incorporation matrix has been provided. At present, the Planning Commission, and the Board of Supervisors have not been provided a complete public record clearly identifying what prior provisions are being repealed, what protections are being modified, what historical interpretations are being superseded, what lawful expectations are being altered, or what prior standards are intended to survive. This creates uncertainty regarding preservation of vested rights, lawful non-conforming uses, historical rural land use practices, and longstanding county interpretation of prior ordinances. These concerns are especially important in Trinity County, where many rural properties, agricultural operations, forestry activities, and mixed-use rural practices precede modern zoning regulations and may rely upon historical interpretation or longstanding legal status. So add the following language to Chapter 17.05. No ordinance, policy interpretation, vested right, lawful non-conforming use, historical land use protection, or existing legal protection shall be considered repealed or extinguished except where expressly identified through a publicly available conflict and incorporation matrix adopted by the county. And ambiguity regarding repeal, continuation, interpretation, or applicability of prior land use protection shall be interpreted in favor of preserving vested lawful rights and existing legal protections. So the county shall provide a publicly available conflict and incorporation matrix identifying provisions repealed, modified, superseded, preserved, or carried forward from prior zoning ordinances before final adoption of this zoning code. And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna give Supervisor Leutwiler a minute to catch up there.
Sounded like something.
And then you had, please, or please.
I just wanted to make a comment that crossed my mind related to one of the proposed amendments to purpose and intent. Essentially, we will need to reevaluate the purpose and intent and ensure that the purpose and intent statements are consistent with the general plan. So that's a significant task if that is the direction from the board, which I think is appropriate, but just acknowledge that that is an involved task.
Okay. Did you have something you wanted to share?
Yes, I just have one addition I'd like to put out for board consideration to add, and this has to do with part 2, the allowable uses. There was a lot of public feedback over the last 2 days regarding the concern of data centers, the allowability within the county. I think that does warrant a consideration to just have it prohibited outright as a use, and clearly articulated within the zoning code. The concern is that with the DUP, it would still have some director approval, whether that stays or that use potentially come up. But if it is a use that is seen as a detriment to the county, it would be something to just prohibit outright. So I'd like to add that for consideration with the Planning Commission if the board is willing to do so.
Okay, you want to put that in part 2?
Okay.
May I also make one additional suggested direction potentially, which is related to SUDs. One of the things that we've realized is that there are a good number of previously approved SUDs within the county that never had formal guidelines established. So I'd like to ensure that when we go through this with Planning Commission, that we address that dynamic and how to resolve that going forward.
I didn't capture that one. I was trying to capture the other one. What? So what?
Say it again.
You want to finish what you're working on, Rick, and then?
I got it in my head.
So that we need to address how to resolve previously approved SUDs that did not have formal guidelines adopted.
And which section would I put this in? Okay, so previously approved SUDs.
With regard to data centers, I know there's a lot of, concern surrounding them, and we've heard some public comment on that. I don't think that we've heard complete public comment on them specifically, and I also don't think that we have a complete understanding of what they may mean or bring potentially to our county if they were properly placed or so forth. And maybe it's just completely off the table, but for me, I don't know enough about them. And if there's a potential that it could sit out in the middle of sort of nowhere and kind of bother nobody, but bring a boatload of tax revenue or something, I just wonder if it's like, are we just right now taking it off the table, or is that something that the Planning Commission would prefer to sort of pontificate and?
I think it's something that the discussion of a prohibition, I think I was recommending should be on the table, but it would be up for public discussion with the Planning Commission about how to approach that. We've had codes that have data centers applied. They use a lot of energy. They use a lot of natural resources. That's typically the concern with data centers. But I figured there could be more information provided as part of a future Planning Commission study session to have that conversation. So I'm not saying just outwardly prohibit them. I'm just saying that could be a discussion on the table that is vetted out in the public.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. All right, so we are going to now start with working through our direction to staff based off of our placeholders that we had. Are we going to project those? Are we working on that? Okay.
Yeah, good me.
And I just want to thank Supervisor Leutwiler publicly for doing this is a very, it's not an easy task, so I am grateful.
That steak's gonna taste really good.
Yes, there has been steaks offered as compensation. Oh, look at Mr. McIntosh would like steaks as well.
Duncan says, "I'll take notes next time."
Yeah.
I was also taking.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if I can get to the right things. Why is it showing me that? To show. Word document. Okay. Let's see how big I can get this. Big enough for people to see?
Yes. I think so. Okay.
Okay, so this is arranged by the parts, and it'll be in the numerical order instead of the order we went through them. So we'll talk on the things that we just talked about first. And again, we've verbally covered all of these, but this is a chance to come back and revisit. Let's see, how do I get rid of this? There, okay. Still small? Okay, I can get a little bigger. How's that? Like maybe go a little bit bigger. That's about it. Okay. So this is part 1. And we just covered this, but this is how I captured it. Number 1, transparency before full implementation. Consider recommended changes to ensure transparency and effective disclosure. Again, it's a very brief summary of a well-written document that we have written as a document, and we know to look for item 1. And I guess just stop me if you need to, otherwise I'm going to keep going. Number 2, federal jurisdiction and treaty rights. Consider recommended changes to improve legal clarity and reduce future jurisdictional disputes. See item 11 with a subnote, acknowledge and address potential conflicts with federal regulations, restrictions regarding cannabis.
Okay, hold on.
Does
just a
that
second.
capture?
Drew has something to say.
Oh.
So I don't want to belabor this, but as far as number 1, transparency before full implementation, there needs to be some discussion about exactly how we will arrive at the broad recommendations detailed in Dan's number 1.
Can you give some example of where you know that you'll need some, like you're thinking input now would help?
Do that, because this is kind of beyond the scope of what we would engage with the planning commission on. So transparency prior to or before full implementation are.
Actually, amendment 1, that's just the pre-page before amendment 1. Got that one wrong, I think. I didn't catch that, sorry.
Oh.
So I
Even
think what you're
better
looking
because
for
it's not
is,
clear to me what number 1 we're referring
So
to then.
the first number 1 I'm ignoring, and we were talking about I was trying to catch up with you, so.
So there's a 1 in front of amendment 1, sorry about that.
Right, and you
So
mean amendment 1,
amendment 1.
not number 1.
Yes.
Okay. Let me go back. This is objective compatibility standards.
Yes.
Drew's blood pressure is now back to normal, or
Dan,
or
did
the
you
usual
ever-
abnormal, I should
Dan,
say.
Did you ever utilize this number 1 anywhere?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I
good to know.
decided I didn't want to throw it
Okay.
out there.
Right.
They kind of didn't, it's basically happening, so there's no point in saying it.
Just on this number 1, I think this is the objective compatibility. A code has to be objective. So that is common practice. And I think this is just stating as a reminder that we evaluate to make sure it is objective, and that can be done And that can be done in consultation with Planning Commission and the public as we move through the study session.
I think several of these are probably going to fall in that category as we read through them. Like just reminders, and please remember that this matters to us.
Yeah, some of these are actually best practice
Mhm.
that Commissioner Harper provided. So yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, number 2, are we okay with, Drew? Did that capture what you were trying to acknowledge about a potential conflict with federal and cannabis?
I mean, I think we understand what we need to accomplish there.
Okay. Number 3, purpose and intent. Consider recommended changes to emphasize focus on clear and objective standards, protection of traditional rural land use practices, et cetera. See item 12. And again, these are all, you have a document, came from the Planning Commission, you'll have some discussion, you'll determine what you think is appropriate to bring forward.
I need some clarity if I could. Are we sending this to Drew and staff? Are we sending this to the Planning Commission to consider?
Both.
Both is my thought.
This is direction to staff.
I don't view them as staff. I view them as our advisory board. I'm not get into the minutia of that or any sort of dispute about it. I just don't see it that way. So when I hear that, my mind doesn't go there. My mind also goes to, no, that doesn't make sense. Carry on. Sorry.
Generally, he wouldn't give direction, but they are a separate body.
So I think what we're saying then is perhaps we're giving direction to staff to work with the Planning Commission on these items.
Okay, thank you.
Is that fair?
And for clarification, I put this whole thing together, assuming that we weren't going to get a chance to go back over this like we are now.
Oh.
Like the possibility of actually bringing this back to the commission now allows us to go through a lot of these, but I prepared this on the assumption that we were sticking with the actual guideline and we were just done being able to change
Yeah,
anything.
nice.
So that's the context.
Sure. Thank you for that. Mhm.
Could we title it Board of Supervisors Direction?
What comes out of this document is going to be cut and pasted into the minutes from this joint meeting that will be presented. The document itself isn't going to be attached to the minutes. I'm going to cut and paste from the direction pieces that are given and clearly list that out in the minutes. So it doesn't matter what we title it. That direction is going to go, direction was given to staff to do these things on this part. Direction was given to staff to do these things on part 2, and so on and so forth. So that's what the formal document that will then come back to this body to approve and be posted online will look like. Unless Sean tells me that that's wrong.
Do we want it to be a separate document or do we want it to be in minutes?
We make it a separate document that's different than what, I mean, and I get that this is a slightly different form, but that's different than any other direction that comes out of the board gets handled. Anytime the board is giving direction on any item, it just gets compiled and reflected directly in the minutes from that meeting.
I don't see the harm in having a separate document. I think part of the point is that we want to clarity this. So I think a separate document that sort of consolidates those things, I think is helpful.
Microphone. Sorry, just for those who are listening in.
Yeah, no, I think a separate document is fine. And I think for this exercise, we want it to be really clear what the direction is, particularly this exercise. And so having a separate document with those things consolidated into one document, I think makes sense.
And if it helps, I mean, you can do both because this is by section. So you could take it and put it into the agenda and then say, and then attached as a full document. I'll let you and Trent figure that out, I guess.
Let her have a good night's sleep and then decide.
Is that more difficult to do?
It's just not standard. But it's fine. Whatever you collectively tell me to do is how we'll move forward, but it's not standard with anything else that has come out of this board or even this collective body. And I
would like to stay
in
with
my clerk role,
consistency.
try to stay very standardized with everything that gets produced, because if we don't maintain some sort of standardization, then we end up with this, we don't know what we're doing, and it's hard for somebody else to come in behind me and do it. And then when I'm training, I don't have anything for them to really look back on and go, okay, consistently we do it this way. So
Understood.
That's,
I appreciate that.
that's where I come from.
The direction to staff is clear and they can act on it, then that's however you guys want to format that is fine.
The way I envision is it's going to be a cut and paste out of whatever Rick is doing right here is going to cut and paste into the minutes.
You,
It'll all be there.
council?
Understood.
That the way?
It's fine. However you
great.
format
Okay.
it is fine. The point is that we're giving direction to staff and that it should be clear. And in this instance, we want it written down. So.
Understood. Thank you.
Our clerk will figure out the right way to write it down. All right, I'm on to 4. Conflict and repealer provisions. My Grammarly doesn't like that word. Consider recommended changes intended to ensure procedural transparency, reduce uncertainty, protect vested rights, and provide clearer transition guidance during implementation of the zoning update. See item 14.
Wait, we have a comment.
And then, just to clarify, Supervisor Lutweiler, these are just recommendations. There's no action being taken on this. There are components of this which do have subjectivity or do have larger implications than what's being discussed. So I just want to make sure that the board isn't saying these are just for evaluation, not actual.
Yeah, I tried to cover that with the wording consider recommended changes.
I'm just making sure we're
So,
covered. Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, there's
This-
not a
this-
line item, do this, do this, do this. This is just a blanket statement to make sure that it's front of mind.
Have healthy discussions to honor the work that was done to bring these forward. Okay, that's it for that section. Ready for part 2?
Just, Drew, are you leaning forward to speak or just leaning forward?
I'm leaning forward to say something during
Okay.
part 2, but please proceed and I will
Okay.
add something at some point, whether there's a prompt or not.
Thank you.
You're quickly losing any chance of getting some of this steak that is on the table. Just
That's
just
fine.
saying.
Hey, according to the Brown Act, I can only, no, I'm kidding. 1%.
Okay. Review information received regarding potential problems with general plan designations, determine significance of potential problems, and present recommended paths forward. So let's look at what we've heard. Let's figure out how big of a deal it is. And then let's, with our solution-oriented approach, let's figure out what are the best ways to move forward. 2, establish an effective process for the next round of planning commission discussions to ensure progress. Plan to have a scribe that will edit the current document in Word version. Consultants, well, we need to figure this out. Consultants are or aren't needed for the initial working sessions. Subsequent round would involve consultants, and then planning commission to formally approve a version that would move forward to the Board of Supervisors. So I think we need to revisit the B and decide, do you want them there the whole time? Do you want them there after the time? Which is it?
I will
Go ahead.
correct to requesting having them present for the whole time.
There you go.
For simplification, it has cost implications, but will be potentially able to get it done in a shorter time frame, having them present for the discussions and only having the discussion once.
Thank you.
And just because CAO title is going to keep us honest on some of these things, both in time and cost implications, in a loose conversation during a break, the rough estimate is $5,000 a day. So if we're talking 3 days, 15,000. If we're talking 4 days, 20,000, and that's just for being there to hear and advise. And then it's a whole separate thing about, and now we got a whole bunch more for them to go back and work on, and what does it do to the schedule and so forth. Was there something else you wanted to say?
And that doesn't include prep time with staff in sessions leading up to said planning commission meetings. So as long as we are recognizing as we go through each one of these items, that there is what I would call a significant budget impact and schedule impact to every one of these. So as we get to the end of this, I've got a specific number for already existing workload and schedule that has been proposed, but all this will be in addition to that.
And do you,
From here to the end? I'm sorry. Are you predicting here to a final product?
Well, I would prefer we go through this and make some adjustments and kind of work through that first, and then at the end, I can give a best guesstimate, but it will be a significant impact to schedule.
and do you or Susie have in mind how much money sits currently in the general plan fund before we have to know what's in the, okay.
Okay, onward.
I have a question. So are you
Oh.
assuming for the cost estimate that the Minter Harnish staff are physically here or that we can talk to them on Zoom? Zoom is fine?
Highly recommend Zoom unless there's some desire from Planning Commission where you think it's better in person. So.
Love them, but the Zoom is great.
Yeah.
How
Yes.
much does that defray the cost? Nothing.
I mean,
But-
very little.
It might affect their availability more because they don't have to spend time traveling back and forth.
Right.
Fair enough.
Okay, and I think to that point, CO Tuttle and consultants and staff in general, if you can help as we go through this, identify those items that are significant, like, okay, that was truly significant. Others, okay. So just make sure that we don't miss the big ones. Next item, present modifications to RR tables that will address concerns regarding the loss of RR 2.5 and RR 5.
This may be a comment for 3 and 4,
Okay.
but I guess just for clarification, is the direction that we will modify all of the residential tables to include RR 2.5 and 5, or can we accomplish that through the code section I referenced earlier that currently exists, 17.15.110, that just details the potential of subdivisions related to parcel size. So is the desire to establish, 2 new columns and 2 new formal zoning districts with specific provisions based on parcel size, which does not currently exist in code. So that's what I would like clarification on.
And so as I took these notes, what I thought I heard is that you referenced that approach. That meant we did not need to reintroduce our 2.5 and our 5. We would just take this approach with tables and other references that covers the concerns that might be there because we are not going to have our 2.5 and R5. But I just want to make sure that's what.
So the question is tables or text? Is it going to be a language component that's going to say that it's the subdivision component and just address that? Or is it going to be changing the RR tables to add RR 2.5 and RR 5? And I think, I don't want to speak for all of us, I support using the language and not having to do the tables and allow the same rights on like in the RR 2.5, RR 5 as what's currently proposed in RR.
I agree.
Yeah.
So then would we remove
2.5
tables and just say modifications to RR text that will address the concerns?
Yes, please. From the Planning Commission to request of the board.
My English teacher, Supervisor Cox, is that assumes or presumes? Revisit authorized uses and permit authority for RR based on table adjustments referenced above. Clear?
That's the same thing.
Okay. Well, I do think that, like, the part of this too, though, is there's the bigger component of revisiting all of it with the public again, which feeds into those community meetings. So I think that's what that one was capturing.
I think the first one, the number 3 was more about, okay, specifically, we're concerned about what happens when you get rid of 2, 5, and 5. This was saying, let's revisit what were authorized uses requiring what levels of authority to distinct things.
In order to try to, I thought, maybe my brain's jumping around, but I thought that this revisit authorized uses and permit authority for RR based on tables, but I thought that conversation was in part due to how do we deal with the ag versus RR in some of the smaller, and how do we say that in RR you can do these ag related practices without having to make that be an ag property because of the size? Am I in the right spot or am I in a different spot?
No, I think you're right.
Yeah.
But is that in this section? I don't know if this is this section.
Yes, it's this this is gonna have your tables of what you can do in RR versus what you can do with ag and with the land uses if we want to stay where we are and have it aligned so that we're just changing the zoning to make it work, then
We're thinking of
Chapter
Post Mountain
2
here.
is where we wanna do it.
With rural residential, as they're rural residential now, we got to be really careful of the 2.5.
Okay, so that was what my mind was thinking this meant, is like, if we can take the RR in the Post Mountain scenario and say, this is RR, and then it has a cannabis component to it that, meeting all other criteria, you can do that on this on RR, rather than them having to become ag. Am I tracking? Okay, good.
And I just want to restate and clarify, because make sure that people know, I thought I still was hearing, we still feel that we are having too many things that require the wrong level of authority. And that's why this was here. If that's not that you still feel that you want to dig into, I just want to make sure it's clear.
I concur with that.
You are correct. But I think the level of authority and uses was overarching for not just RR, it was all zoning districts, all tables. This number 4 was dealing with the fact if we pulled RR 2.5 or RR 5 back in the tables, what would the uses be? How would they differ between them? And then, or if we kept RR just as it is, how would we evaluate those uses? So in essence, everybody's correct on what we're saying. So I think the way you have it worded is fine.
Is it that much more difficult to create a table out of it rather than just leave it in language form?
If I may, I think I have a recommendation, or I do have a suggestion for that I think maybe addresses all of this. I think it's a hybrid approach.
Okay.
So I read number 3 and it says this assumes we will not continue with RR 2.5 and 5. What I'm hearing is that we actually are going to continue with the preservation of 2.5 and 5 and still apply those as zones. So I think what we would want to do is in the text portion where we have the description of the RR zone, I think we would further specify that this RR zone is further categorized by minimum acreage into 2.5 and 5. Then I think in the land use tables themselves, where it currently says RR, underneath that we would break that out into almost 3 cells. It would go RR, RR 2.5, and RR 5. And all of the land uses that would be currently allowed in RR would also apply for R 2.5 and 5 as it's currently specified in the existing code.
What we were saying, we're saying the tables would still be RR and RR10, but that in the specific standards, if you have a 2.5 acre to whatever size parcel, here's the setbacks and the criteria. And if you have a 5 to a 10 acre parcel, here's the setbacks and criteria. And oh, by the way, if you're thinking of subdividing, go to this other section.
I do want to say though, we're talking about clarity and making sure the public can understand this document. I think the text for the limiting is a big component, and that the current RR limit is 1, right? So essentially we're separating RR to 3 different options. It'll be like an RR1, because that'll be the minimum, RR 2.5, and RR 5. I like the idea of having that RR 2.5, RR5 in the tables for clear communication to the public, but having it at the text, which is saying why with the intent of RR 2.5 and 5 being present is for a density item. And really that's just the clarity
Well,
component.
no, it actually adds confusion. If you have RR 2.5 and RR 5 in the tables, people will wonder why their zoning doesn't say that. Their zoning's going to say RR1, but they're looking at the table and it says on the table, hey, I could be 2.5. So I don't think you want to have those zones listed in the table. You just want to have the criteria for that acreage in the text.
We have a point of clarification. I don't know.
So sorry, I understood the issue here to be the subdivision part of this whole thing. And that was the main concern that was brought up on the 2.5 and the 5 was the subdivision section. So if we just put text in there as far as subdivision and what you can do on what size parcel, that would probably be a clarity that would make everybody happy. That had an issue with it.
My question for clarification is, if we're going to have specific provisions related to, that are different between 2.5 and 5, then it needs to be in the table.
Yes, I agree.
Intent is to just apply the same standards across all of those with the exception of minimum parcel size, then we can just, put some asterisk in there under RR and include that, minimum parcel size in the text. But if the intent is to have different provisions based on the parcel size and those specific, and create those specific zoning districts, then it needs to be in the tables. So that's what we're trying. So we're not creating separate zoning districts.
No.
Right now, they are separate zoning districts, though. So if we were to so we would be still consolidating all of the RR 2.5 and 5 into R. It seems like we should keep them separate.
Anything under RR10, we don't subdivide, or we subdivide once, or you know what I mean? I don't know how you do that, but that's kind of what we're after here, is anything under 10, we don't want to see a lot of like 15 subdivisions. So if you could, make.
Yeah, and as
Talk
Julie
about
is
that.
talking about it, how do we track that, right? So if we're gonna say it's a 9-acre parcel and they're in the RR and then they get to subdivide it, okay, cool, it gets subdivided. But then down the line, 10 years, an owner changes and they want to subdivide the R5 into to 2.5s. Like how is, how are we actually,
They go through the subdivision review process.
okay, and we don't have
It'll be
Rezoning,
subdivided once only.
applying applicable rezone would be part of that process.
So we can either keep trying to figure this out here, or I can change the wording to say, this includes deciding whether or not we reintroduce 2.5 and 5. Because it sounds like you guys are having a healthy debate. I just don't know if you need it to have the debate later.
So I'm looking back at the actual notes I took from public comment, which is why this came up. And it repeatedly, people are saying, why did you get rid of the 2.5 and the 5? Please reinstate it. Now, if what we are doing is saying, well, we understand why they were saying that, and we're fixing the why, if you're sure that you're fixing the why, and it's simpler, but the piece I'm missing is the point Amelia just made, which is if the problem is subdividing, how do you keep that from happening if they weren't in an R5 or in an R2.5? You could take your R10 and 2 owners or 3 owners later, you could be down to 2.5, correct?
Well, and I think that's the question, right? Is that if we don't establish them as zoning districts, then how will we know what the intended zone is as it relates to the potential of subdivision and minimum parcel size?
I agree with Supervisor Lutweiler. I mean, there's a lot of questions like, I would like to hear the explanation again of why they disappeared, so I understand that. So why don't we put it so that this comes back to the planning commission for discussion?
I think Commissioner Falls correct on this. I think there's a healthy debate going on and it requires some more public feedback to get clarification on. We're not going to make the decision necessarily here, but what's up on the screen will drive that conversation.
Okay.
So just for clarity, what I changed was this will include a decision regarding the need for RR25 and RR5, and the focus is on concerns related to subdivision restrictions allowances. Okay?
Sounds great.
We're all the way to number 3. Revisit, we already did this, revisit authorized uses. Number 5, revisit code related to breweries, distilleries, and wineries to recognize the significant differences in these types of land uses.
Hold on, can we go back to 4 for a second? Because I think we needed to discuss broadening that or add ag component to that, right?
I put the application of this direction as broader than just RR, but if you want me to be more specific, I'm happy to do that.
I think we know it includes ag and everything else, like it can be commercial, it can be all the vehicles. We need to look at what's allowed, what land uses are allowed per category.
And of the majority of public comment that we got yesterday was related to RR versus ag. So I don't know if we want to expand the scope beyond that, but that's my recollection.
That's mine as well.
I think at least add the ag text in there, or to ag, just so it's in there. Otherwise it'll get forgotten.
Okay.
Okay, we good on number 5?
Yes.
Number 6, overlay zones, document findings to support the limitations presented and revisit proposed limitations.
I don't have any comment directly to that, but I just want to clarify the expectation from Planning Commission based on discussion that we had in the Planning Commission study sessions, which was the potential of engaging in more significant GIS work. And so just want to clarify from the commissioners what the expectation is in terms of that GIS analyses related to the North Lake opt-out. If I need to detail what my recollection of that direction was, I can.
From an individual board input, I would say that I don't feel like we're trying to authorize a whole new, let's go do a big GIS study and let's dig in and delay everything because of that assessment. But if there's something I'm missing from your prior discussions, happy to listen.
I think that could at best go back to discussion at the PC.
GIS relevant to which item, to this item or a different one? I'm sorry.
Yeah, on the cannabis opt-out piece of the puzzle. So my recollection of why we arrived at that direction from the Planning Commission was that the current findings state due to proximity to high density residential areas. So the direction from Planning Commission, or at least what was, excuse me, contemplated, was to analyze based on the higher density residential clusters within the North Lake opt-out area to determine if those boundaries should be revised. I'm happy to not have to do that, but that's my recollection. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't missing direction from Planning Commission.
For me, this one is hard. Like the document of findings is hard.
Yeah, I just want to say, so I would like to remind the Board of Supervisors that when you adopted the EIR, it said that those were the findings that supported the cannabis ordinance. So every time we talk about going back and revisiting findings, you guys made the EIR as your findings. So I don't know that we need to keep going back and, revisiting that.
I don't see any reason why it can't be revisited at PC.
Well, the findings were being questioned on the findings, right? Isn't that what Lisa was talking about?
But, so if you say that the EIR is not findings that support the current ordinance, then you would open up the EIR. I don't know
Are
if you
there
guys want to
findings?
do
I mean,
that.
does that open us up to legal? legal problems
Uh,
if there's
where
no
the-
findings.
Okay, settle. We need one person to speak at a time.
Reopen that document, yeah.
Okay, so we've already gone through that and passed it, and we are stating that the EIR is in existence as our findings.
I don't agree with that statement.
Okay.
From my perspective, what we have codified are a set of findings, and there is no reference to the EIR in our existing zoning code.
Look at the ordinance and the resolution that supports the ordinance. It says that the findings in the EIR go with the ordinance.
But we're talking about overlay zones versus the ordinance, right? We're talking about the new document, not the old things that the board approved in years past. Is that correct? True?
I guess what I'm referencing is the limitations code section, which we've carried forward both into the cannabis code and the cannabis opt-out overlay document, which retain the existing findings, which state due to proximity to high-density residential areas.
But they also assume that the overlay areas remain as mitigation in the EIR. So I'm thinking this is something, again, that the Planning Commission maybe needs to revisit. We did not come to a consensus on this issue before after spending a lot of time, so it needs to be revisited.
And I'm okay with that. I guess we'll just get direction from the Planning Commission on how to proceed with further analysis once, and we'll bring that to a subsequent study session.
And likewise, I think we need to have some conclusion from the Planning Commission before we say, and go ahead and spend a lot of time on GIS looking at density.
Chair. This particular topic right here, and there may be more to come. I'm wondering do we need Mentor Harnish and taking up your time to discuss something like this, where you're deciding you do need them? Okay. Oh, you're sort of agreeing. I can't tell what your nod means. I'm just thinking that this is kind of an internal discussion of how do we want to proceed based on public comment, based on where we're at and where we're going, and having them, I just don't want to waste their time.
Sure, and I think if there are planning commission study sessions that move forward, if there is one that is cannabis related, that focuses on some of these topics, I don't think the consultant team needs to be part of that. The cannabis sections as part of the zoning code were drafted by county staff and facilitated. So I think that can be something that we would be removed from.
Okay.
So the modifications I've made based on what I heard will determine how we will best address the need for documented findings to support the limitations presented and revisit proposed limitations. Consultants likely will not be needed for these discussions. Poultry farms. Planning Commission asked for rules to be reset to density limit component versus limits per parcel.
Heard? Understood.
Williamson Act, add this to the next round of Planning Commission meetings.
I think this is something else that consultants may not need to spend their time while we determine how that's going to be.
Yeah, and I think that the Williamson Act conversation can probably get folded into the same meeting as the overlay discussion to consolidate and be efficient.
Did Dan Frazier want that, the chicken thing, the poultry farm to be, revert back to the state? Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, it was back to CDFA
Yeah.
regulations.
Yeah, because it was, yeah.
So
And that is an option. So,
put in there.
what I had proposed with the density was based on what our current county zone code has, and getting back to there as a starting point. But if we wanted to look at using the state's code as our baseline.
I think the state code really lifts us out of the decision, and it's just, we don't have to add another layer. So just go with the state regulations on that.
Sounds good.
Okay. Ag forests, revisit this section based on concerns raised in comments, focus on limitations based on future use and impact. And this was just trying to capture that part, I think especially where Dan Fraser was sharing, because I'm being taken from unincorporated to, not unincorporated, unclassified to ag forest, and then there's a bunch of things that I can't do because someday maybe somebody will want to harvest my timber. And so this was trying to get at, let's revisit this and focus on, are the right limitations in place, and are they in place for the right reasons?
And do you
That's what
really
this is
need a
about.
RPF?
And
And
I would
okay.
advocate that we do need the consultants for this because the state laws regulating ag forest, and have the question of, the question came up and it was proposed, is that the right way to frame the zoning, or should it be a different definition and a different zone classification?
I think
So
one
a
of the
lot of a lot of conversation around this one.
yes, because I think what I feel like I heard was it needs to be agriculture and forest, not just ag forest, because I think that a lot of the people who have properties are very homesteady in the way that they use them.
Mhm.
And so, yes, there may be forest land that would need a RPF for harvest and CAL FIRE and all of that stuff, but on that same property, they're stacking grazing underneath of the agroforestry and doing all of these other things that are part of that utilization of that landscape. So, and that's, I think that stacking and that holistic land management approach is something that we've heard through other, folks talking about, heritage land use and different things. And I think that's just how kind of homesteading set up here is you do a little bit of everything in order to make it work.
Is that coming back to us? Because we definitely don't need an ag or RPF and ag forest because that's already under CAL FIRE
California,
rules. I
right.
mean, it's already handled. We don't need that kind of stuff. So as long as it comes back to us, that's fine. You can leave it in there. Otherwise.
Yeah, we're basically saying determine whether we need RPF. This may require substantial changes.
Right.
So it's right back in your court.
Okay.
Number 10, protection of, this is getting back to some of the documented submissions. So protection of economically viable resource lands, add this to the next round, see item 7. And again, these are all just consider because we haven't debated them.
So these that incorporate Dan's items 6, 7, whatever they are, those aren't top of mind to me. And I want us to consider each time, what do we need mentor harness for and what do we not? So can you speak into those as we get to them and be like, Planning Commission can talk about this independent, or we need them?
Go ahead.
Well, I would say a lot of what Commissioner Harper provided is folded in to different parts. So even though it says consider item 7, this is more of an applicability to different zones and how they're applied and the different uses within those zones. So if we were to be at a discussion that deals with part 2 in zoning districts, this would automatically be part of that discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
If there is something that comes up for efficiency purposes, I can tell where we're going in this conversation, where if we're not necessarily needed for something, I will gladly state
Thank
where
you.
that is.
Appreciate it.
And instead of noting it, I'm just going to highlight in yellow everything where the consultants are not needed. I'm
Thank
assuming
you.
that's the smaller portion of what we're covering. Okay.
Can I ask a question about minutes and clarity? So if we're referencing C item 7, you'll add it in. Okay, great. Thank you.
The minutes will reference Commissioner Harper's document and then the title of what he has on there. So it's really clear to be able to link it back and forth.
Don't forget there's 2 ones.
Number 11, consider repeal of chapter 17.85 timberland conversion, rely on existing state regulations, see item 16. Small scale sawmill operations, address different regulations appropriate for different sizes and types of sawmill operations, see item 10. Planning Commission to review potential challenges faced by cultivators, farmers when zoned RR versus AG. So do you feel like that's covered in the previous one? So I can just remove this?
Yeah.
Happy to do so. Prohibited uses, address concerns raised regarding uses such as data centers, perhaps based on impact versus on use is what I added. And one of the things I just want to keep in mind.
Sure.
When I was a lot of your age and going through stuff, a supercomputer was less powerful than my phone. So today we think about data centers that are these complete hogs of power. And yeah, we don't want them. But 10, 20 years from now, maybe it's completely different. And boy, we're the perfect site for it. And we could really benefit from it. But we precluded ourselves. And now it takes an act of Congress to change it. So to me, an impact versus I hate data centers would be a more appropriate. That was my thought on this. And I think I was hearing that from you, Supervisor Cox.
Sure. Go ahead.
I have a question about this one. So, do we combine prohibited uses with unanticipated uses? Because we got the comment about if there are unanticipated uses like data centers and immigration detention centers, those should be potentially moved from the community development director to planning commission. So I don't know if we want to combine those
That's a good
two
idea.
issues.
So is it sufficient just to put here, address concerns raised regarding unanticipated uses?
And who would be reviewing those, whether it's the community development director or the planning commission?
Well, I think you guys have already given direction that you think that should come to you,
Right.
right? So,
But you still put prohibited uses there. You still thinking about that being?
well, I think they still need to determine if there's other prohibited. I'm just saying, let's prohibit based on impact, not based on the name. If that makes any sense.
Yes, if you do prohibit a use, it would need to call the name of that use out. Another reason I would say still keep that up there just because it was brought up through lots of public comment, and it should just be something that's floated by when we evaluate uses as part of part 2. But I think what's up there now is good. There was clear direction from the commission on how to evaluate unanticipated uses, data centers just being one of them.
And
And
it
I-
says such as, so that's good.
And I added clarify that consideration will be at the planning commission level.
Okay. Perfect.
I was just gonna say it's review authority is kind of what we call it in code.
You know, now you're down to you're not even going to get side dishes. But you keep going. You do you.
Hey, I need him. He's got to be there for another 30 hours meetings. Keep him happy,
Okay,
please.
14, previously approved SUDs, revisit to ensure this is appropriately covered in code updates. Good? We're on to part 3. Fencing, planning commission to review content focused on quote unquote dangerous fencing to address concerns raised via public comments.
Yes.
Got that.
Yeah.
Public notice of changes need to determine if/how property owners are notified of changes to general standards versus property specific standards. And again, I think that's a important discussion because at least there was a public perception of, yeah, any change you got to notify me of. And whereas I think we were landing on if we're specifically changing your zoning or changing specific things about what we allow in your zoning. But if we changed fences and we don't know if you have a fence, we don't know if you ever want to have a fence, that's different. So I think we just need to figure out what is that going to be so that when we do introduce a clear notification process, we know what it is. And
I
isn't.
think on this one, it would be important, no slight to the planning commission, but the board should make a determination about noticing, and how that's handled. When we talked earlier in the process, that noticing the part of the question came up is noticing for a zone change. And typically that's if your zoning changes, let's say from RR to RR 2.5 or like that. Part of the public comment overwhelmingly that came in was, well, let's say I'm still RR, the color hasn't changed on the map zoning wise, but the development standards changed. There's still changes and I wouldn't not know that. And so part of the question is, are we noticing every parcel that has some change, which this code overwhelmingly has change almost everywhere to some degree. So I think it would be very helpful for at least the consultant team and staff to understand from the board's direction, are we noticing for even if we're not switching a zone, if there's change within the zone, we are noticing the property of that change. That's something that I think some decision vocalized.
So I added, this should be a board decision rather than a planning commission decision. I highlighted it in teal so that now if it's board versus planning commission, we've given direction to ourselves, go consider this.
You don't think the planning commission can do that work?
There's
Well,
a cost associated with it.
There's
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear.
Yeah, and you're kind of saying, are we noticing what we're doing right now? Does what we're doing now need to be noticed? So.
Number 3, energy generation facilities provide greater clarity via stronger definition. Example, consultants noted that the intended focus is on dedicated land use for the purpose of energy generation, not for private energy use. Clear enough? Signs need to refine language to clarify that flyers are not restricted in the same way as, quote, signs. Also address use of zoning clearance for signs not covered by code. Commercial vehicle and equipment storage standards. Review proposed language change, item 15. Number 16, or 6. Rural noise standard exemptions. Review proposed language changes, item 9. Right to farm protections. Review proposed language changes, item 2. Drew, this is that one where I was trying to capture your words, so make sure it's going to land and you guys will remember. Conversion process, review process, and the need for director approval signature. You want me to add something here so it's clear 3 weeks from now?
It's clear to me and I won't forget. Is it clear to the commissioners?
Are we going to be responsible for that, or is it going to be the board? Because I thought it was determined that the board decided that that was going to happen through the community director. And so I think the board needs to make the decision on if they want to continue with that process or not.
Okay. Water usage. Need more information about this unfunded mandate. It's just basically that broad at this point.
I think more than water usage, I would call that landscaping, because the Memuelo it's in the landscape part of the standards, so.
It seems like that one's going to be a board decision, because that's like, are we going to repeal something that we already put into place that the state says we have to do? Planning commission can't really do anything about that.
Agreed.
Parking, planning commission to review with an eye toward balancing safety and supporting our small businesses and rural way of life.
You understand? Good.
Address items like recreational vehicles, ATVs, side-by-sides, livestock trailers, etc. Ensure that our reality of workers bringing their commercial trucks home is accounted for. Potential solution is a focus on gross vehicle weight.
I think number
Like-
11 is
Oh.
tying towards storage and where
Vehicle storage?
where it would be allowable parking at residences.
And it had RV. I think you need to put RV in there too.
I think it talked about the discussion introduced residences as well as commercial properties. So I don't know if we want to, how all encompassing we want to have that discussion. But I guess at sites that are not permitted storage facilities, but my understanding was that this item was more towards personal storage. Is that correct? Or how would we define this?
My line of thought was in certain places, people are frustrated maybe with the fact that people have turned their front yard into their RV parking location, and you're driving through this community and there's 2 trailers parked in front of the yard and maybe someone's living in one, like those types of things. And then also just RV storage and different things in locations that may become blight in some ways, especially like downtown, different scenarios where the RVs are no longer working, and what is storage versus what is blight.
We will
You
take
could, you
that.
could add a density component to that too.
I mean, we did discuss it at the planning commission and we said, be free, kind of, like we said, if it's on your property and you're handling it, then that was some of the discussion that happened.
Yeah, this was, there were originally proposals to limit it, like you couldn't park it in the front yard, it had to be parked in the backyard. The question is, like me, I have a 40-acre parcel. What's my front yard? What's my backyard? So we were struggling with that, and so probably revisiting it would be good.
I don't know, I think.
That need you?
You go over to Hayfork and you'll find out that they got everything in their front and backyard. So there needs to be some clarity there.
Well,
Um,
just something to,
You want to consider nuisance too. So you want to,
Yeah.
you don't have nuisance properties.
that's kind of what I'm getting at is like, when does your beautiful cul-de-sac become two camping trailers and it's fine for them to be hooked up? You know what I mean? Like, how do we, and then also when you end up with so many maybe that are broken, parked in someone's yard for months and months and a tree fell on it and they just have never picked it up and yet I'm looking at it every day, you know? So just, I don't want to be tyrannistic because it is their private property, but I do feel like there is some responsibility that we need to consider when we're looking at excessive storage. I know I'm going to get throttled for that. I
Have
dare you.
adjusted consider density and potential nuisance / blight components, reference front yard versus backyard, et cetera, just as reminders. Good.
Because it's generally those types of scenarios where that RV ends up on the side of 299 and then we have to pay for it.
And then it gets burned.
So
I think it's fine for us to have a discussion, but currently blight and nuisance are addressed outside of zoning code.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to take that back out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ensure that our reality of workers bringing their
You
commercial,
removed the density part too, I think.
yeah. Oh, didn't mean to, right? What you're saying? Thank you, Dan. Do we need to go back over 12? 13, include balance of too many vehicles overflowing into streets that could impact traffic flow and neighborhood safety. And I heard some discussion about, well, there's a difference there because there's some places where there is no off-street parking. And then there are places where there is, and can it be overdone?
And we did receive public comment today that reflects some changes in state law that does limit where parking can be within certain distance of intersections from crosswalks. That is new legislation. So thank you. You know who you are if you're listening that sent that in. We did see that today. So we will cover that.
What is the new law on that?
20 feet or
20
something?
feet within 20 feet. You cannot park within 20 feet of an intersection or crosswalk.
Wow, that takes out all downtown park.
Yeah. Drew, I do have
it takes out a lot.
a quick question. There was a section, a comment in the parking that was about parking spaces for ADUs. And then the proximity of offering not offering the occupant a permit to on-street parking requiring a permit. Do we have any streets in Trinity County that require a permit? Do we need to leave that in there or should we take that out?
I am not aware of any streets in Trinity County that require a parking permit.
Okay.
Part 4, standards for
Might be going
specific
there now.
uses.
It's on Main Street.
Direction to staff of animal husbandry, review based on concerns raised in discussions today. There was a lot. Cannabis, review proposed language to ensure it strikes the right balance between necessary regulations and unnecessary limits on commercial cannabis operations. Example, micro businesses and qualifying license types. Consider variations that might be appropriate via overlays in different parts of the county.
Clear, but highlight in yellow.
We're out.
Home enterprise. Revisit requirements and limitations to ensure we aren't unnecessarily restricting these business types.
I would say enterprise and occupation, and we can just say revisit standards. Please and thank you. You're doing
And
awesome.
what else?
And we could,
Number 4 actually is part of 3. And it's, I would just state instead of example below 5 acres, I would say remove the acreage requirement.
Okay.
Correct.
Rick's earning the stakes. He's got this.
I thought that you said something else with.
So I had
3.
suggested just to simplify it to say revisit standards.
Instead of requirements and limitations.
Yeah.
Just say revisit standards.
And didn't you say that the acreage only got removed for the home enterprise? Not the occupation, or is it both?
Home occupation doesn't have a minimum acreage size, if
Okay.
I remember correctly.
Correct. So the enterprise was flagged definitely for removal.
Consider ways to clarify. A planning commissioner and consultants needed 10 minutes to determine the criteria that create the need for a special permit. That gonna be a friendly enough reminder? Or do you want to?
It's a little rough to go into the minutes, don't you think?
Is it a specific, was it to a specific type of use, or is it just in general?
I think this is a general statement, but I mean, it specifically came up, Carol was, Commissioner Fall was talking about a specific thing, and then we had some discussion there, and then some, we'll look on this page, look on that page, and I was just thinking, oh,
I don't know
so
that
you
that
can't
means-
figure it out, we can't figure it out. I don't have to have these words about the 10 minutes, but I do.
We were scrolling back and forth in the document, and that took time, so I actually think you could take that out.
Yeah, I think that was just to add that.
Okay. Consider how population density should be considered in loosening standards.
Or the above mentioned.
I think it was in general was what I took it as a comment at the time. It just sounded like somebody
No,
was saying.
That goes up into number 3,
Okay.
please.
This is the same here.
Yeah.
You know what? These probably were sub bullets and they got lost when I transitioned to numbers.
Oh, good.
So that's probably why they're showing up that way. Agritourism, address issues raised during discussions. There was a number of different things. And these are examples. The lighting, limits on parcel size, balancing of standards with parcel size limitations, address differences in operational timelines. These were all under that. So I will just put them back to.
I think there was also which zones it's allowed in. Am I correct? Did anybody else catch that one?
You're right.
Remember. I don't know how you change those.
Can you just highlight and hit bullet?
Maybe it might change everything, but I'll revisit which zones.
Agritourism is allowed in. Or permitted in.
Okay, cannabis within opt-out overlay zone, consider allowing additional license types. I think we've covered this in other, I feel like I've mentioned this now several times. So I think we can take that out, not that we're.
Well, I don't know that we specifically addressed the license type comment in the upper
Somewhere up here.
Well, if you actually go back to where that yellow highlight was, if you put it into that conversation.
Yeah, there's the
Okay.
qualifying license types.
Okay, perfect. Yep.
Okay, so I
Sorry,
thought I
thank
had
you.
it somewhere. Where was I?
Sorry, but we do still need to think about nurseries, because as we've learned, you can have essentially unlimited nursery size. There's currently no limitation on the size.
So I guess add that to the yellow comment above.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Wow, now it did something super
where
fancy.
did it go?
I'm just gonna put it right there. And back to here, and now I take this out. Align process for non-cultivation cannabis related license types with the process for home occupation and home enterprise. Drew, this was me trying to capture what you had said at one point. Does this go up with the other one and is highlighted yellow and it's part of that other discussion? But do I
Or
need
does
to?
it need to be,
Does
do we
it
need
plan?
consultants for that conversation is the question. Okay, thank you.
He's like, big old yellow highlighter.
Yellow. Your gift at the end will be a yellow highlighter.
Just a note here that previously covered item 2 applies here as well. So livestock flexibility and traditional rural practices incorporate language. Consider incorporating language that reflects rural culture of small-scale livestock ownership and agricultural education. See item 4. Poultry regulation and state agriculture preemption. Consider language which turns focus to reliance on states' regulations versus establishing more or duplicative regulations. See item 19.
And the
Don't you
rooster
already
thing-
have that above?
Yeah.
When, at the beginning, when you talk about poultry and aligning that with state regulations?
Yes.
At the very top?
Way top?
Yeah, where we had poultry farms.
Discussion that Dan had on poultry farms to refer to the density requirements.
First one is Dan Frazier. The second one is my amendment.
Yeah, I would leave that,
But it seems like you can combine the two if we're revisiting poultry farms and how they fit with state regulations.
I would ask too, I would like some clarity on the differentiation between a poultry farm and a chicken/turkey ranch. I didn't see definitions for the ranches in here, and I personally don't know what that means. Thank you.
I personally have never heard it called a ranch when it's referring
Oh,
to.
yeah, it's also another term.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
yes.
We permit
Yeah, it
it.
is.
I would like to know what it is.
Uh,
I can't. That word next to nerd.
No, because you can combine it.
Supervisor Leweiler, I think the way that
am I
that's worded is
permitting?
Trailers
perfect.
coming up.
You're
You
good.
know now that you can almost strangle them and they won't make any noise.
Hey, Rick?
Yeah.
If you wanted to just add to reference, item 19, you could eliminate the one on the bottom if you wanted to, because it does go to the same area
Where are we talking now?
for the poultry.
Back up here? Or
Yeah, that
down?
first one, as far as,
So where you were before at the bottom, we're saying take that stuff from further down and put it up with where poultry farms are at the top.
Other fun fact is our current zoning regulations allow for rat-type farms, which includes emus and ostriches. We have no mention of emus, ostriches, or other ratites in the current draft.
I think we can modify definitions and that can be part of the discussion that covers all these different types of birds.
Thank you.
Do I need to add something based on what was just said?
No, we're good.
They asked me
I
about
think.
the rat
My
tides.
numbering's getting way off, but Susie will fix all that later. I know, so I'm doing the same and I'm controlling it. It's, doesn't help that it's bouncing around because I expanded it so much.
No, you're fine. There we go.
Okay.
The rooster thing was just a general, like, kind of funny thing. It doesn't need to be.
I think we
Well,
have rooster rules. I think
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to have that in
I
there.
think we're okay.
Yeah.
Rural cottage industry category. Consider language that expands zones in which this can take place. See item 3. Ag structures. Consider alignment of limitations with land use. Example, large livestock operations need more or larger ag structures.
Wasn't that related to the exemptions for ag buildings?
And I think this,
We don't, already don't.
and just to
But
confirm, I
no,
think this
there's-
is what Supervisor Brownfield, I think you had a comment about not restricting the size on them either, correct?
Yeah, exactly, because.
Microphone.
We have huge ranches that have thousands of cows, so we don't want to tell them how big their ag building needs to be, how tall it is, how wide it is, how long it is, as long as they meet those setbacks that you refer to, right? Maybe,
So
but
I think this
That's
builds
in
on,
building code.
well, I think this builds on an earlier comment from Dan a couple planning commission meetings ago, which was about that we, in one of the earlier drafts, and I'll have to double check if it's still in this one or not, it was proposed that there had to be so much square foot of
Covering.
cover
And that's
for
gone.
every cattle. Okay. and
That's
so It's
gone.
gone. And so that was a concern. But I do think having some way to reference and consultants can provide direction. But when going through it, I did make an additional note that we do need to reference the exemptions for ag structures in here as a helpful connect for the landowners.
And again, that ag exemption for buildings is not something the planning commission really, that's more a building department kind of thing, just make sure that the barn doesn't fall down and crush people kind of thing.
Right, that's building code. If the request is to look at with planning commission, the lot coverage standards on ag zones, then that's something we could do.
And Rick, up on number 13, the reference to or 14, whatever it's become now, right there, 14. Is that cottage industry? That's cannabis related, right? Does that go up with the yellow? That's,
I think that's home occupation, home
Okay.
enterprise from our perspective.
thank you.
now, are they actually looking at these ag structures differently now? I mean, what Dan put forward as the ag exemption, is there changes to that? Like, is there a building code now to those
So-
or to it?
Need to add Drew's comment to 15.
A great topic of discussion and outside of zoning code.
Okay,
So there is a current exemption for ag buildings, but it's based on size. So they can be up to a certain size and then you need a building permit. So above a certain size, a big structure like you might be envisioning, that does need a building permit for health and safety reasons.
Drew shaking his head.
So we need to add the lot coverage and analyze lot coverage on 15.
yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, there we go. That will.
Lot coverage just by itself, or you want something?
If you put that's clear.
Okay. Variances, review use of the term to ensure it is only being used where and how appropriate.
Yes.
Administrative process, look into streamlining that will ensure success in meeting mandated timelines and deadlines.
It's already being done and will confirm again.
Consider how work on this document protects individual land use rights with awareness that should not assume everyone else's priorities and values are aligned with our own.
This is looking at performance and objective standards and allowable uses, which is all covered within parts 2 and 4.
Leave it here, take it, what do you want me to do?
I would leave it here. I understand what this is going towards.
Okay. Permit processing, ensure that we are minimizing the bureaucracy associated with use by right. Present information on how business license and zoning clearance could reduce the need for discretionary permits.
Yeah, business licenses is going to be a board topic.
It's really a two-part thing. Business license is a board topic. Zoning clearance, as of last night, was not completely vetted out.
And so, yeah, the board might consider a business license, but what I heard from you, Drew, is, but we need to think about how these two could work together. So I'll just keep it this way, but mark it for the board. 3, eliminate notifications to parcels owned by the same person requesting the permit. 4, present checklists that will provide clarity for these processes via objective standards. This is a staff responsibility. So this was getting at those checklists, and then we said, well, okay, but that's staff.
Yeah, tied to the zoning clearance. That was part of that discussion.
I guess, I think maybe that's a later date thing. I don't know if that's a now thing. I think that's a,
That would be like needed if you implement this.
yeah, yeah. So I would strike that for now, is my recommendation.
It's not necessarily, the zoning clearance is part of this process. If the zoning clearance moves forward, then you would have some sort of checklist or application processing that staff would do in-house. So it's separate.
Well, I wouldn't strike it, don't forget about it, but maybe just
separate.
put later if needed. I don't want it to get lost.
I usually hate all these colors, but maybe it'll help. Possible changes proposed by Planning Commission. These were, here, I'll do it this way. So I'm just going to take that out. This is how I first started to reference your recommendations. So these are just separate items. Minimize the discretionary component of approvals with more specific documented criteria. See item 18. Establish list of low impact rural uses permitted by right. See item 5. Establish list of low impact temporary rural activities exempt from temporary use permit requirements. See item 6. Streamline land use permit applications and limit additional requirements after issuance of a completeness determination. See item 20. Ensure that zoning clearance language reflects the appropriate balance between protecting the landowner's land use rights and the importance of using the land in ways that meets the standards with the planned use. So this is where we are having discussion.
That all hinges on number 10.
And consider the removal of the zoning clearance.
So if we remove the zoning clearance, then all of that stuff goes away. Yes.
Just leave them there next to each other. Okay, 11, incorporate suggestion for public comments before a matter is presented to the decision-making body. This allows appellant to address comments during presentation. Rewrite section focused on mandated involuntary merging of parcels to reflect intent and unique circumstances that warrant such action.
I'm sorry, shouldn't 11 be yellow?
We don't need consultants for that.
11 is part of, would be part of the discussion about zoning permits processing. That's still administrative procedure.
Okay.
It would be folded into a discussion that I assume a consultant would be a part of.
Okay.
But it wouldn't be a standalone topic.
Yeah, this is for appeals.
But the zoning code administration includes the appeals section, which would be part of a.
Consider planning commission recommendation for change. Oh, back to my rewording. Consider planning commission recommendation for changes to chapter 17.210 regarding nonconformities, burden of proof on county, and criteria for rebuttal item 13. Also see item 18 previously mentioned. So I've already covered it somewhere in my notes. Whether it was before or after this in order, I don't know. Incorporate emergency triggered extension of rules regarding rebuilding of non-conforming structures. Is that still ringing a bell?
Yeah.
Extend time frame for abandonment. Oh, go ahead.
I believe that one had a time frame tied to it right now. I believe it was only 12 months in the
Yeah.
draft.
It was.
Yeah,
Um,
12.
No, I think the abandonment was
Below it.
different. Abandonment was a
36
different
months.
conversation. This was for, right, this was for a rebuilding of a structure.
If there was a fire or something.
And I believe there want an emergency exemption placed in there for that.
Yeah. Extend time frame for abandonment beyond 12 months. That was a separate thing.
So the abandonment, what was separate, there was discussions of family cabins and so forth.
Okay.
Put a
Six,
number on that? We didn't, did we? Like a 36, okay, I thought that was.
36 months was floated,
It was floated.
but there was no consensus. And if we're bringing it back to planning commission for open discussion, we can float there.
address concerns regarding residential property that could lose the right to sell a non-conforming home. Keith Gropes talked to me afterwards and said, you have a right to use your home. It's not a residence. This non-conforming was more business focused. Is that right? And we don't need this? Or is this correct to raise as a concern? This was my thing where my concern was, I have a home that was non-conforming. I haven't been in it for a couple of years. Are you considering it, vacant and abandoned? And so therefore, I can't sell it anymore because I lost my non-conforming rights to it. So if that's not really a thing that I have to worry about, then we can just take it off.
I think this is all generally related to nonconformities, so I think we're tracking.
Just keep it there and you'll figure it out if it's an issue.
I would say leave it there. I wouldn't remove it because I would need to do some more research into it myself, and I would hate to take it off the list and not cover something that
Okay.
was brought up.
Thank you. We're on to number 7. Direction to staff, clarity and ease of use. Look for ways to make it easier to find, understand, and apply terms and definitions. I feel like we said that a few times, so we'll just keep reminding ourselves. Specific definition review. Consider input provided during public comment and planning commission meetings. And I'll show you guys a document when we're done here in just a minute about how I tried to show a way to do that with notes from today. Develop process for identifying, organizing, and reviewing comments received verbally during public comment. This is kind of the same. These are really the same, aren't they?
Mhm.
For identifying, organizing, and reviewing comments received verbally during public comment, example, AI-generated transcript and report. Youth-oriented facility, revisit to ensure that this definition is appropriate, use-based versus focus of advertising, et cetera.
And we did receive public comment this evening with suggestions on definitions for that use.
Okay. Camps, consider how youth camps, et cetera, are covered by our definitions and documents. Campgrounds, revisit in light of new state guidelines.
Correct.
Home and charter schools, consider how these are covered by the document.
Correct.
Resorts, review definitions for various forms of resorts.
This also includes the housekeeping cabins that was brought
Yes.
up during public comment.
Okay. Oh, do I need to add that? Housekeeping?
I would just add that term in. I think that would just solidify that even further.
Just add it to this number 7?
Yes, please.
Also reference, say it again, housekeeping.
Housekeeping cabins. I believe it was it Colette? Was it Colette?
Yeah, so it was Michelle Taylor. It's
What is a housekeeping cabin? I don't
So,
even know.
so I didn't want to get into this today, but I mean, it's basically the resort definition right now says there has to be amenities like food service or activities and all that. And so North Lake, a lot of times all they have are simple rental cabins.
Okay.
There's no extra amenities. And so I have proposed language to bring back to the planning commission that would amend the definition of resort to kind of clarify they don't have to have that kind of amenity. They can just like be focused on nature or something like that.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. 17, enhance communication regarding the process, opportunities for input, and time remaining for public input. more clarity regarding timeframes for public input on key components, more clarity. And so to get to that point, this is where I was trying to push for dates, and you guys finally got me to understand you can't give specific dates. But the example was a lot of people were getting really worried about the zoning map and worried, well, did I already miss my last time? Did I bit of a, and we said, well, it's at least well into next year.
Yes.
So whatever we can say that helps people understand, be urgent about this, it's time sensitive, you got time on this one.
And based on this discussion, timeframe and schedule will be part of it.
Okay. More clarity regarding the subjects for which public input is still needed. So things that we're kind of done, we're past that, things that we're still open. And then map-specific review session for planning commission and for board, if deemed necessary. That's a comma because you want it for the planning commission and then you'll figure out if we need it for the board.
I think the recommendation is that specific to the zoning, we need to finish the plan first, and then we'll address the mapping component later. And so my recommendation is to push that one a little bit further. Do you guys agree? Or-
That would most likely fall after. And the rezoning process that can actually get marked yellow. The rezoning process itself is actually not on the consultant side. We're helping to tee up county staff for that process after adoption.
Okay, so which part are you talking about?
The zoning map review, so that last bullet, the zoning map
Uh-huh.
specific review process would be highlighted yellow.
Okay.
So the preliminary map we helped prepare, but the consultant side is actually not doing the actual rezone process at the end.
I want to capture, we did have earlier though, right, that we had earlier addressing the land use question issue. Yeah, so we're still tracking and still good.
Okay. Document clearly identifying changes made within zoning designations, which I think we already said that was planned already. People were asking for it and it was already planned. How nice.
Can we jump back one? Please?
Yes. Desserts now
So,
on the table.
so my recollection as far as what we were talking through is perhaps beyond just the zoning map, and it's potentially related to the reevaluation of general plan designations. So I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing.
But I think we have that, the general plan use one is captured above. It's already, it's a different discussion. And this
Okay.
one was people, so we have the people that are concerned about being able to rezone between land use designations, which is one conversation. And then the other one is more of like, I don't like what my proposed one is, but it's still within the same land use. And that one, we really need to finish the zoning so that they understand what it is that they're interested in and what does or doesn't work for them on their parcel. And that's going to be, once the zoning plan's done, then we look at that down the line and when we go through the rezone. Does that make, so two
And
separate things?
And that specific bullet where it talks about the going back to the planning commission was mainly, it was discussed yesterday that when we're looking at the rezoning map and when properties are rezoned to reflect consistency, that it was best for the planning commission to do that thorough review with the community based on local familiarity with the county on like a ground truthing process. And so that's why that was specifically put in there, to go back to planning commission to have that conversation at a later date, because that zoning map is not until the code's adopted.
And what I think I understand as direction, and board, please correct me, is that, you know, if it's just a couple parcels that really need the land use move, we'll figure out how to do that separately, not reopen the land use designations that were determined, not stop the process of the EIR, and then make the zoning code work, make it work for the individuals who are concerned about having that land use issue.
And
Is that
Rick,
cor- is that
slide
the correct
down a little bit.
direction?
See what 16 says? Because yes, and isn't that what,
All the way up here?
see, well, I just want to see,
Oh,
where did that go? Amelia, where is what you just said captured?
The general land use, what, I thought it was like on the very first page.
Okay.
I will get Supervisor Carpenter Harris seasick if I go back to the first
And
page.
the idea here is that you're going to determine, like, how far can we go before you just tip the scales and now you're reopening the general plan land use designations, correct?
I just wanted to point out that some of the comments that Dan Frazier made yesterday about, Journey's End, is that right? That those are all currently residential general plan designations. So if what I think we've already identified a few parcels that need to have their general plan designation reevaluated. So to make sure that we're not stepping over that, thinking that we're going to address these concerns via the zoning map when we've already stepped over the general plan designation component and we're moving that forward.
Copy two separate things. So those examples, as well as a couple others that have general land use needs for reevaluation, is separate from making zoning code work for, which the zoning code work is primarily tied to the ag and the RR conversation. No? Okay.
So there were, so there was some public comment that had some concern over the zoning. That was then, when you actually evaluated the public comment, it actually stems back to their general plan land use designation, and that's where the concern starts. The conversation that we had with the board is that over a year and a half ago, we went through the land use designations. There was a land use change process that the public could be involved in. The board approved land use designation changes at last June and moved that forward, which is now being evaluated in the EIR. There is recognition that community members there are select properties that we heard through this process where community members still want to change their general plan land use designation. And so what we have to evaluate with county staff and eventually the commission and the board is, if we start to make some of those changes, we need to make sure that they're not large enough in scope that trigger a halting of the EIR and stalling that process. But again, we talked about this, Supervisor Luettweiler might remember this, we need to evaluate that before we can make that determination, because we just don't know how many. We only received a handful of parcels that people brought up in public comment. I don't know how far that scope goes. Okay. So that's the general plan related. Then there was the concern about the rezoning, where community members voiced concern and fear that maybe the rezoning process to what they were going to get rezoned to wasn't necessarily the right zone, or they wanted a different zone. That is a separate conversation that is tied back to number 17 here.
And do you think that any component of that is really just an educational piece and buying into sort of tomato? I wanted it to be ag because I thought these uses were going to be what I got in ag. It says RR, but I'm not realizing I still get those uses that I wanted. It's just called this.
Potentially. Potentially some of that could get worked out with a better explanation of the zoning districts, how they're tied back to the general plan designations and evaluation of the land uses when you actually can see what those are. In other cases, they're not, because I can tell you, we received a public comment today where the property is designated in the general plans for like low density residential or single family residential, but they want to go mixed use. Those are two completely different things. So yes, I would say partially, but not all.
Yeah.
We talked about, fixing some of these things, like right now, you can't have a home enterprise or whatever in commercial, because it has to be associated with a single family home, and you can't have a single family home in commercial. So that level of detail is kind of getting into the weeds. It's not the land use designation, the broader picture that Brent is talking about.
Okay, 19. translation of relevant sections of documents, example, RR versus AG for the Hmong community, and a public workshop with translation services, highlight specific issues raised via public comment.
This one is yellow and blue. The translation of documentation does have costs associated with it, and then the question for the board is, what do you translate document wise? Are we talking the entire zoning code? Are we talking the entire general plan? So I think that's just a conversation the board needs to weigh.
Yeah, and I think what I heard from the board, but we can clarify that now. First of all, this says relevant sections of the document, and we gave the example of a lot of the focus was on RR versus ag. And that we were comfortable with that happening. But if you're saying we need to come back to the board discussion on that, do you think, Trent and Drew, that we should dig deeper to make sure we understand what we're approving, or is this not that significant?
I mean, I think that does capture kind of the bulk of the public comment that we received, but if we were to produce a document that's translated that only discusses RR and ag, I would assume there would be other questions. What about mixed use? What about commercial? How does that apply? So.
And my question is, at what point is this produced? Is this produced before the next planning commission round of workshops so that they can participate? Or is this produced after that so that then it correlates to the draft that's going to move forward? Or is this, produced and then edited? What are we expecting out of this?
I think the sooner the better, just to alleviate the concerns.
Town halls,
The,
maybe.
my thoughts when I was thinking about this, when we were talking about it, was that this would be, remember when we went up and you got to circle the, what was that for? The community meetings or something? Was it the community meetings?
Mhm.
Okay, so my thought was that the two supervisors associated with Post Mountain, which would be myself and Julia, or if because if Liam wanted to step in, whatever, would lead that, and we would just have a very simple format to explain just the piece between you're asking to be zone agged, but you can do what you want to do in RR after that decision is made, so that people quit being driven by this fear that they have to be ag. I think we need to just answer that for them, that no, you don't. This is what we're working on. So it doesn't need to be big, giant production of the whole entire,
Just the basics so that they can understand the
Just-
difference between ag and or
yeah,
residential.
just to
That
kind
seems
of
to be the
clear that up, that piece. But is that not
And
CO Tadhill?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we want to give them the least we can. And I don't mind going up there and, they have a lot of trust in me. And we don't need to pay for a translator. I can bring my own or get my own translator if that's what you need.
So I think it would make the planning commission meetings much more efficient time-wise if we could explain that issue to the community before we have the planning commission meetings to kind of, negate the need for them to keep coming and explaining a concern that, is not really there.
Okay, sorry, CO Tadhill has something to say.
The way the current RR standards and guidelines are set up, it's very restrictive for cannabis licensing in Post Mountain.
Okay.
As you've heard, they want it the way they want it, and they want licenses. They don't want to conform to the current standards for small acreage parcels. And some of their setbacks don't work. Some of the technical aspects of the way those parcels are set up don't work to the current standards.
Right.
And I'm not seeing a big push to change our current standards to accommodate the way those parcels are set up down there. So I think this topic is going to become much more complicated than we want to make it. And you start talking 50,000 foot blush, I'll just talk about the generalities. And it's not that simple.
Okay. right,
So I
heard.
think this is a bigger effort than we're making it in this environment
So
right here.
can you solve this problem just with a community overlay zone for them?
Special district.
You could. That's one option.
What's the easiest option?
There really, really isn't an easiest option. An overlay could be used, for the.
Can you use your mic?
I mean, an overlay could be seen as more restrictive, and we heard from the public that overlays sometimes mean more regulation, and there's concern over that.
SUD could potentially be used.
A what?
SUD, especially.
I think it already is, isn't it?
Special district.
The other thing I do want to just bring up here too, I know the big thing up in Post Mountain was definitely the rural residential and the ag and the cultivation. But that's not the only land use that got a lot of attention, being at those meetings that I facilitated up there. The incorporation of commercial land and also the incorporation of the mixed use. There's a mixed use low zone that's part of the zoning code that was also brought up to have some sort of commerce and commercial component brought in.
They want a store.
That was a big
community
piece.
center.
So yes, we can talk about RR and ag, but undoubtedly the other pieces are going to come up. And those are built into their community plan as well. Those were big pieces of what the community of Post Mountain wanted to see and was mentioned.
How did we miss the mark on this? It just,
What, just so I can understand.
I just don't understand how it ended up RR.
But I think CAO title can explain the RR ag, RR, the back. I don't know if we need to go.
We
over
don't
it
need to
again,
dig into that tonight, just for me. Sorry.
But
That's where we're at.
But that's where that confusion came from.
Yep.
Let's get it right.
But I'm concerned about producing physical documents stating that this is when we're gonna go in a direction when it's not finalized and it's still in draft.
It's just gonna cause more confusion.
So until we have something final, documents persist, and I don't want us to have them come back in a year and say, well, you told me this, but it got changed.
So the way I've reworded this is I changed the order and said, host the public workshop with translation services, highlight specific issues raised via public comment. Based on this experience, determine which sections of the documents need to be translated for the Hmong community, determine whether a special overlay for this area should be considered, and determine the appropriate timing for further work on this matter. Because you could say yes to all of those things, but you still can say, but when should we do that? Should we move forward as we are? And we should consider this as one of those 4 things that we'll consider changing later, but we don't want to hold up the whole rest of the county because we may want to do an overlay zone for this specific area. So this means you don't translate anything until you find out, well, what would you even need to translate based on the discussions? Do you need to translate anything in written form? Or did you just need to have a good discussion and now their strong community connections will spread the word? And then based on what you're hearing, if CAO title is correct, and really the real answer is the only way you get them to feel like they are being heard and respected for their needs, the only way to get there is an overlay zone. Well, then we could talk about that, decide whether it's worth doing, but then also talk about now, next year,
So.
Well, what are you gonna tell them in a public workshop? I don't think we're in agreement about what's happening.
No, we need
And
somebody.
we need to have a discussion about the overlay zone. You're talking about a community that roughly between 2.5 and $4 million a year in property taxes. So
That's
what,
right.
do you want to give them something to, make this all work for them, or you want to drive them out and then have zero tax money from a whole bunch of abandoned parcels?
It's not even about zero tax money. It's about a whole community of people.
Right, exactly. But I'm saying as
need
far
what
as
they
from
need.
a money standpoint, there is a reason to help them out
True.
financially.
You have something?
The primary reason from my perspective that we did that additional round of community meetings was to address this exact topic, and it was concluded that we would not apply an overlay zone. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the right outcome, but if what we're talking about is taking this to planning commission, trying to work it through, and, okay, RR and ag, sure, we can address that, but we did an exercise with the community where we asked them, where would you like commercial? Where would you like mixed use? Then that starts to get back to the implications to the general plan designation. So no, an overlay zone in and of itself will not address the changes to the general plan designations that need to occur in order to effectively implement those zoning districts.
And it was during the last meeting that we had where we had over 120
There was a lot of people
participants,
there.
the highest out of all of the community meetings we had. It was explained that the designation for Post Mountain was RR, cultivation remains, and we did take into account the smaller parcel sizes. That's where the 1 acre RR comes from.
Mm.
That's where it comes from. The 1 acre was lowered to capture the Post Mountain area to make sure that they're in compliance. And the feedback was great. So I would say coming into these 2 days, it was a surprise that there's concern over the RR and the ag, because that was discussed, approved by the board, moved forward in June of last year. So there's a miscommunication happening, and supervisors touched on, I don't know how and where, but
They don't get it.
but the RR was agreed to and was actually formulated to meet the needs of Post Mountain. That's where the acreage reduction came
Then
in.
let's stay on
I
task
believe
with
that
that.
setbacks actually caused issues with that.
Yeah, I think it's the standards for it's not.
You can have the administrative buffer to solve some of that.
That came up in public comment. I think along with much of the concern is a bit off base because the specific exceptions to the administrative buffer reduction process were created to address the dynamic in Post Mountain, where basically if you're next to a licensee, then the administrative buffer reduction doesn't apply.
Okay.
But just to make sure that I'm not sort of shortchanging the discussion, that doesn't allow for the development of new cannabis parcels. So if there was historic cannabis on that parcel, then they qualify and they can have an administrative buffer reduction, but that does prevent the potential of new development within those small parcel sizes.
This is the information that could be put into a translated piece of a short document explaining this that would probably alleviate their concerns if they actually could read something that said they would be able to have their 10,000 square feet or whatever it is.
Is that we have these community workshops and or these documents produced so that we can tee up the conversation. We can try to clarify, what I think is probably mostly confusion at this point, and then go from there.
Sure.
And
I
Talk
tried
about
to
the
explain all of
possibilities
that to them.
because they're,
I tried to explain all of that to them, what you just said. Yesterday, Saturday, Thursday, they don't get it.
we
They
we
wanna
really
be-
need to, we
they-
need to figure
There's
out
even-
the options for them. Like,
Oh, I'm sorry, Julia.
They,
options that will apply here, that can apply before we go and tell them side by side a matrix of what it will be, what each of those options are, and what the ramifications are for them, what the uses they are. Because right now they know what RR is. We went to I went to a town hall and we explained what they were allowed to use, and we thought that they'd probably be, but we don't know what's, what it is that we need the options. What would work the best for them, and maybe it's best that we do that and talk about it because they're not quite sure what's possible. I think that's really what's going on here is a miss.
I think there's probably some stuff that's lost in translation, and then I think there may be false information spreading. How that's spreading is, I don't know, but I do believe that there's false information being spread somehow. I don't know how they're coming up back with things that have already been settled, and then it gets rebirthed again. And because people are repeating the same sentence, and so that just leads me to believe that that sentence was say this.
Ag, yeah, that they're worried about ag. They're worried about being rural residential. So we need to.
Just,
figure-
I just would say the last thing just to put out there for consideration is we're talking about translating documents and what's appropriate and how to do it. In the end, that I think the most pertinent document, if it was to get translated, would actually be the Post Mountain Community Plan itself.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a
a good
smaller
idea.
document and it's completely applicable to them.
Mhm.
And the policy in there, the mapping, everything in there was from the community. So if any translation of document in the end, their community plan would be the most appropriate to translate into Hmong.
I think that's an excellent idea.
So the way I have this worded now is host a public workshop with translation services, highlight the specific issues raised via public comment. Based on this experience, determine what changes, if any, are appropriate to present to the Planning Commission. Then subsequently determine which sections of the documents, example, RR versus Ag, Post Mountain Community Plan, need to be translated for the Hmong community and determine the appropriate timing for further work on this matter. Does that set the stage for next steps?
Who do we pick as a translator?
We don't even
Because there's,
Who's gonna do the translation? It's gonna be written.
well, there's gonna be words spoken at a workshop.
Well, this
So
says with
I think we need to figure
translation
that out
We'll work
tonight.
that later. I think this captures us and gives us enough to work on. Between staff and board and PC, we can work on this.
I just want to say, community plan translation's great, but I love frequently asked questions. So if there's a way to boil stuff down into a Hmong version of frequently asked questions and just bullet that stuff.
That can be part of a workshop, and we did similar formats for the community workshops we had in Post Mountain.
And maybe that method is simpler, accomplishes the goal, and saves you from translating that entire other document
But I think no matter
as a
what we.
starting point.
Well, no matter what we translate, they're not going to understand a lot of the things. I think we give them too many choices. They don't know what, we give them what's possible, you know, the ways they can go, rural residential, ag, and overlay, whatever that is. We need to figure out what those rules are and what's possible for them so that we can actually tell them what the possibilities are. Because
But you're getting back into the general land use question of like rural residential and ag. It is, the land use is residential, RR. And so, you know, if we're going to talk about the option of going to ag, that opens up a whole different can of worms.
this
Okay,
is really
can we move on?
Okay, well, and if they are,
Yeah,
I just
care
want to
of
make
that.
sure, yeah, okay, and PC will do that.
Yep.
Take good care of it.
We have enough to get started. One thing they'll still have to discuss and in the right setting for Brown Act concerns is we have 3 supervisors that all have interest in this and we can't have 3 involved. So you guys will have to figure that out. Number 20, public input and commissioner input should be shared online with the public as quickly as possible, not setting a specific time frame, but just, within a reasonable time, and should be organized and acknowledged during planning commission and board meetings. So we heard from the planning commission, they didn't feel like maybe they didn't get all the comments and maybe they did, and they're just a distinction of how we filtered comments and what was appropriate. But this is trying to give that clarity that I heard staff and consultants asking for. So we're saying as soon as you can, have some place that you can click and see what is our current running tally of public comments. And then when we're getting ready for meetings, that those are packaged, organized, and somehow acknowledged during the planning commission and the board meetings. And then we clarified that names and contact information should be redacted.
Correct. And then just one point of clarification, it was brought up whether the planning commission or the board sees those comments and whether the planning commission and board wanted to be on the distribution list of when those comments come through, which is different than getting a catalog of them.
I would support like getting them at once to see them as a whole instead of piecemeal, whether that's, for a meeting or if it's 2-week summary of like this is what came in the last 2 weeks, or however that is best approached. That's my preference. I'll let others make their preference known.
And with a link, like you don't have to, here's the link to all of the comments, not a,
Just packaging a document.
yeah.
Yeah, we could find a method of combining all of it. And for these public comments, are these getting posted on the website?
That would be my
Th- th-
recommendation.
That's
for-
what people ask for.
Yes, okay. So then they'll be posted in a matrix on the website with name and property address information redacted.
Okay.
We throw that in a different tab so we don't have to dig and it doesn't like mess up other stuff we look for. Can it just be like public comment tab?
Oh, like a standalone tab on the
Yeah.
website?
Mhm.
Easy enough.
Cool.
That would be great.
Okay. And I think to the point that you were trying to clarify, I sense that we all are in a position, we don't want to get 100 new emails coming in. And we're
100%.
happy to just click that link or tab when we want to get an update, and I'm happy to have you present it to us in an organized way.
Yes.
Um,
But if there's like, I don't know what the, if it's going to, I don't anticipate it would auto-populate based on how we have things set up for comment going to an email. But just want to, like, if there's an email that says, hey, the newest comment matrix is available, I think that would be reasonable.
So what we can do is we have an e-blast system. So community members that have been tracking the project or interested in the project have signed up from the beginning. We have all those emails. If community members are interested, trinity2050.com, there is a sign up link. When a new or updated matrix is posted, we can send an e-blast that goes out so people know that is available.
Perfect.
Do you have a color code for things that the consultant is specifically doing and not the planning commission evaluating?
On this or on what?
We have,
What
the
he's doing?
the color code is yellow for the,
Yellow is the stuff that the planning commission that the consultants are not doing.
right.
Right.
And then everything else is things, okay, never mind.
So blue is going to the board, yellow is planning commission without the consultant. We haven't really separated what is planning commission in a meeting with the consultant from what is done by the consultant versus staff outside of planning commission or meetings or preparation for such, I guess. I don't know, but.
As staff reviews it, I think they can figure that out, I would imagine, right? As
They're both frowning and shaking their heads in tandem at this point. Like the same facial expressions are beginning to form on both of their faces simultaneously. So I feel like they know what they're almost dressed the same at this point. I mean, they both have on checkered shirts. I mean,
They both have brown shoes on.
yeah,
Went on all day.
yeah.
But to some of Amelia's comments, I think some of that came out of the Weaverville meeting and the potential that like the auto reply from the comment function says the next round of comments will be published on X date rather than thanks for your email.
Okay,
So that's my recollection of.
that's a good one. That's a good idea.
What?
I don't think the one
I sent
yesterday says that yet.
No, there's
Not yet.
there's no auto reply that says when new comments. I would avoid that.
Okay.
I think what we can do, what we've typically done is some projects we do it on a monthly basis. Some projects done on a quarter basis where you update comments, because if you think about the time it takes to constantly update that like weekly, a lot of time. So we can work with staff to determine how that's done. I think the e-blast notification is the best way to do it.
Okay.
That's why I implore people, if you're interested and you want to know about this meeting that we're having today or future ones, sign up on the website.
So maybe that's what goes in the auto reply. Thank you for your comment. If you want to know when this matrix gets updated or other information, register
Website.
here.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. So all non-federal and state property owners should be notified of changes to land uses Whether changes are from a new zoning designation or changes to land uses within the same zoning designation, notification should provide a non-digital means of responding. This kind of goes along with stuff we said earlier.
That last sentence is an important one. The notification should provide a non-digital means of responding. That was brought up about how that's done, the cost implications and logistic implications.
Help me understand that. I'm thinking it's as easy as you can write, you can email, you can send us a snail mail.
Part of the discussion was that there should be something that is provided to the property owner to send back. That was part of the discussion yesterday.
No,
And that's where I want.
you got to buy your own stamp,
That's
bro.
where I want to make sure we have that clear dividing line with what is expected.
Yeah.
And I think there's the two components to this. One, which we discussed earlier, as we're currently engaging in changing the regulations within each zone, and there was expressed interest in having non-digital notice of that. And then the second part is the actual, your zone on your parcel is changing from X to Y. And I think that from X to Y can be the push to next year when we're gonna look at, I thought it was a great idea to include that in the annual parcel bill. I thought that was a very applicable way to do that. And that it would be very good to tie that with the mapping meeting and to have that notice go out before we have a meeting at the Planning Commission with a review of the drafted maps. Maybe a little bit more consideration as to if like the Planning Commission wants to do a review prior to clean it up a little bit so that then we eliminate public concern. But just some ideas of timing wise that the one for your zone on your parcel is proposed to change comes later. And we do need to discuss, do we want a mailer now saying that the zoning is being redone, or are we asking people to take ownership in what's going on in the county?
Well, two things come to mind as a person, that receives information in the mail from the county. I'm wondering two things, and maybe you already said it, but my brain didn't find it. Can we piggyback this mailer in something that's already going out to save money? So suggesting like time it so that it can go out with the tax bills or something, and then maybe we can save money in terms of distribution, or do a postcard because those cost less, and say, if you are interested in understanding this, go here on the web and you can respond to what you find this way or this way. Because at this point, I do realize that there are some probably older people who would have a hard time going online. But I mean, I live in the middle of absolutely nowhere, and I got a big old fat Starlink white pad on the top of my house, and I can order from Amazon from nearly anywhere, so I'm hard pressed to believe that there's a ton of people who can't find this information online if they wanted to. So, but maybe a postcard that's costs less money to say these things are happening or something. I don't know.
So I have added, notification should provide a non-digital means of responding, could be call, email, snail mail. This does not mean the county is expected to provide a document that the property owner can fill in and return at the expense of the county. Consider including notifications in annual parcel bill, timing to be determined. Okay. The last thing here, and I highlighted it because consultants don't need to be involved, but we talked about yesterday, printed copies of all public review documents to be available at libraries and the courthouse.
Hey, we don't have a library in Southern
I think
Trinity,
I dropped the courthouse.
so we need one.
Or I would just leave the courthouse and drop everything else.
Isn't the courthouse kind of restricted though, as far as, we got 30 people in there today to look, inside.
But when you've had other printed documents like the budget, that you've printed out in a giant binder and it's available in the office for people to come look at, how many people have come and looked at that?
Less than a handful.
Less than a handful. So the idea that
the
there's going to be a
entire group
lineup
that's out
of
there.
people, I think is stretched, maybe.
I guess, some of the reason for across the county was presented for accessibility. So are we gonna ask somebody from Henshaw to drive to the
Right.
courthouse to see the document? Are we going to, is someone, you're coming from Salyer, but is everybody else, is somebody?
I'm going to
So-
log in and look at it online.
Hold on.
What
people
what
don't-
about post offices?
Yeah, oh, there we go.
I think
So
that's
when
part
we-
of- They have regulations.
So the safety element, the fire safe plan and things like that for Trinity Center, we've left the binders in the post office. The post office has a chair and a table and people do sit there and read it.
Okay, great.
That's an idea.
That works.
What cost are we gonna make of these things?
So-
Do we need to have 2 copies 75 feet apart?
CO Ted Hill, you addressed this during the meeting. If you could repeat that perhaps?
I don't agree with putting this out there. But if the board desires this, tell us how many copies you want and where you want it, and we'll make the copies. But it does
So-
come at expense.
I'll tell you what, this
There's-
actually came up because of our combined community meeting. There was a total of one individual who asked for it. And if that individual wants it, they could borrow mine if it's needed to be in print that badly. So maybe it's not as
Believe
big
that
a deal
individual's
as we're
already
making it.
Been given one. I gave that individual one yesterday.
Okay, then
So
So-
what if we put this burden on us, the supervisors? If you have a person who writes an email in to whomever, and that whomever, whether it's your planning commission person or whether it's some of our staff, and they say, I really want a printed copy of that, then I'll come over here and I'll get it and I'll take it to them. Make it be ours.
No. No, because this access to the Southern District, we don't.
Yeah,
we
but
don't
you're
get it-
their
but let's-
access point.
Listen, but we don't have meetings that we don't have a lot of, people going up to give them information. I think they deserve a copy, a printed copy. They
So
don't have
would you be
computers
willing to
sometimes.
come up, print it out and take it to them?
Absolutely.
Okay,
It
that's
needs to
what I
be-
mean.
It needs to be in the post
That's
office.
what I mean. Like you.
I'm not going to pay for it.
No, but you could get it so that we're not hiring staff to drive to the post offices. I'm saying if I think there should be one in Salyer, Big Bar, and Junction City, then I will get it and I will put them there.
Sure.
Rather than asking staff to do it or paying
Oh,
one of
that's
our
okay.
staff members to do it.
So the
So
word
we can do it if
I
we
will
feel like
pick,
we need
yeah.
to do it.
we have right now, printed copies of all public review documents to be available at libraries and the courthouse. Supervisors and
Oh,
commissioners may request a copy to make available to their constituents. So that's still putting a burden on the county to produce 10, 14
If
copies
requested, I think.
at 400 pages each.
Can I,
And I don't know how much that costs.
Can I provide an alternative? So the goal is access and increasing awareness, right? The awareness is a part of this that we're not really discussing. Could I develop a flyer to go through the county to review, to ask to be posted at the post offices where a lot of people go through that says, here's like a draft of the zoning is in process. You can find it at this website. Cheap, easy to distribute, not 400 pages, and people can try to access it on their own. It could also include whatever we determine for where a copy is available. Go to the courthouse for a copy, however we want to do that component. But
Or
I'm
contact your
doing the
supervisor
oral.
if you.
No.
Yeah, and
Good
Hold on.
grief. We're asking for one copy in every district. One. Like, what is the big deal for people having access to this?
No, it's not one copy in every district. If we
Well, it
put one at
should be.
every post office.
One in every district.
Okay, so you want one copy per district and we can decide where that goes as the
Fine.
supervisor.
Yep.
I
Absolutely.
don't need one.
We'll make you 5 copies.
Okay, great, thank
Grab it. I'll give them a link.
you.
One for each supervisor.
Fine.
So it says supervisors may request a copy to make available for their constituents.
So let me just.
But I want to ask you to provide direction on which version. Are you going to have
That's
it?
the problem.
Correct. So are you going to have it now and then we're going to have edits? Or are you going to have it once the planning commission has an agreed to draft that's going to go up to the board? What's the appropriate time to have that draft available? So
But you could do updates.
So let me just think of this in the human aspect.
Microphone.
Bob calls me up and says, hey, I want this document and paper. I go, sure, Bob, here you go. Well, how long is he gonna have it for? Is he gonna have it for a week? It's 400 freaking pages. He's gonna have a million questions. I'm not gonna have the answers. I mean, it seems ridiculous to me to, if you really look at it, and my constituent takes this, the only one I have, and brings it back 14 days later, I'm not gonna go pick it up. It seems like it's a waste of time and money to me. Give them a link. If they really want to, they can come. I mean, the onus needs to be on them and us. Let's give them a link to the full document. And if they really want to read the whole thing, there's places that they can come get it.
I'll make a copy.
But I just don't see giving my copy to somebody and expecting it back in a reasonable amount of time.
I'll make a copy.
I just jump in here real quick. The Commissioner Flights made a very good point on version control, which is going to be critical on this. So if a board member wants a copy, or I would wait until the revised public review draft goes out. That would occur after the study sessions with the planning commission. However, that gets worked out, session or sessions, I'm not sure yet. But I would wait till after that, because that's closer to the hearings supposedly draft at this point. But but before that, I wouldn't print one, because there's going to be so many iterations and public comments you could print for. And now you're talking 1,200 pages for one by the time you print all these. So I would just be mindful. I would wait, if you're going to have a printed version, until the revised public review draft, whenever that is determined to be released.
That's a good idea.
Fair enough. Okay.
would you like me to follow through on my offer to produce a draft flyer to move through the chain to be distributed? And I will happily drive to the post offices. I don't have an issue with that. But is that something we want to pursue or not?
A flyer would be nice. I would be happy to stop and put them at the post offices just to help people.
So Amelia,
don't know
we,
if that's-
we published on the 20th of April one of these already. It talked about this meeting, it incorporated where the draft is, all the links, where all the documents are, how to comment, whenever, so it's already done.
So what, rather than you doing it, we have a contracted public.
It's done though.
Right. So what I'm saying is that.
Distribution, if you want to.
So what I'm saying is that after this meeting and after we finish the rest of this meeting and we kind of have laid out where we go from here, we're going to have we could ask to have a press release. In combination with that press release, we have a new flyer or something that's a Facebook post or something like that we can share on all of our page communities. And then one that's, we can print it out. And if you want to print it out, you print it out and then you stick it in your on the wall of your, and it matches the press release with the QAR code to where they can scan it and it takes them to 2050.com. And then that goes. Is that a reasonable thing to say?
Yes, done, easy.
Okay, all right. So you don't have to do that. So we'll make a press release after this with a flyer.
We already have flyer templates that have been
And-
used for this project.
Right, so it'll go good, and then each one of us will get a email from someone that says, here's your flyer, you click print, and you take them to your mailbox, to your post offices in your district. And then after that, when we get a new draft, if somebody wants a paper copy, they can contact we'll figure it out.
Version control, I have copies should be marked with date of document creation. Copies should not be made prior to development of the next version. Flyers will be available for supervisors and commissioners to print and distribute.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's 7:40.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Did you place your order for dinner?
Why is this doing this?
Let me give you some energy, bro.
Yeah, trying to get around to the.
We can do it. We can do it. Holy moly. You are a man of many pages, my friend. That's what my brain looks like. All this stuff's open still, still running. Like, yeah, the circle of doom. Wah, wah, wah.
I just wanted to show, oh, cancel. That's actually a lesser amount.
No, I forgot.
So I just wanted to be able to show real quickly, and then we can stop this. I mentioned about finding a way to help identify and share public comment. So I fed into Claude AI the comments that were included in our agenda materials and my notes, as rough as they are, about the public comments received over the last 2 days. And I said, please synthesize. And so it broke it down into something like 32 different themes. And I'm not going to take you through all these, but it just basically said, okay, if one theme is reconciliation with this planning commission direction, and here's the ones that were under that. And another one was document usability comparison. Here were the comments associated with that. So I'm not saying this is a good document to use. I'm just trying to illustrate that there is a way that we can do this that will make it useful for the planning commission to digest, hopefully, a lot of public comment and to capture what we hear in these rooms where people have invested their time and talents to share.
Is there a piece that you've done on here that's just to do with the vocabulary or the, whatever you call that, definitions? Because that was a piece we directly said, make sure you incorporate public comment.
Well, I can look at this if people are interested and find that. I don't want to take you through the 33 themes, but I'm sure there is one that is on definitions, and I could send that if that's helpful, or create one from it. But I also don't know if you want, I would do that with a translation of the entire meeting, because you don't want to count on my notes. My notes are
Right.
incomplete. So if we did a translation and then asked it to do the same thing, again, you're still trusting AI, but at least it would be better than my notes.
Is it possible to feed Post Mountain into AI and tell it to solve the problem of the acreage size and the, I mean, seriously, I'm curious to know if we could do that.
Oh, we
I'm
still have to
joking.
do next steps.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Susie, I'm
You-
going to stop
Do
sharing.
you, do you want to make any comments, or do you want me to talk schedule and budget
Well,
implications?
you're gonna talk about the price tag.
Yes. I would like to move into the next section now, which is governed primarily by user.
So for schedule and budget implications, so as of right now, before any of these discussions yesterday and today, to get us to the end of 26, which was the previous schedule, which we had discussed, which included another revised draft of this, planning commission meetings in August, and then all the subsequent meetings to get us to a December potential adoption. We had a $47,000 budget adjustment that's going to be coming forward. So that was before these 2 days. Based upon what we just went over, I would put out that we have at least a 6-month add to the schedule. That's if we want to, continue on the same track of general plan, EIR, and zoning ordinance adoption, keeping those three coupled together. That's my estimate right now. I've talked that with Brent somewhat. I think that is fairly conservative, but probably achievable. I certainly appreciate Carol and Amelia and Dan and their willingness to jump into this. But I just think from a realistic perspective, based upon the magnitude and scope of what we just went over, there's 13 pages of items there, and some of those are significant. So I don't want to undersell this, and I don't want to tell the board and public that we can do something we can't, because I don't believe we can keep on a schedule any better than a 6-month slip right now. Plus, there'll be another budget adjustment to that, depending upon exactly how many meetings that we want to have, how many study sessions with the PC, how much engagement with staff we need. So I would anticipate at least another $50,000 budget adjustment, potentially up to 75 in that range. Just depends upon exact details. So which we can do. We have approximately just shy of 300,000 in the general plan fund right now. That is after we have accounted for expenditures or budgeted expenditures. So yeah, there will be some additional costs that come out of that, but we do have adequate funding to take care of this current budget adjustment that will be forthcoming. I will bring a contract adjustment back to the board for that $47,000 because that's known right now. And then we can ask Mentor Harnish to flush out the details of this current desire and the schedule. And that'll probably be another 50 to 75. So just make sure we're all synced up on that, and we will continue to march in this direction if you want to.
I have a question. Where we stand now,
Can you use your mic?
6 months from now, could be a whole different place. We're gonna lose people to my left, two of them to my left. One of the person off the planning commission will be sitting up here. I'm kind of concerned that if we go into the next year, not that the new board members, won't be great, but they won't be these guys. And they won't have a full concept of what we're doing. It's almost impossible to understand. I want to see this board and that planning commission figure this part out. And I'd like to see it done in the next 6 months if possible. I mean, we're all in this, and to change some big key components here, I think hurts.
So I would not disagree with any of that. I'll throw another option on the table that's kind of a nuclear option, but it is what it is. We can, if the board desires, we could decouple the zoning code from the general plan. We could continue the general plan and the EIR and run that through the adoption process while we continue the track of the zoning ordinance, but that is going to take a slower path. It'll take a different path, a different timeline. But we could decouple the two, and that there is a strong possibility that you could still get the general plan and the EIR adopted by the end of December of 26.
So why do you call that nuclear? Seems
because it's very significantly different than the last 4.5 years of this project as far as keeping these two items coupled together. If you recall, we have had some general discussions in this boardroom about keeping these two main items, being the general plan and the zoning code update, coupled together. We made decisions in here to, in fact, keep them coupled together for various reasons. But they can be decoupled, and we can run them on separate independent tracks.
I'm curious, do you have what are your experiences on this type of a move?
So the decoupling does not have any negative implications. There was intention to have these three go forward. Because as you recall, the board approved a public review draft general plan a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've been sitting on it to let the zoning catch up. Some communities have the zoning trail the adoption of a general plan. So there is no negative implications from that. If it was at the board's discretion to want to move the general plan forward, that the EIR could move forward as is. Mm-hmm. There's no implications to the EIR. And that could move forward the general plan for adoption by the end of the year under this board. Mm-hmm. The zoning code would continue to get worked on through the remainder of this year and into next. Mm-hmm. But the code would get adopted under any new board who is seated at that time. But there is no right or wrong way
Mm.
of approaching it. It really just comes up to the expectations and direction that the board would like to see. I would say the only thing that would come up is that when you do separate the code will have to will have to have its own environmental component to it because it's
Mhm.
not being folded into the EIR.
Okay.
Now, it's not a full EIR that would
Mhm.
have to be done for the code because the code is just implementing your general plan, which the EIR is mitigating for.
Okay.
So there is far lesser environmental analyses that would need to be done for the code. And there's a whole scope of what those ranges can be, from a findings of consistency on the lower end, which is a simplistic form of CEQA, to a potentially an addendum to your EIR, but nothing to the full scale of an EIR. So if you do decouple it, you would have to do some environmental at the adoption phase of the code, whenever that does take place. But I think what we're laying out here is there are two different paths to consider and take. But Trent is right. The amount of projected work moving forward and engagement, not only from the public, but from the planning commission and back to the board within a 6-month timeframe on the code is just not doable within that timeframe, just for adequacy too.
So it seems like that's going to add to the cost because we're doing a bit of another layer to the environmental document, right? That if they all went at the same moment, we wouldn't need to do. Is that correct?
If you decoupled them, there could be a potential environmental analysis cost that would come into play.
Okay.
And then if you kept them together.
And if we pivot now, don't we need to take public comment on this and see what the public wants us to do? Or is this strictly a board decision?
For the pivoting
Yeah.
portion?
Meaning decoupling.
Decoupling.
Well,
Our trajectory is not council. No, that's what I mean. If it's agendized and we're talking about it and we're taking action on this, do we need to have public comment and see how other people feel about it? All right.
I think I see two great workhorses being unequally yoked when I look at the amount of work that has been accomplished in the general plan versus the amount of work that is pulling for the zoning thing. And it's like one has to keep pulling and the other one's kind of, I don't know, in my head, I always have to have images, but I think if we can unyoke something that's near completion from something that is clearly going to take us quite a bit longer, then it will kind of allow that time and space that the public is asking for on the zoning. It'll allow that to breathe freely kind of its own, it'll be its own beast really. And we will have accomplished a stepping stone towards our goal. Right now in my mind, I feel like this may be a very viable consideration, in my opinion, even because I think that I kind of feel like the longer we leave the general plan just sort of sitting, eventually stagnant things go sour, and if we can continue to get that to move forward, it's going to stay viable. But if we leave it sitting for so long and it almost becomes a bit abandoned in the process of the zoning code, then there will always be the options of, oh, should we do this? Should we do that to it? Because it's just sitting there. So maybe, I don't know if that makes sense.
No, but what if we have to go back into the general plan because of what they find at the
It's-
commission?
it-
It's really important that we listen to the public. This slow process that we're doing, we're giving all the information to the commission. The commission will bring back before the end of the year, probably their findings, right? Towards the end of the year, if we could.
But explain how the plan, for my own benefit, and then for Supervisor Brownfield, how the plan and the zoning code are, how they operate, I guess.
So I think what Supervisor Brownfield is mentioning is we had talked in the list that Supervisor Lutweiler put together about that there are some general plan designations that need reevaluation. We would need to do that
now first, before we even advanced anything. If they are minor in nature, the general plan can move forward and we could make recommendations for some of those minor land use changes that don't affect the EIR. So that can be accomplished and still decouple. But I do agree, it was a topic of conversation that when we kind of put the general plan on pause to wait for the zone to catch up, it was like, are people going to forget about the general plan? It's been sitting there quiet for a year. So there is an advantage to allowing the general plan to move forward and allow the vision and the policy and all that was worked on for 5 years to then start to work its way through and to let the zoning move forward. But like I had mentioned, there is no right or wrong route. It really comes down to what your preference is in the end.
Be nice to get something done. The public needs the time.
I just have two things. One is I don't want to set ourselves up for failure, but I would like to understand how what we were discussing that was going to involve however many more meetings at the planning commission turned into 6 months.
So if you look at the timelines associated with creating another full draft document and the timelines associated with when the planning commission would like to have that draft document to review in front of a meeting, to have adequate time for the public to review it in front of that meeting. When you add that to the same process for another meeting like this, and then to fold in all those normal adoption time periods, the scope of what you just went through and what we just developed, that it's going to take multiple meetings again with the planning commission. We started those in January and we concluded them in March. So that's 3 months right there. And we didn't hit the right level of draft documents to the planning commission and the public prior to those meetings. There were multiple meetings that they just got documents 3 days before the meeting, 5 days before the meetings. And that was complained about that. And we tried to do better as we went on. But to do that, we've got to have the appropriate lead time. So if you want a document in front of the public or the PC before the meeting, say even 3 weeks, but 30 days is the goal, then that is what adds to the timelines.
Thank you. And so with, again, whether decoupling or not, but so it wouldn't be that nothing would happen over the next 6 months. It would be a lot would be happening. There could still be some levels of, we checked all of these boxes, there's just this much left, but that 6 month delay clearly pushes it into next year. And so, which I understand and I support, and if we're going to slow down, then slow down and do it right. So I just, given that, I would say, I agree with decoupling. I agree with slowing down. And if we're going to slow down, let's absolutely make sure they get the time that they need to consider documents. They get the time they need to engage the public. They need the time they need to formally approve something before it comes to the board the next time. But I would still hope that that keeps moving just in a more organized, deliberate, well, not, it was already organized and deliberate in a more effective way.
So my question is, and I would like some input on this, is can we use the draft that's available now for meetings and comment and edit on that one rather than having it get revised, need to review a new document, compare again?
Sacramento, huh?
Yeah.
Good thing.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Apologies. We are back.
Did it
Up.
grab everyone?
There you
Yep,
go.
we're good. No,
okay.
The meeting, the Zoom participants never drop. The board chambers drops, so everybody on Zoom loses us
They get
and
a
we
frozen
lose
screen
them.
and then we come back.
So they're still there. We're still recording. You can start over again, please. Sorry. Thank you.
It's finally done it. Finally killed it.
Oh, there's batteries.
So My question is can we move forward with the planning commission workshops with the current draft, or does there need to be refinements, and a new draft put forth before, the workshops can take place?
I think that's,
Glad to answer that. There would not be a new draft put forward. It would be this draft goes forward with all of the public comment received up into those meetings. And so part of that is it's the preparation of compiling all those comments, synthesizing them, getting them to Planning Commission well ahead of the meeting so you have an opportunity to review them, and then ample public notice before the meetings or meetings. So that's where that time frame gets built in. After all of those meetings take place, that's when you would have a revised public review draft that then would go out for another review period that we talked about. Because we talked about putting that out again for a public review period. Just so you know, during this whole 2-day discussion, knowing the schedule, the consultant team and county staff has been kind of seeing down the tracks at that light coming down the track toward us going, okay, we think this is where it might be heading. And have already started to chart out what a schedule would potentially look like going out. And so we can already see some of those steps. And that's where CAO Tuttle mentioned a 6-month, is we can already start to see where those meetings would fall over how many months, when you would approximately get review periods. And that's where it rolls into 27. So we've already started to see where that starts to head. But yes, to go back, it would be the current draft as it is now.
Okay, thank you for answering my question. I appreciate that.
I would just like to say, if we can get the planning commission input into the zoning code by the end of the year or by January, that would be awesome, because otherwise potentially we would have all new planning commissioner members, that would definitely start all over. So if you can work a schedule so that we can get our job done in the zoning code by the end of the calendar year, I would appreciate that. I think,
Good. Just to follow up on Commissioner Fall, I completely agree. You don't want to change mid-ship on that one. And the schedule that we're kind of toiling with right now that we would need to confirm and then bring back would achieve that. Would achieve a revised draft going out by the time period that Commissioner Fall's talking about, before a planning commission would
turn over,
which is months away.
And you would still have a majority of you would still be here for sure, and maybe a super majority because you don't know.
The other thing too is any potential replacement for someone that does get replaced is probably someone who's been following what's going on anyways. I mean, that would be my guess.
I mean,
You're not gonna grab
can't
someone
guarantee
from Reddit
that.
to throw in there.
That's not a given.
no.
But
Not a
just
given.
to clarify, a revised draft would go out, at least as we're projecting, for planning commission would term, and there'd be new planning commissioners. But the adopting planning commission would be a different commission, because
Yeah.
that would be into next year. So just to clarify that.
Yep.
I don't see another way, because there's no way that we cannot look at all the things that we have to look at. And it is going to take the time that it takes.
And I just think that if we can decouple this and get a couple things like checked off, and then then that way this has the time and the focus that, I don't know, that's just what I think.
I don't have to change the EIR or the general plan, right?
That would be my one caution. It would be my one caution with decoupling. And that is the flexibility that we have with having them all on the same track is we can make these minor adjustments potentially as we're moving through the EIR. We can make those determinations as we're changing land uses and permit requirements. We can go, that's going to cross a threshold and address it as we're moving forward. If we adopt the general plan and the EIR first, and then we are changing the zoning after, which is fine. A lot of communities do that. It's going to be even more important that we are consistent with the general plan. Because any change that we may make from the zoning perspective would have to be consistent with that. And any change in the zoning that would necessitate a general plan change would have to be then done through your general plan amendments. And you get 4 of those a year. So it would just be a caution.
But I picture that between now, May 20th, and December 31st, you're already going to have worked through these like pieces that we've said, look at how many zonings might need to be changed, and then they might not need to go back into the entire general plan. I think that we're going to know a lot more than we know sitting right now, this moment, to potentially, and I think there's a high probability, I think there is, I hope there is, that we can comfortably adopt the general plan before the end of the year with the EIR.
Well, and I think we have to back up a little bit from there. It's not going to be at the end of the December because it's going to be when we're noticing for the draft is that, the zoning alignment, the tweaks and stuff, that's where the consideration is going to need to make sure that we're into, right, with the general plan. But with our zoning, if we're going to make tweaks, it's going to have impacts. And so she's saying that by, if they adopt it at the end of this year, but I'm saying it's not necessarily quite the end of the year. It's before that. And so knowing what that timeline is. And I do still think it's very reasonable to meet that. I just think that we need to be clear on like what that cutoff point is.
Because there will be how many months of work between now and adoption that we're still going to have open to make those small changes if necessary. It's not like we're going to do this next week.
On the general plan?
Yeah.
I mean, the general plan would be slated for adoption starting October through December.
So we still have time, like we can make
We will
adjustments.
know a lot more.
Before October.
And in that time, you could do small
Soon.
adjustments to land use designations and a handful of things.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Public will be comfortable.
and that's where I think the question was raised. Well, are things going to be moving if we decouple it? Oh, things are going to be moving. The zoning front is going to be moving. By October, you will know a lot more and you'll be actually very close to a revised draft by that point. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what is, so that's the question. Do we need both PC and us or just, do we have board consensus to decouple the general plan and the EIR from the zoning code? Did I say that correct?
I consent.
I consent.
Yes.
Say yes. Okay, Julia?
I'm sorry, but the public is kind of gotten used to this idea of what we're doing, not decoupling. So I'm okay as long as the public is not going to see this as a rush to get it done. The whole point of all of this was to slow it down, to make sure that the public understood and really agreed with what was going on. So if it doesn't change that, right? If there's no chance at this general plan or the IR being, needing to change, then I'm okay, but I'm more about the public, how comfortable they are and how fast this is moving. And they've told us it's too fast. So,
Yes.
if you can make me comfortable that the public is going to be, completely heard on this decoupling.
But is the public concerned about the zoning code part or the general plan? I know, I understood that, we've received minimal comments on the general plan itself, and our community meetings and all that are done. And so I don't know that the general plan is what the community is focusing on. It seems like what they're really want more time and more opportunity to comment on is the zoning
More
code part.
uses. Okay, I'm okay. I just want to make
The main
sure
concern
that
I
I'm
would
not
have
going-
is finding out whether or not the land use designation changes would be big or
Exactly.
small. I mean, if you get that done, then you would kind of know.
Yeah.
Think-
If we could do that first, then
Yeah,
I'll
that
feel
would be
more
the first thing to
comfortable
do.
because, okay.
Okay.
Because then it would be easy enough to, if it is just small, if it is only a handful of things, then there's no problem with the EIR. If
Okay.
it's large, then it would have to be
Okay.
re-looked
Then
at
we-
maybe.
we'll know it early on. Okay.
So
think if the-
Supervisor Lutwiler, did you had
It's
said,
been covered now.
it's been covered, okay,
So yes.
Drew.
I was going to say, if we want to more fully evaluate the timeline and the potential of actually accomplishing adopting the general plan this calendar year, we need to go back and do some evaluations based on the public comment received and the concern that we may need to make either minor or major revisions to the general plan land use designation map. And that will inform, I think, ultimately the decision that you need to arrive at.
Yeah.
Yes, CIO Tuttle.
So for consideration for the board, you could provide direction to staff to bring forth agenda item at the next regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting on the 2nd of June to make a final decision on decoupling the general plan from the current draft zoning code. That would give us a little bit of time to evaluate this and then lay out an actual schedule for the public to see, for the board to fully see.
Mhm.
And it's not going to impact, 10 days is not, or 12 days is not going to impact
Okay.
the overall schedule
Okay.
for that. And that would create a much different opportunity for the public to be aware of what we're doing and weighing in versus the 3 people in here and 11 people online
Okay.
that are tracking this decision.
Okay, I
So-
consider that direction. Is that fair? Is everyone okay with that, to put it
Great.
on the next
That makes me
board
happy.
meeting?
Yep.
Except Julia, unless you
No,
think
I'm
we're-
fine. I'm fine.
Everybody here, including all the planning commissioners, agree on this.
Yep.
So it's not, wishy-washy. We all agree.
Let me be clear. Legally, you can make the decision right now and provide, and we could move forward. I'm just providing a recommendation and an option if you want to create more of that, transparency, more public awareness, more information that's out there, longer periods for people to digest this. I'm sure the information and the discussion of this meeting, after most people left, will quickly get around to the people that were here. And then there'll be less of an opportunity for people to say that a decision was made without the appropriate amount
I
of public
think having it
engagement.
at the board meeting is probably the most appropriate way to do it. And then people can have public comment and
Yep.
we can present it all. And then we can have this conversation can be brought forward to everyone with some background information as to why we're considering this decision. I just think it's probably in the long run, the better decision in terms of public opportunity.
And you're going to know by June 2nd, a sense of how many parcels need to potentially change their general plan land use designation to know if we're tipping the scales by then, or do you need till the 16th?
I think that's something that we'll probably want to talk with county staff about. I mean, at a base minimum, there were a number of parcels brought up during public comment that I think started to fuel this discussion. So we'll say it'll come to the board in June. It'll come to the board in June, but I would like to talk with county staff a bit more on the evaluation, make sure that, because it's not just bringing forward those parcels, it would also be bringing forward schedule, be bringing forward a bunch of things for a discussion and consideration.
Yeah, if you want to give us direction to bring it forth in June, that gives us another, potential meeting, so that's.
I feel
again,
more
up to-
comfortable
Up to
with
the
that.
board.
Me too.
And
I
it-
appreciate it. This is good. Thanks.
And I would add that also provides an additional opportunity for individuals that have land use issues to bring it forward, because I don't know how we haven't asked, right? It was approved last year, but we don't know, we're getting arbitrary information about which ones have issues and which ones don't. And how, to the question, how do we really capture that? I think that's hard, but it gives another opportunity for more of those parcels that do have true issues to be disclosed potentially.
So if the plan is that we have the current draft, and the Planning Commission is going to consider all the public comments and start amending that draft. I would just request that the staff look at whether or not that can start in June. Our regular scheduled meetings, do we make those longer and start doing what Amelia said, have a Word document and just pick a list of certain topics and start working our way through that? I don't want to keep dragging this out.
And this is something schedule wise, we can have a schedule conversation relatively quick to get the ball rolling, but I agree. Looking at tentative schedule, it would start within the next month is what we would aim for.
Sure. Was there any other information that needed to be covered before we? Is there anything else? Okay, so Supervisor Lutweiler is going to just kind of read over what we just decided to make sure that the collective conversation was captured.
Yeah, and I'll just highlight a couple of key points that are here and then the direction to staff that I captured. One was CEO Tuttle let us know that the already planned additional meeting was $47,000 impact to the budget. He estimates with consultant input a 6-month delay and approximately $50,000 to $75,000 increase in expenses to accommodate the direction that was provided during this meeting. The alternative of decoupling the general plan and EIR so they can be completed this calendar year was considered. Consultant input is there's no significant implications from decoupling. Zoning code and zoning map would be completed by the new board and commission. A new smaller EIR could be required to support the zoning code if decoupled. And then I just made a note, the zoning map was going to be approved by a new board and commission regardless of decoupling. Planning Commission can and should move forward with the existing draft, leveraging organized presentation and consideration of public comments. The next version of the zoning code would be issued after the Planning Commission completes review sessions and workshops. Consultants will work with staff to produce a new schedule that supports a new Planning Commission approved revised draft before a new board and commission is seated in January. And then our board direction to staff, bring forward an agenda item for a June meeting that provides the board an opportunity to consider a more well-informed view of the proposed approach of decoupling the general plan and EIR from the zoning code and zoning map. This will include an opportunity for staff and consultants to review the potential impact of known concerns related to the general plan land use designations. Does that work?
Correct.
Yep.
Send that.
Thank you.
Are we ready? Are you guys sure? You're ready? We will now conclude the joint meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors and the Trinity County Planning Commission. Thank you, everyone, for all of your hard work.
Wow.